Chapter 1. Rain fell in sheets over the cemetery, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for Antonio Rossi. Valentina stood motionless at her father's grave, black umbrella tilted against the downpour, her face a mask of composure that betrayed none of the storm raging inside her. The priest's words faded into the background as she scanned the crowd of mourners. Family soldiers, business associates, politicians on the family payroll, all with heads bowed in respect. Or perhaps fear. Her father had commanded both in equal measure. "Your father was a great man," whispered her Uncle Marco, squeezing her shoulder. "He would be proud of your strength today." Valentina nodded silently. She'd shed her tears in private. Here, surrounded by vultures waiting to see the Rossi empire crumble without its patriarch, she would show nothing but steel. 3 days. It had been 3 days since she'd found him in his study, blood pooling beneath his favorite leather chair, a single bullet hole through his forehead. A professional hit. Clean. Calculated. The work of someone who wanted to send a message. The Morettis. For 3 generations, the Rossi and Moretti families had carved up the city between them in an uneasy truce. But Antonio had been the architect of that peace, and with him gone. "They're here," hissed Sofia, her father's longtime consigliere, nodding toward the cemetery entrance. Valentina followed her gaze and felt her blood turn to ice. Salvatore Moretti, silver-haired and solemn in an impeccable black suit, was making his way through the sea of black umbrellas. 2 bodyguards flanked him, faces impassive. But it was the figure behind Salvatore that caught and held Valentina's attention. Dante Moretti. Salvatore's only son and heir. He moved with casual arrogance, like a predator secure in his hunting grounds. Tall and broad-shouldered, with sharp features that might have been handsome if not for the cold calculation in his dark eyes. Eyes that were now fixed directly on her. "The nerve," Sofia muttered. "Coming to pay respects to a man they murdered." "We don't know that for certain," Valentina replied automatically, though every instinct screamed otherwise. "Your father warned you about being too diplomatic. In this world, hesitation gets you killed." Valentina tore her gaze away from Dante Moretti. "There's a difference between hesitation and strategy, Sofia. My father taught me that too." As the service concluded, mourners began approaching Valentina with practiced condolences. She accepted each handshake and embrace with gracious detachment, playing her role as the grieving daughter while her mind catalogued loyalties, assessed threats, noted who seemed genuinely mournful and who seemed relieved. Then Salvatore Moretti stood before her, his expression a careful blend of respect and gravity. "Miss Rossi." He took her gloved hand between both of his. "Your father was a formidable man. His loss will be felt across the city." "How kind of you to say so," Valentina replied, her voice honey over steel. "Especially given your complicated history." A flicker of something, amusement, warning, crossed Salvatore's face. "Business is business. But death transcends such matters." "Does it?" Valentina withdrew her hand. "I find death has a way of bringing certain matters into sharp focus." Salvatore's smile tightened, but before he could respond, his son stepped forward. "My condolences," Dante said, his voice a low rumble that sent an unwelcome shiver down Valentina's spine. His eyes, nearly black in the gray afternoon light, assessed her with naked interest. Not lust, though there was a trace of that too, but the calculating appraisal of someone measuring a potential threat. "Mr. Moretti," she acknowledged coldly. "I wasn't aware you had such respect for my father." "Respect is earned in our world," he replied. "Your father understood power. Not everyone does." The implication hung in the air between them. "Can you fill his shoes, little girl?" "Indeed." Valentina held his gaze. Power and the wisdom to wield it appropriately. Some mistake brutality for strength. Dante's mouth curved in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. A common misconception. Though sometimes brutality has its place. "As does justice," she countered. Something shifted in his expression. A flicker of surprise, perhaps respect. "Justice is subjective, Ms. Rossi. Not to those who dispense it." Uncle Marco moved to her side. A subtle reminder that this exchange was being observed by dozens of curious eyes. Dante seemed to take the hint. "We won't keep you from your guests," he said, inclining his head slightly. "Again, my sympathies for your loss." As the Morettis moved away, Sophia leaned close to Valentina's ear. They're testing you. Seeing how you'll react. I know. Valentina watched Dante's retreating back. And they're not the only ones. After the last mourners departed, Valentina remained at the graveside. The rain had eased to a gentle mist that beaded on her black coat and veiled the cemetery in ghostly gray. I need a moment, she told Sophia and Marco. They withdrew to a respectful distance, still watchful. Valentina placed a single white rose on the gleaming casket. I know what you wanted for me, Papa, she whispered. A life away from all this. But they've taken that choice away from both of us. She thought of Dante Moretti's calculating stare, the implicit challenge in his words. I will find who did this to you, she promised. And they will pay. All of them. As she turned to leave, a black car with tinted windows idled at the cemetery gates. Through the half-lowered window she caught Dante Moretti's gaze one final time. He didn't nod. Didn't smile. Just watched her with those fathomless dark eyes that seemed to see right through her carefully composed facade to the rage beneath. Valentina lifted her chin and stared back, letting him see it now, her fury, her resolve. I'm coming for you, her eyes promised. This isn't over. Something flickered across his face, a muscle tightening in his jaw, a slight narrowing of his eyes, before the window slid closed and the car pulled away. Valentina took a deep breath, composed her features and walked toward her waiting car with measured steps. The time for grieving was over. War was coming. The Rossi family estate sprawled across 30 acres of prime real estate overlooking the city. Once, Valentina had found comfort in its marble halls and manicured gardens. Now it felt like a mausoleum, echoing with ghosts and memories. They're waiting in the library, Sophia said, meeting her in the foyer. 3 days had passed since the funeral and the family's captains had grown restless. Valentina nodded, smoothing her charcoal pencil skirt. She'd chosen her outfit carefully, professional but not delicate. A suit of armor in cashmere and silk. How bad is it? She asked. Sophia's lips thinned. Carlo's been talking. Says a woman can't run the business, that your father always meant for you to be a figurehead while the men handle the real power. Carlo has always had an active imagination. Valentina checked her reflection in a gilded mirror. Unfortunately for him, my father put everything in writing. She strode toward the library, Sophia falling in step beside her. At the heavy oak doors, Valentina paused, squaring her shoulders. No matter what happens, she said quietly, don't intervene unless I signal you. Sophia looked like she wanted to object but nodded. Valentina pushed open the doors. 6 men turned to look at her, her father's inner circle. Uncle Marco, the only blood relative. Carlo Bienzi, who controlled the dockworkers. Luca Esposito, who handled the more legitimate business ventures. Paolo Ricci, whose men provided security and muscle. Gabriele Conti, the accountant who laundered their money. And Alberto Venzo, the oldest among them, who had served her grandfather. Gentlemen, Valentina said, crossing to her father's chair at the head of the long table. Thank you for your patience. Carlo, a heavy-set man with thinning hair and meaty hands, frowned when she took her father's seat. With respect, Valentina, he began, not bothering to hide his condescension, there are serious matters to discuss. I'm aware, Carlo. She gestured for Sophia to take the seat at her right hand. The Moretti situation must be addressed. That's putting it mildly, Carlo snorted. They've killed Antonio and now they're waiting to see if we're weak enough to pick off. We don't know it was the Morettis, Luca interjected. Thin and scholarly looking, he'd always been the voice of caution. Who else would dare? Paolo demanded, slamming his fist on the table. We should hit them hard. Now while they think we're in disarray. Valentina let them argue, observing the dynamics, the alliances. Carlo and Paolo aligned against Luca. Uncle Marco watching silently. Alberto looking more concerned with each passing moment. Gabriele studying his folded hands. Finally she raised a hand and the room fell silent. I understand your desire for immediate action, she said. But my father built this family on strategy, not impulse. Your father, Carlo said, his voice dripping with disdain, was a man who commanded respect. The room chilled. Sophia tensed beside her. Are you suggesting I'm not? Valentina asked, her voice deceptively soft. Carlo leaned forward. I'm suggesting that your father indulged your interest in the business as a courtesy. He never intended for you to actually run things. Is that so? Valentina opened the leather portfolio she'd brought, withdrawing a thick document. This is my father's will. Sophia has copies for each of you. As Sophia distributed the papers, Valentina continued. You'll find that my father left explicit instructions. I am to assume full control of all Rossi family operations. Each of you retains your territory and a seat at this table, provided you acknowledge my authority. Those who cannot. She smiled thinly. Well, generous severance packages have been arranged. Carlo's face flushed crimson. This is absurd. Antonio would never. My father anticipated your reaction, Carlo. Valentina flipped to a marked page. He left you a personal note. Shall I read it aloud, or would you prefer some privacy with your thoughts? She slid the document toward him. Carlo snatched it up, eyes darting over the words. Whatever Antonio had written drained the color from Carlo's face. This isn't over, he muttered, shoving back from the table and stalking out. Valentina turned to the others. Anyone else wish to contest my father's wishes? Silence. Good. Now to the matter at hand. We need to determine who killed my father before we take any retaliatory action. The signs point to the Morettis, Paolo insisted. Signs can be misleading, she countered. Alberto, what do your sources say? The old man scratched his silver beard. Salvatore Moretti seems genuinely surprised by Antonio's death. If it was a Moretti hit, it may have been orchestrated by someone else in their family. Dante, Paolo spat. That son of his has been pushing for expansion for years. Valentina thought of Dante's cold stare at the funeral. Perhaps. We need better intelligence. Luca, I want you to reach out to your contacts in the Moretti's legitimate businesses. Paolo, put your best men on surveillance of Dante and Salvatore. But discreetly. I don't want to provoke unnecessarily. She stood, signaling the end of the meeting. We move carefully. Deliberately. When we strike, if we strike, it will be from a position of absolute certainty and strength. As the men filed out, Uncle Marco lingered. You handled that well, he said when they were alone. Your father would be proud. Carlo will be a problem. Marco nodded. He's already reached out to the Gambinos for support. Valentina raised an eyebrow. You're having him followed? Of course. He's ambitious and stupid. A dangerous combination. She sighed, suddenly feeling the weight of her new role. Thank you, Uncle. I know this can't be easy for you either. Marco squeezed her shoulder. Your father and I agreed long ago that you were the future of this family. I'm honored to serve as your consigliere. After he left, Valentina poured herself a glass of her father's scotch, savoring the smoky burn. To you, Papa, she whispered. Across the city, Dante Moretti was having a considerably less civilized family meeting. Idiots, he snarled, hurling a crystal tumbler against the wall of his penthouse office. Who authorized this hit? His uncle Vincent, sprawled in a leather armchair, raised his hands. It wasn't us, nephew. But you have to admit Antonio Rossi's death creates opportunities. It creates chaos, Dante corrected, pacing the length of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city glittered below, a kingdom divided. Antonio was reasonable. Predictable. Now we have an unknown quantity in his daughter. She's a woman, Vincent scoffed. She'll sell or marry to secure her position. Dante stopped pacing to fix his uncle with a withering stare. I met her at the funeral. Trust me, Uncle, Valentina Rossi is not to be underestimated. You sound almost admiring, Vincent observed, eyes narrowed. I respect capability regardless of its source. Dante straightened his tie. But this unauthorized hit on Antonio has put us in a vulnerable position. The other families will be watching to see how we respond to accusations. So we demonstrate strength, Vincent shrugged. Take advantage of their disarray. Claim some of their territory. The docks, perhaps. And start a war? Dante shook his head. No. We need to find out who really killed Antonio Rossi. For all we know, it could have been an inside job. Vincent's expression remained neutral, too neutral. Dante filed the reaction away for later consideration. I want our men on alert, he continued. Double security at all our operations. The Rossis will retaliate and I want to be ready. As you wish. Vincent stood adjusting his suit jacket. Though I still think you're giving this woman too much credit. After his uncle left, Dante poured himself another drink, this one to savor rather than destroy. He walked to the window looking out over the city, half his, half the Rossis. He thought of Valentina at the funeral, her composure like tempered glass, beautiful but unyielding and dangerous when shattered. The intelligence in her eyes when she'd looked at him. The barely contained fury. Underestimate you? He murmured to her invisible presence. I don't think that's a mistake anyone should make twice, Valentina Rossi. His phone buzzed with an alert. Movement at Rossi territory on the docks. He frowned. He'd given no orders for expansion. War was coming whether he wanted it or not. Chapter 3. Valentina checked her reflection in the rearview mirror, applying a fresh coat of blood-red lipstick. The black cocktail dress she wore was elegant but forgiving, allowing her to move freely to conceal the slim .22 caliber pistol strapped to her inner thigh. Her dark hair was swept into a sleek chignon, revealing diamond earrings that had belonged to her mother. Nothing about her appearance suggested she was here to kill a man. The Moretti heir has arrived, Paolo's voice crackled through her earpiece. Third floor VIP lounge. 2 guards at the entrance, likely more inside. Understood, she murmured. Status on the east exit? Secured. Luca's men will create a distraction at 11:30 sharp. You'll have approximately 90 seconds to get in, take the shot and get to the extraction point. Valentina checked her watch. 20 minutes. She took a deep breath, centering herself. After a week of surveillance, they'd confirmed that someone from the Moretti organization, likely Dante himself, had ordered the hit on her father. 3 nights ago, they'd moved on the Rossi shipping operation, killing 2 of Paolo's men. It was the confirmation she needed. Dante Moretti had to die. Remember, Sophia's voice now tense with concern, if anything feels wrong, abort. No heroics. I'm not being heroic, Valentina replied coolly. I'm being practical. She stepped out of the car, the cool night air raising goosebumps on her bare shoulders. Dante's nightclub, Inferno, pulsed with energy, a line of eager patrons stretching down the block. Valentina bypassed them, approaching the bulky doorman. Valentina Rossi, she said, letting her coat fall open just enough to reveal the curve of her décolletage. I believe I'm expected. The doorman's eyes widened in recognition and suspicion. Wait here, he muttered, speaking quickly into his earpiece. Valentina maintained her composure, though her heart hammered against her ribs. This was the riskiest part of the plan. If they turned her away at the door. Ms. Rossi. A slick-looking man in an expensive suit appeared, offering a practiced smile. This is unexpected. Please follow me. She was escorted not to the main floor but directly to a private elevator. The man inserted a keycard and the doors slid open. Mr. Moretti is in the Paradiso Lounge, he explained. He's looking forward to meeting you. Looking forward? Alarm bells rang in Valentina's mind. This was too easy. Complication, she whispered as the elevator doors closed. I'm being taken directly to the target. Possible ambush. Abort, Sophia urged immediately. Negative, Valentina replied. Proceeding with caution. The elevator opened onto a dimly lit corridor. The bass from the club below vibrated through the floor, but up here the sound was muted, replaced by the low murmur of exclusive conversation and the clink of crystal glasses. Her escort led her to an arched doorway where 2 men in dark suits stood guard. They patted her down, professionally but thoroughly. She'd anticipated this. The gun was concealed in a specialized holster designed to evade cursory searches, the thin titanium components practically invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. She's clean, one confirmed, stepping aside. The Paradiso Lounge was a study in tasteful opulence, all rich leather, dark wood and spectacular views of the city. Unlike the frenetic energy of the club below, the atmosphere here was controlled, almost serene. A dozen or so guests occupied various seating areas, their murmured conversations punctuated by occasional laughter. And there at the center of it all was Dante Moretti. He sat alone in a curved booth, a tumbler of amber liquid in one hand, his attention focused on something on the table before him. As if sensing her presence, he looked up, and Valentina felt a jolt of something electric when their eyes met. He wasn't just expecting her. He had been waiting for her. "Ms. Rossi," he called, his voice carrying across the space. "Please join me." Every instinct screamed trap, but Valentina was committed now. She crossed the room with measured steps, aware of the eyes following her progress. "Bold of you to come here," she said, sliding into the booth opposite him. "Given recent events, I could say the same about you," Dante replied, his dark eyes glittering with something that might have been amusement. He gestured to what lay on the table between them, a sleek .22 caliber pistol, identical to the one strapped to her thigh. "Especially after my men intercepted your associate an hour ago." With this, Valentina's blood turned to ice. The gun was supposed to be waiting for her in the women's restroom, a backup in case she was searched too thoroughly at the entrance. "I'm afraid Paolo won't be joining us tonight," Dante continued conversationally. "Or ever again for that matter." She kept her expression neutral through sheer force of will. "Paolo, one of her father's most loyal captains. Dead." "I don't know what you're talking about," she said evenly. Dante smiled, a predator's smile, all teeth. "No? Let me refresh your memory. You planned to create a distraction at 11:30, make your way to the VIP lounge and put a bullet in my head." He checked his watch. "You're actually running a bit early." He nodded to someone over her shoulder, and Valentina heard the door lock with a decisive click. They were alone now except for his guards. "How did you know?" she asked, mind racing through escape scenarios. "That you'd come for me?" Dante leaned back, studying her. "Because it's what I would do. But your mistake was trusting Carlo Bienzi. He's been on my payroll for months." Carlo. That explained the agitation at the family meeting, his challenge to her authority. He'd been Dante's man all along. "If you're going to kill me," Valentina said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her throat, "get it over with." To her surprise, Dante laughed. "Kill you? If I wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this conversation." He pushed the gun across the table toward her. "Go ahead. Check the magazine." Warily, Valentina picked up the weapon. It was empty. "I have no interest in escalating this conflict," Dante continued. "Contrary to what you believe, I didn't order the hit on your father." "Bullshit. Your men moved on our shipping operation after your people hit our construction site," he countered. "2 of my workers are dead." Valentina frowned. "What are you talking about? We haven't touched your construction business." Dante's expression shifted subtly. 3 nights ago. The East Side development." "That wasn't us," Valentina insisted. "We've been gathering intelligence, but I haven't authorized any strikes." For a long moment they stared at each other, mutual suspicion gradually giving way to an unsettling possibility. "If what you're saying is true," Dante said slowly, "then someone's playing us against each other." Before Valentina could respond, the club's fire alarm blared to life. Dante cursed, reaching for his phone. It was her chance. Valentina lunged across the table, her hand darting for the gun she knew was concealed in Dante's jacket. He reacted with blinding speed, catching her wrist in an iron grip. They struggled, toppling from the booth onto the floor. Valentina twisted, using her momentum to flip him over, but Dante countered, pinning her beneath him. "Would you stop trying to kill me for 5 minutes?" he growled, his face inches from hers. "Why should I believe anything you say?" she spat back. The door burst open and Dante's men rushed in, weapons drawn. At the same moment, the glass windows exploded inward in a shower of deadly shards as several black-clad figures rappelled into the room. "Rossi soldiers," one of Dante's men shouted, opening fire. "No!" Valentina screamed. "Stand down." But it was too late. Gunfire erupted, cutting through the chaos. Dante yanked Valentina behind the solid wood bar as bullets splintered the expensive furnishings around them. "Your extraction team?" Dante demanded, drawing his weapon. "I didn't authorize this," Valentina insisted, genuine confusion in her voice. A grenade rolled across the floor, stopping mere feet from their position. "Shit!" Dante grabbed Valentina, shielding her with his body as the explosion rocked the room. The blast left her ears ringing, her vision blurred. Through the smoke and chaos, strong arms lifted her. She struggled weakly, but disorientation made her movements clumsy. "Stop fighting me," Dante's voice close to her ear. Unless you want us both to die here. She felt herself being carried, then the sudden rush of cool night air. A car door opened and she was placed inside. As her vision cleared, she realized they were in the back of a sleek black sedan, speeding away from the burning nightclub. Dante sat beside her, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead, his phone pressed to his ear. "Lock it down," he was saying. "No, I don't care about the fucking insurance. Find out who ordered that hit." He ended the call, turning to face her. "Now, Valentina Rossi, you and I are going to have a very long conversation about who's really trying to destroy our families." She reached for the door handle, but Dante caught her arm. "You can jump out of a moving vehicle, possibly die, and definitely lose any chance of finding your father's real killer," he said. "Or you can come with me to a secure location and we can compare notes." Valentina stared at him, hatred and curiosity warring within her. "Why would you help me?" "Because," Dante said grimly, "I think we're both being played. And I don't like being anyone's pawn." Sirens wailed in the distance as they sped into the night, unlikely allies born from a failed act of vengeance. Chapter 4. Valentina woke with a start, disorientation gripping her as she took in unfamiliar surroundings. She was lying on a bed in a spacious room decorated in minimalist grays and blacks. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a panoramic view of the city skyline, dawn light just beginning to break over the horizon. Her shoes were gone, as was her jewelry, but she still wore her black dress from the night before, now wrinkled and stained with soot and what might be blood. Her head throbbed, and when she touched her temple she felt the tender swelling of a bruise. The events of the previous night flooded back. The nightclub, the ambush, the explosion. Dante Moretti carrying her to safety. Or rather, to captivity. Valentina slipped off the bed, testing her legs. Sore but functional. She quickly assessed the room for weapons or escape routes. The door was likely locked, but the windows. She crossed to them, her reflection ghostly in the glass. They didn't appear to have any opening mechanism. Of course not. She was in a penthouse dozens of floors up. Even if she could break the glass, there was nowhere to go but down. The sound of a door unlocking made her whirl around, instinctively searching for a weapon. She grabbed a heavy crystal vase from a side table just as Dante Moretti entered, carrying a tray. "Planning to bash my head in?" he asked mildly, kicking the door shut behind him. "After I brought breakfast? Where am I?" Valentina demanded, not lowering her makeshift weapon. "My penthouse." He set the tray on a sleek black desk near the window. "Top floor of the Moretti Tower. Most secure building in the city." "You mean I'm your prisoner?" Dante sighed, rubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, a bandage on his forehead where glass had cut him during the explosion. He'd changed into fresh clothes, dark jeans and a black button-down shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows revealing muscular forearms. "I prefer to think of it as protective custody," he replied. "Half the city is looking for you right now, including your own people. This is the safest place for you until we figure out what the hell is going on." "Safe?" Valentina laughed bitterly. "I'm in the home of my family's greatest enemy. The man who may have ordered my father's murder." "We've been over this," Dante said, his patience visibly wearing thin. "I didn't kill your father. And based on what happened last night, I'm starting to think someone's trying very hard to make us kill each other." He gestured to the tray. "Eat something. Then we need to talk." The aroma of coffee and fresh pastries made Valentina's stomach growl traitorously. She realized she hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Still, she kept her distance. "How do I know it's not poisoned?" Dante rolled his eyes, took a croissant from the tray and bit into it. "Satisfied?" he asked around a mouthful of pastry. Reluctantly, Valentina set down the vase and approached the desk. There was coffee, croissants, fresh fruit and yogurt. Simple but high quality. She poured herself coffee, black, and took a cautious sip. It was excellent. "Your men?" she asked after a moment. "At the club. Were they?" "Two dead, 4 injured," Dante replied grimly. "And at least 3 of the attackers were killed. The rest escaped." Valentina closed her eyes briefly. "More bloodshed. More escalation. I need to contact my people," she said. "Let them know I'm alive." "Not yet," Dante countered. "We need to figure out who we can trust first. I trust Sophia and my uncle Marco." And I trust my sister Bianca and my head of security, Dante said. But until we know who orchestrated last night's attack, everyone else is suspect. Valentina took a croissant, tearing off small pieces rather than biting into it. Why did you save me? She asked. You could have let me die in the explosion. Solved a problem for yourself. Dante leaned against the desk, arms crossed. I could ask you the same thing. You came to kill me, yet when those men burst in, you tried to call them off. They weren't my men, she insisted. I didn't authorize any extraction team. The plan was for me to handle things myself. A hint of a smile touched Dante's lips. Yes, I gathered that from the gun strapped to your thigh. Heat rushed to Valentina's cheeks, both at the memory of his body covering hers during the explosion and at the realization that he must have found her weapon when he brought her here. You didn't answer my question, she said, deflecting. Why save me? Dante was quiet for a moment, his dark eyes studying her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. Because despite being raised in this life, I've never developed a taste for unnecessary bloodshed, he finally said. And because I think you and I are the only ones who can stop this war before it consumes both our families. Valentina sipped her coffee, considering his words. So what now? We're supposed to become allies? After generations of rivalry? Strange times make for strange bedfellows, Dante replied with a shrug. Valentina nearly choked on her coffee. We are not bedfellows. A genuine smile spread across his face, transforming his features from merely handsome to devastating. Figure of speech, Rossi. Though I won't deny you're beautiful when you're plotting my murder. Flattery won't make me trust you, Moretti. No, but shared enemies might. He sobered. Someone killed your father. Someone attacked my nightclub. Someone moved on both our territories to make us blame each other. I want to know who. Carlo, Valentina said. He's been working for you. Not exactly. He approached us about 6 months ago, offering information. I let Vincent handle him, but I've never fully trusted him. Carlo's the type to play both sides. Vincent, your uncle? Dante nodded. He manages some of our less legitimate enterprises. He and Carlo have history, gambling debts, women, the usual vices. Valentina paced the room, mind racing. My cousin Anthony returned from Europe just before my father's death. He's been agitating for a more aggressive stance against your family. Interesting timing, Dante mused. My uncle has also been pushing for expansion, arguing that your father's death created a power vacuum. Their eyes met, a current of understanding passing between them. Family betrayal, Valentina murmured. It's practically a tradition in our world. Which is why I'd like proof before making accusations, Dante replied. I have men gathering intelligence, but they don't have access to your organization's inner workings. And I can provide that, Valentina concluded. If I wasn't locked in your penthouse. Dante considered her for a long moment. You tried to kill me last night. Forgive me if I'm not eager to let you walk out of here. I thought you killed my father. Valentina snapped. What would you have done? Exactly what you did, he admitted. But that doesn't change the fact that I can't trust you not to try again. Frustration bubbled up inside her. So I'm just supposed to stay here indefinitely? While our families tear each other apart. Not indefinitely, Dante said. Just until I can verify some information. A day, maybe 2. And I'm supposed to just trust that you'll let me go? You don't have much choice, he pointed out. Unless you're planning to overpower me and escape through the air ducts. Valentina eyed him. The broad shoulders, the physical confidence, the alert intelligence in his eyes, and knew he was right. She couldn't overpower him, and even if she somehow managed to escape this room, she was in the heart of Moretti territory. Fine, she conceded. 2 days. But I want access to news reports and I want to know what your men discover. Fair enough. Dante pushed away from the desk. The TV has most streaming services, there are books in the cabinet and I'll have some clothes sent over. The bathroom is through there. He nodded toward a door she hadn't noticed. I've disabled the phones and the elevator requires a key card to access this floor, so don't bother trying to leave. Such hospitality, Valentina muttered. Dante paused at the door. I am sorry about your father, Valentina. Whatever our family's differences, he was a man of principle. This city was better with him in it. The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard. You really didn't order his death, did you? No, Dante said simply. I didn't. And I intend to help you find who did. After he left, locking the door behind him, Valentina crossed to the windows again, gazing out at the city. Their city divided for generations between their families. Her father had maintained the peace through a careful balance of strength and diplomacy. He'd also tried to prepare her for leadership, though he'd hoped she might choose a different path. This life takes everything, Valentine, he'd told her more than once. Make sure it's what you truly want. He hadn't chosen it, not really. But her father's murder had eliminated any other options. Now, standing in her enemy's penthouse, Valentina realized she was at a crossroads. Trust Dante Moretti and potentially find her father's killer, or maintain the generations-old hatred and watch both their families destroy each other. The irony wasn't lost on her. Her captivity might just be her best chance at justice, and the future of the Rossi family might depend on an alliance with its greatest enemy. What would you do, Papa? She whispered to the glass, her breath fogging a small circle on its perfect surface. The city offered no answer, but as Valentina turned away from the window, she knew her father would choose survival over pride. And for now, survival meant working with Dante Moretti, even if that meant being his captive. Chapter 5. By the second day of her captivity, Valentina had memorized every inch of her luxurious prison. She'd examined the state-of-the-art security system, tested the reinforced windows, and even considered fashioning a weapon from the expensive shower fixtures. She'd also reluctantly accepted the clothes that had appeared, designer items in her exact size, which was both impressive and unsettling. The black silk blouse and tailored pants she now wore fit perfectly, though she'd refused the accompanying heels in favor of bare feet. Better for moving quietly. Better for escaping if the opportunity arose. Dante had been scarce, appearing briefly to bring meals and update her on his investigation. According to his sources, both Rossi and Moretti territories were on high alert, expecting war. Sofia had publicly accused the Morettis of kidnapping Valentina, while Dante's people were suggesting the Rossis had bombed Inferno in retaliation for their leader's disappearance. The whole city's a powder keg, Dante had said during his last visit. One spark and everything goes up. Now, as evening settled over the city, casting long shadows across the penthouse, Valentina paced restlessly. Dante was late with the dinner he'd promised, and her instincts hummed with unease. Something was wrong. The distant sound of the elevator arriving confirmed her suspicions. Multiple footsteps, at least 3 people. Dante never brought others to the penthouse. Valentina quickly positioned herself behind the door, a heavy crystal paperweight gripped in her hand. The lock clicked and the door swung open. Don't understand why we're keeping her alive, a man's voice was saying. The longer she's here, the more dangerous. Valentina struck as the first man stepped into the room, bringing the paperweight down hard on his arm. He cried out, his gun clattering to the floor. She kicked it away, already turning to face the second man, but she wasn't fast enough. A sharp blow caught her across the face, sending her stumbling backward. She tasted blood, regained her balance and launched herself at her attacker, only to freeze at the sound of a gun being cocked. Enough, said a third man, training his weapon on her. Salvatore wants her alive, but he didn't specify in what condition. Valentina wiped blood from her split lip, assessing her opponents. 3 of Dante's men, or at least, men wearing Moretti security credentials. But something felt off. Where's Dante? She demanded. The man who'd spoken, older with a face like weathered stone, smiled unpleasantly. Mr. Moretti is currently indisposed. Seems he had an unfortunate accident in the garage. Ice flooded Valentina's veins. You've betrayed him. Let's just say there's been a change in management, the man replied. Vincent Moretti feels his nephew's methods are too soft, particularly when it comes to beautiful enemies. Vincent, Dante's uncle. The pieces were falling into place. Now, Ms. Rossi, the man continued, we're going to take a little trip. Vincent wants to speak with you personally before this unfortunate situation is resolved. Resolved. The euphemism wasn't lost on her. Once she'd served whatever purpose Vincent had in mind, she would be killed, just like her father. The man gestured with his gun. After you. Valentina considered her options. 3 armed men. A 40-story drop outside the windows. Slim chances at best. Then the lights went out. In the sudden darkness, Valentina acted on instinct. She dropped to the floor, rolling toward where she'd last seen the first man's gun. Shouts and confusion erupted around her as emergency lighting bathed the room in a dim red glow. Her fingers closed around the weapon just as gunfire erupted. She crawled behind a sofa, chambering around. When she peered over the edge, she saw Dante Moretti in the doorway, blood streaming from a gash on his shoulder, his gun already smoking from the first shot that had taken down one of the men. The remaining two opened fire, forcing Dante to take cover behind the doorframe. Valentina seized the opportunity, rising to one knee and firing twice. Her first shot went wide, but the second caught one of the men in the leg. He fell with a howl of pain. The last man standing, the one who'd done all the talking, swung his weapon toward her, but before he could fire, Dante emerged from cover and put a bullet in his chest. Silence fell, broken only by the wounded man's groans and the ringing in Valentina's ears from the gunfire. Dante moved quickly, kicking weapons away from the dead and wounded, checking pulses. Blood soaked the left side of his shirt, but he moved with focused precision. "Are you hurt?" he asked, eyes scanning Valentina. "Just a split lip." She kept her gun trained on the wounded man. "Your uncle sent them." "I know." Dante's expression was grim as he zip-tied the survivor's hands. "Vincent's made his move. Tried to have me killed in the parking garage." "Tried." A ghost of a smile touched Dante's mouth. "I've survived 2 assassination attempts in as many days. I'm getting better at anticipating them." He crossed to a panel on the wall, typing in a code. A hidden safe swung open, revealing several passports, stacks of cash and more weapons. "We need to go," he said, grabbing items and stuffing them into a small bag. "This place isn't secure anymore." "Go where?" Valentina asked, watching as he methodically prepared for escape. "I have a safe house. Off the grid." He tossed her a black leather jacket. "Put this on. And shoes. We're taking the service elevator down to the loading dock." Valentina slipped into the jacket, then pulled on the rejected heels from earlier. "Not ideal for running, but better than bare feet." "Why should I go with you?" she challenged, though she was already checking the magazine in her gun. "For all I know, this is an elaborate setup." Dante paused, fixing her with an intense gaze. "My men just tried to kill us both on my uncle's orders. Your cousin is probably staging a similar coup as we speak. Right now we're all the allies either of us has." He wasn't wrong. If Vincent Moretti was making his move, Anthony might be doing the same within the Rossi organization. Especially with Valentina supposedly missing. "Fine," she conceded. "But the moment I think you're playing me, you'll put a bullet in me," Dante finished for her. "I get it. Now let's move." They left the room cautiously, Dante leading, Valentina covering their rear. The hallway was empty, the penthouse eerily quiet. They reached the service elevator without incident. "Stay behind me," Dante instructed as the elevator descended. The loading dock should be empty this time of night, but Vincent may have men watching it. Valentina nodded, adrenaline sharpening her senses. The elevator came to a stop and Dante raised his gun, motioning for her to wait as he checked outside. "Clear," he whispered after a moment. They moved swiftly through the loading area, past silent trucks and pallets of supplies. A black SUV waited near the exit, its engine already running. "Is that your—" Valentina began, but Dante grabbed her arm, yanking her behind a stack of crates as gunfire erupted from the vehicle. "Apparently not," he muttered, returning fire. They were pinned down, bullets splintering the wooden crates around them. Valentina spotted a fire exit about 20 yards away, but reaching it meant crossing open ground. "I'll draw their fire," Dante said, reading her thoughts. "When I say go, run for that exit. And leave you here? They'll kill you. Better one of us makes it out than neither." Before she could argue, Dante broke cover, firing rapidly as he dashed toward a concrete pillar. The shooters focused on him, bullets kicking up concrete dust where he'd been standing seconds before. "Go!" he shouted from his new position. Valentina hesitated for only a heartbeat before sprinting toward the exit. She was halfway there when she spotted movement on the catwalk above. A sniper taking aim at Dante, who was focused on the gunman in the SUV. Without breaking stride, Valentina raised her weapon and fired twice. The sniper jerked backward, his shot going wild. Dante glanced up, following her line of fire, then turned to her with an expression of stunned surprise. She reached the exit, shoving the door open with her shoulder, then held it for Dante as he sprinted after her. They emerged into a narrow alley behind the building, the sounds of pursuit already echoing from the loading dock. "This way," Dante gasped, leading her toward the street. A nondescript sedan was parked at the curb, keys dangling from the ignition. "Backup plan?" Valentina asked as they jumped in, Dante behind the wheel. "Always have one," he confirmed, gunning the engine. They peeled away from the curb just as Vincent's men burst into the alley, guns blazing. Bullets pinged off the car's frame as Dante swerved into traffic, cutting across 3 lanes and running a red light. Valentina turned in her seat, watching for pursuit. "I think we lost them. For now." Dante nodded, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Blood had soaked through his shirt, spreading across his shoulder. "You're bleeding badly," she noted. "I'll live." His voice was tight with pain. "There's a first aid kit in the glove compartment." Valentina retrieved it, then gestured for him to pull over. "Let me see it. We need to get to the safe house first." "You need to not bleed out before we get there," she countered. With a reluctant nod, Dante pulled into an empty parking lot behind a closed supermarket. He switched off the engine but left the keys in the ignition, ready for a quick getaway if needed. Valentina helped him out of his jacket and torn shirt, sucking in a breath when she saw the wound. A deep gash ran across his shoulder, still bleeding freely. "Knife?" she asked, opening the first aid kit. "One of my uncle's men. Caught me by surprise in the garage." His jaw tightened as she began cleaning the wound. "I should have seen it coming. Vincent's been pushing for more aggressive expansion for months. Just like my cousin Anthony," Valentina murmured, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. "Both of them circling like sharks, waiting for their chance. And now they've taken it." Dante hissed as she began stitching the wound with the suture kit. "Vincent likely ordered your father's hit to destabilize both our organizations." Valentina's hands stilled for a moment. "If that's true, then they've manipulated us into nearly killing each other. Twice." Dante met her eyes, his gaze intense despite the pain. "While they positioned themselves to take over. The implications settled over them both. Their own blood betraying them. Using their family's hatred to further personal ambitions." As Valentina finished bandaging Dante's shoulder, a strange calm descended over her. Her father's murderer was within reach now. Not Dante Moretti as she'd believed, but her own cousin and his Moretti conspirator. "Where's this safe house?" she asked, packing up the first aid supplies. "About an hour outside the city. Remote. Secure." Dante pulled on the clean shirt she handed him from the back seat. "No one knows about it except my sister." "Can she be trusted?" "With my life," he said simply. "And now with yours." As they drove through the night, leaving the glittering city behind, Valentina reflected on the bizarre turn of events. She'd gone from plotting Dante's murder to saving his life in less than 48 hours. "Why did you do it?" Dante asked suddenly, as if reading her thoughts. "Back there. The sniper. You could have let him take the shot, escaped on your own." Valentina considered the question. Why had she saved him? Pragmatism? Sense of fair play? Or something else entirely? "You saved me at Inferno," she said finally. "I was returning the favor." Dante glanced at her, skepticism clear in his expression. "Just evening the score? Something like that." Valentina turned to look out the window, uncomfortable with his scrutiny. "Don't read too much into it, Moretti." A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Wouldn't dream of it, Rossi." The city lights faded behind them as they drove into the darkness, 2 reluctant allies bound by betrayal and a growing, unspoken trust. Dawn broke over the mountains as Dante guided the car up a winding gravel road. They'd driven through the night, taking back roads and switching vehicles at a storage facility Dante owned under a shell company. Neither had spoken much after their initial escape, both lost in their own thoughts about the betrayals they'd uncovered. The safe house was not what Valentina had expected. Rather than some Spartan concrete bunker, it was a modern cabin nestled among towering pines, its glass and timber exterior blending with the natural surroundings. "It's beautiful," she said, surprise evident in her voice as Dante parked beside a covered porch. My mother designed it, he replied, cutting the engine. Before she died. It was meant to be a family retreat, somewhere away from the business. The wistfulness in his tone caught Valentina off guard. It was easy to forget that Dante Moretti was human with losses and regrets of his own. Does anyone else know about this place? She asked, following him up the porch steps. Just Bianca, my sister. He pressed his palm to a concealed scanner beside the door. And now you. The lock disengaged with a soft click, and Dante pushed the door open, gesturing for Valentina to enter first. The interior was as impressive as the exterior, open and airy with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the valley below. Modern but comfortable furnishings, a stone fireplace and a kitchen any chef would envy. There's a security room downstairs, Dante explained, locking the door behind them. Satellite communications, surveillance of the entire property. We're off-grid here. Solar power, well water, enough supplies to last months if necessary. Paranoid much? Valentina asked, though she was secretly impressed. In our line of work, paranoia is survival. Dante winced slightly as he shrugged off his jacket, the movement pulling at his injured shoulder. You should rest, Valentina said. The wound could reopen. There's too much to do. He crossed to a panel on the wall, typing in a code that activated an elaborate security system. We need to contact your people, figure out what Vincent and Anthony are planning. And we need to do that with clear heads, she countered. When was the last time you slept? Dante ran a hand through his dark hair, clearly exhausted. Before the attack on Inferno. 2 days ago. Exactly. You're no good to either of us dead on your feet. Valentina surprised herself with the concern in her voice. A few hours of rest, then we strategize. After a moment's hesitation, Dante nodded. You'll find guest rooms upstairs. Pick anyone. There are clothes in the closets. Might not be your style, but they'll be clean. And where will you be? Master suite, end of the hall. His mouth quirked in a tired smile. Don't worry, Rossi. I'll leave the door unlocked in case you still want to kill me in my sleep. Tempting, she replied dryly, but I'll pass. For now. They parted ways, the strange domesticity of the situation not lost on either of them. Enemies by birth, reluctant allies by necessity, now sharing a home, however temporarily. Valentina chose a guest room with a view of the mountains, stripping off her borrowed clothes and stepping into a hot shower. As steam filled the bathroom, she allowed herself a moment of vulnerability, tears mingling with the water streaming down her face. For her father. For herself. For the life she might have had if blood feuds and family obligations hadn't defined her existence. After, wrapped in a soft robe she found hanging on the bathroom door, she examined the closet. Women's clothing in various sizes, some probably belonging to Dante's sister, others perhaps to women he'd brought here? The thought bothered her more than it should. She selected black leggings and an oversized sweater, then crawled beneath the plush covers of the bed. Despite her intention to remain alert, exhaustion claimed her almost immediately. When Valentina awoke, late afternoon sun slanted through the windows. She'd slept for hours, longer than she'd intended. Slipping from the bed, she listened for sounds of movement in the house but heard nothing. Cautiously, she made her way down the hallway, pausing at Dante's door. It was ajar, the room beyond empty, the bed unslept in. Frowning, she continued downstairs. She found him in the security room, hunched over multiple monitors displaying camera feeds, news reports, and what appeared to be encrypted communications. A half-empty pot of coffee sat beside him, along with the remains of a sandwich. You didn't sleep, she observed. Dante glanced up, momentarily startled by her presence. Couldn't. Too much happening. His eyes were bloodshot, his wounded shoulder clearly paining him, but there was an intensity to his focus that Valentina recognized all too well. It was the same drive that had kept her going after her father's death. What have you found? Vincent's consolidated power within my organization, Dante said grimly, gesturing to one of the screens. He's telling everyone I'm dead, killed by Rossi assassins. And they believe him? Why wouldn't they? The Rossis and Morettis have been at each other's throats for generations. And you did try to kill me at Inferno. Valentina couldn't argue with that. What about my family? Dante's expression softened slightly. Your Sophia is holding the line. She's denied any involvement in my death, and is demanding proof that you're alive. Relief flooded Valentina. Sophia at least remained loyal. But, Dante continued, your cousin Anthony is leveraging your disappearance to push for leadership. He's gathered support from Carlo and several of your father's other lieutenants. I need to contact Sophia, Valentina said. Let her know I'm alive, warn her about Anthony and Vincent. Already arranged. Dante tapped one of the keyboards, bringing up a secure communication channel. We can reach her through this. It's untraceable, bounced through servers across the globe. Valentina raised an eyebrow. Impressive. I have interests beyond breaking kneecaps and running nightclubs, he replied with a wry smile. She pulled up a chair beside him, their shoulders nearly touching as she studied the screens. So what's the plan? We can't hide out here forever. No, but we need to be smart about our next move. Dante rubbed his eyes, fatigue evident in every line of his body. Vincent and Anthony are working together. We need to know why and what they're planning. Power, obviously, Valentina said. They saw an opportunity to take control of both families. There's more to it, Dante insisted. Vincent isn't just power-hungry, he's strategic. He wouldn't risk everything unless there was a significant payoff. Like what? I don't know yet. But I have people looking into unusual financial movements, property acquisitions, anything that might suggest. The security system suddenly chimed, interrupting him. A black SUV was approaching on the gravel road. Expecting company? Valentina asked tensely. Dante was already reaching for his gun. No. He switched to the front gate camera feed, then relaxed slightly. It's Bianca. Minutes later, a striking woman with Dante's dark eyes and sharp features strode into the security room. She stopped short at the sight of Valentina. You didn't tell me you had a guest, brother, she said, her tone neutral but her gaze assessing. Valentina Rossi, I presume? Bianca, Dante said, rising to embrace his sister. I didn't expect you so soon. Vincent's telling everyone you're dead, Bianca replied, returning the hug before stepping back to examine his injured shoulder. I had to see for myself that you weren't. As you can see, reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. And your house guest? Bianca turned her attention to Valentina. Last I heard, the Rossis were our sworn enemies. Circumstances have changed, Dante said simply. Clearly. Bianca's expression remained skeptical. You trust her. About as much as she trusts me, Dante replied with a glance at Valentina. But we have common enemies now. Bianca set a sleek leather bag on the desk. I brought what you asked for. Untraceable phones, cash, the files on the waterfront development. Waterfront development? Valentina asked. Vincent's pet project, Bianca explained. A massive complex. Casino, luxury condos, shopping, the works. He's been obsessed with it for years, but it's been stalled in regulatory hell. Because half the proposed site is on Rossi territory, Dante added. Your father wouldn't sell, wouldn't partner, wouldn't budge. Understanding dawned on Valentina. So Vincent eliminates my father, creates chaos in both our organizations, and positions himself to take control of the entire waterfront. That's our working theory, Dante confirmed. The project would be worth billions. Enough motive for murder. But Anthony? Valentina frowned. What does my cousin get out of this? Money, power, Bianca suggested with a shrug. Isn't that enough? Valentina shook her head. Anthony's ambitious, but he's never shown interest in development projects. He runs our gambling operations, nothing more. Gambling, Dante repeated thoughtfully. Like a casino? The pieces clicked into place. The casino component of the waterfront development. Vincent promised him control. And probably a significant cut of the profits, Bianca added. Dante turned to the computers, pulling up property records. We need proof. Something concrete linking Vincent and Anthony to the waterfront deal and to your father's murder. For the next several hours, the three of them combed through files, financial records, and communications. Bianca had brought substantial intelligence. She'd been keeping tabs on Vincent's activities for months, suspicious of her uncle's increasingly secretive behavior. As night fell, Dante insisted they take a break. Bianca prepared a proper meal in the kitchen while Valentina helped Dante change his bandages. The wound was healing clean, but he winced as she applied fresh antiseptic. "Sorry," she murmured, gentler than she'd intended. "I've had worse," he replied, watching her hands as they worked. "Though usually not from my own men." "Family betrayal cuts deeper than any knife," Valentina said, securing the fresh bandage. Their eyes met, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. Both born into power, both carrying the weight of their family names, both betrayed by those they should have been able to trust. Dante's gaze dropped to her lips, and for a heartbeat Valentina thought he might kiss her. The realization that she wouldn't stop him was more shocking than the possibility itself. "Dinner's ready," Bianca called from the kitchen, breaking the moment. They ate at the large dining table, reviewing what they'd learned while sharing a bottle of excellent red wine. Despite the circumstances, Valentina found herself relaxing in the siblings' company. Bianca was sharp-witted and observant, clearly the strategist to Dante's enforcer within their family dynamic. "So we have a theory," Bianca summarized as they finished their meal, "but no smoking gun linking Vincent to Antonio's murder or to Anthony's betrayal." "Not yet," Dante agreed. "But there's something else we haven't considered." "What's that?" Valentina asked. "The timing." "Why no? Vincent's been pushing for this waterfront development for years." "What changed?" Valentina considered this. "The mayoral election is coming up. The current mayor has been firmly against rezoning the waterfront. But the leading candidate, Jensen, is pro-development," Bianca added, following the thread. "And he's almost certain to win. Vincent couldn't move forward until the political landscape shifted," Dante mused. "But that still doesn't explain why he'd make his move against me. He's my uncle, my father's brother. He could have brought me into the plan." "Unless he knew you wouldn't agree to it," Valentina suggested. "You said yourself you don't have a taste for unnecessary bloodshed. Would you have sanctioned my father's murder for a real estate deal?" Dante's expression hardened. "Never." "There you have it," Bianca said, refilling their wine glasses. "Vincent knows you too well, brother. You may be a Moretti, but you have principles." She said the word like it was both a compliment and a flaw, and Valentina found herself studying Dante with new interest. The man who'd spared her life, who'd protected her from his own men, who'd shared his most secure sanctuary with her. His actions spoke of a code at odds with his reputation. "So what now?" Valentina asked. "We have a theory but no proof. Meanwhile, Vincent and Anthony are consolidating power in both our organizations." "We go back," Dante said simply. "Back." Bianca stared at him. "Are you insane? They'll kill you both on sight." "Not if we're smart about it." Dante leaned forward, intensity radiating from him. "We contact your Sophia, coordinate with her. You return first, Valentina. A miraculous escape from Moretti captivity. You play along with Anthony, pretend to believe his version of events while gathering evidence against him." "And you?" Valentina asked, already seeing the outline of his plan. "I stay dead a little longer. Work from the shadows with Bianca to build our case against Vincent. Once we have proof linking them to your father's murder and the coup attempts, we move against them simultaneously." It was risky, dangerous, possibly suicidal. But it was also their best chance at reclaiming their families and finding justice for her father. "A temporary truce," Valentina said, extending her hand across the table. "Until we deal with the traitors in our families." Dante took her hand, his grip firm and warm. A truce. Something passed between them in that handshake. A commitment beyond words, a trust neither had expected to find. They were no longer just reluctant allies but partners in a dangerous game where the stakes couldn't be higher. Chapter 7. 3 days at the safe house had established a strange rhythm between them. Bianca coming and going with supplies and intelligence. Dante recovering his strength, the wound on his shoulder healing. Valentina pacing like a caged tigress, impatient to act. They'd made contact with Sophia, who had barely contained her relief at learning Valentina was alive. The situation within the Rossi organization was deteriorating rapidly. Anthony had positioned himself as the acting head in Valentina's absence, with Carlo backing his every move. Several of Antonio's most loyal captains had met with unfortunate accidents, and the family's legitimate businesses were being liquidated at an alarming rate. "We need to move soon," Valentina insisted as they gathered around the kitchen island, reviewing Bianca's latest intelligence. before there's nothing left of my family to save. We need proof first, Dante countered. Otherwise, it's just your word against Anthony's and he's had time to build support. What about this? Bianca tapped a file on her tablet. Our sources inside city planning confirmed that preliminary approval for the waterfront rezoning was granted last week. The paperwork lists a shell company as the developer, but I've traced it back to Vincent. That's not enough, Dante said, frustration evident in his voice. We need a direct link between Vincent, Anthony, and your father's murder, Valentina. A tense silence fell, broken only by the steady rainfall drumming against the cabin's roof. They'd been over this ground repeatedly, each time hitting the same wall. Theories and circumstantial evidence wouldn't be enough to turn their respective organizations against Vincent and Anthony. What about Nadia? Bianca suggested suddenly. Dante's head snapped up. What about her? Who's Nadia? Valentina asked, noting the sudden tension in Dante's shoulders. Vincent's mistress, Bianca explained. She's been with him for years, knows all his secrets. And she was never his biggest fan even before he tried to have you killed. No, Dante said firmly. She's too close to Vincent. Too risky. She was Dad's goddaughter, Bianca pressed. She still lights a candle for him every year on his birthday. And she was devastated when Mom died. Her loyalty to the family goes deeper than whatever twisted relationship she has with Vincent. Valentina watched the siblings exchange with interest. There was clearly history here. Something personal. You dated her, she guessed, looking at Dante. Before she was with Vincent. His jaw tightened. Briefly. Years ago. More than briefly, Bianca corrected. And it didn't end because you two fell out of love. Bianca, Dante warned. Vincent stole her away, Bianca continued, ignoring her brother's glare. Threatened her family's business, made it clear what would happen if she didn't leave you and go to him. Classic Uncle Vincent, taking what he wants through intimidation. The pieces clicked into place for Valentina. And now you're worried about putting her in danger again. Dante ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Valentina had come to recognize as a sign of his frustration. Vincent would kill her if he suspected she was helping us. Not if we're careful, Bianca insisted. We don't approach her directly. We use an intermediary, someone Vincent would never connect to us. Like who? Like me, Valentina said. Both siblings turned to her in surprise. Think about it, she continued, the plan forming as she spoke. Vincent believes I've escaped and gone into hiding. He'd never expect me to approach Nadia directly. And unlike the men in your organization, she has no reason to fear or immediately report a Rossi. It's too dangerous, Dante objected. If Vincent's men are watching her. They won't be looking for me, Valentina countered. They'll be watching for your people, not mine. Bianca nodded slowly. It could work. Nadia still goes to that little cafe on Mulberry Street every Thursday afternoon. A creature of habit. Today is Thursday, Valentina pointed out. Dante looked between the two women, clearly outnumbered. I don't like it. You don't have to like it, Valentina replied. You just have to admit it's our best lead right now. After further discussion and careful planning, they agreed to move forward. Bianca would take Valentina into the city, dropping her near the cafe while remaining in the car as backup. Dante, still officially dead, would monitor the situation from the safe house, ready to coordinate an extraction if things went sideways. As they prepared to leave, Dante pulled Valentina aside in the hallway. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you abort, he said, his voice low and intense. No heroics. I can handle myself, Moretti. I know you can. His hand moved to her arm, a touch so light she might have imagined it. That's not the point. Then what is? Their eyes met and Valentina saw something there she wasn't prepared for. Genuine concern not just for the mission but for her. Just be careful, he said finally. We've come too far to lose now. She nodded, suddenly unable to find words for the strange emotions swirling within her. How had Dante Moretti, her sworn enemy less than a week ago, become someone whose concern affected her so deeply? I'll bring back what we need, she promised. The drive into the city was tense, neither woman speaking much beyond reviewing the plan. Bianca, Valentina was discovering, was as focused and meticulous as her brother, but with a harder edge, less bound by the principles that sometimes constrain Dante. He likes you, Bianca said suddenly as they approached the city limits. Valentina kept her expression neutral. We have a temporary alliance. Nothing more. Bianca's knowing smile was infuriating. I've known my brother his entire life. He doesn't look at temporary allies the way he looks at you. We're from different worlds, Valentina said dismissively. Worlds that have been at war for generations. And yet here we are. Bianca navigated through midday traffic with practiced ease. Funny how quickly ancient hatreds can dissolve when you discover you've been fighting the wrong enemy all along. Before Valentina could respond, they arrived at their destination, a quiet side street 3 blocks from the cafe where Nadia would be. Remember, Bianca said, handing Valentina a burner phone, the moment you have what we need or if anything seems off, call me. I'll be circling the area. Valentina nodded, checking her appearance one last time in the visor mirror. With her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, minimal makeup and casual clothes borrowed from Bianca, she looked nothing like the polished mafia princess from the society pages. Just another young professional on her lunch break. Good luck, Bianca called as Valentina stepped onto the sidewalk. The cafe was exactly as Bianca had described. Small, upscale with a European ambience that attracted a diverse clientele. Valentina ordered a cappuccino and took a table near the back, positioning herself to watch the entrance while remaining partially obscured by a decorative plant. 20 minutes later Nadia arrived. She was striking, tall and slim with honey blonde hair cut in a sophisticated bob. Expensive but understated jewelry, a designer handbag, the confident posture of a woman accustomed to being noticed. She took a table by the window, ordered without looking at the menu and withdrew a book from her bag. Valentina waited until Nadia's coffee arrived before making her move. She approached with deliberate casualness, sliding into the chair opposite the blonde woman before she could object. Please don't scream, Valentina said quietly. I'm not here to harm you. Nadia's eyes widened in recognition. Valentina Rossi, she whispered. Everyone thinks you're dead. Not everyone, Valentina replied. Your lover, for instance, knows very well that I'm alive. Or at least he did until recently. Wariness replaced surprise in Nadia's expression. I don't know what you're talking about. Vincent Moretti, Valentina said. The man who ordered my father's murder, who tried to kill his own nephew, and who's now planning to destroy both our families for the sake of a waterfront development deal. Nadia's face paled slightly, but her composure remained intact. If Vincent sent you to test me. Vincent didn't send me. Dante did. That got her attention. Nadia's perfectly manicured hand trembled slightly as she set down her coffee cup. Dante is dead. There was a funeral. There was a funeral for an empty casket, Valentina corrected. Much like the one they're probably planning for me. Doubt flickered across Nadia's features. Prove it. Valentina withdrew her phone, pulling up a photo Bianca had taken just that morning. Dante at the cabin, very much alive, with that day's newspaper visible beside him. Nadia stared at the image, a complex mix of emotions playing across her face. Relief, confusion, fear. Why are you showing me this? Why are you here? Because we need your help, Valentina said simply. We know Vincent and my cousin Anthony conspired to kill my father and seize control of both families. We know about the waterfront project. What we don't have is proof, the kind that would convince our organizations to turn against them. And you think I have this proof? Nadia's laugh was bitter. Vincent doesn't exactly share his business dealings with his mistress. But you see things, Valentina pressed. Hear things. Notice patterns. You've been by his side for years, Nadia. You must have suspected something wasn't right. Nadia glanced around the cafe, suddenly nervous. We shouldn't be talking here. We don't have much choice, Valentina replied. I'm risking everything just being in the city. So is Dante trusting me to contact you. Something in Valentina's tone must have registered, because Nadia's gaze sharpened. You care about him, she observed. Dante. Valentina didn't deny it. We both want the same thing, justice for my father and an end to the bloodshed between our families. Nadia was quiet for a long moment, absently turning her coffee cup in its saucer. Finally she seemed to reach a decision. I can't give you what you need, she said, and Valentina's heart sank. But I know who can. Who? Vincent's accountant, Marcus Delgado. He handles all the offshore accounts, the bribes, everything that can't go through the legitimate books. Nadia leaned forward, lowering her voice. 2 weeks before your father's murder, Vincent had Marcus transfer $500,000 to an account in the Caymans. The same day he had a private meeting with a man I'd never seen before. A professional based on how Vincent treated him. A hitman, Valentina breathed. Nadia nodded. And after your father's death, Vincent met with your cousin Anthony at a property Vincent owns in the mountains. I followed him. He doesn't know I've had my own suspicions for months. Can Marcus provide proof of these transactions? He keeps records of everything as insurance, Nadia confirmed. Vincent trusts him because he's equally implicated in every illegal deal, but Marcus is a survivor. If he senses the tide turning against Vincent, where can we find him? He has a standing poker game every Friday night at the Pearl, that private club on the east side. Valentina nodded, committing the information to memory. Why are you helping us, Nadia? Vincent is a monster, Nadia interrupted, her composure cracking slightly. I've known that for years. But he's a powerful monster with powerful friends. No one crosses Vincent Moretti and lives to tell about it. Dante did, Valentina pointed out. A ghost of a smile touched Nadia's lips. Dante always was the exception to every rule. She reached into her bag, withdrawing a small flash drive which she slid across the table. Give this to him. It's everything I've managed to document over the past year. Meetings, phone calls, suspicious payments. It won't be enough on its own, but combined with whatever Marcus can provide. Valentina pocketed the drive. Vincent will know you've betrayed him. Not if you're careful with Marcus, Nadia replied. And not if Dante moves quickly once he has what he needs. He checked her watch. I need to go. Vincent's men will be looking for me soon. As Nadia gathered her things, Valentina asked the question that had been nagging at her. You and Dante. Bianca said Vincent forced you apart. Nadia's expression softened with old pain. Vincent threatened my sister's children. I had no choice. She stood, smoothing her skirt. Tell Dante I'm sorry. For everything. Before Valentina could respond, Nadia was gone, disappearing through the cafe's entrance with elegant efficiency. Valentina waited 5 minutes before leaving, taking a circuitous route back to the meeting point where Bianca would pick her up. The flash drive felt heavy in her pocket. Their first real lead, their first tangible hope. How did it go? Bianca asked as Valentina slid into the passenger seat. Better than expected, Valentina replied, showing her the drive. And we have another lead, Vincent's accountant, Marcus Delgado. As they drove back toward the mountains, Valentina relayed everything Nadia had shared. Bianca listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, her expression growing more determined with each new piece of information. This could be it, she said as they left the city behind. The break we've been waiting for. But Valentina's thoughts had drifted elsewhere, to the look on Dante's face when they discussed Nadia, to the history between them, to the woman's parting words. Tell Dante I'm sorry. For everything. There's something else, Valentina said slowly. Something about Dante and Nadia that you didn't tell me. Bianca glanced at her, then returned her attention to the winding road. It's not my story to tell. But it matters, Valentina pressed. To what we're doing. To understanding Vincent. After a long pause, Bianca sighed. They were engaged. Dante and Nadia. He even went to our father for permission, old-fashioned as he was. Valentina felt an unexpected pang at this revelation. What happened? Vincent happened. He'd always wanted what Dante had. Our father's approval, respect within the family, the position Dante was being groomed for. Bianca's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. When he couldn't get those things, he settled for taking Nadia instead. That's why Dante was reluctant to involve her. He blames himself, Bianca confirmed. For not protecting her from Vincent. For putting her in that position in the first place. The picture of Dante Moretti in Valentina's mind was shifting, evolving beyond the cold-eyed enemy she'd confronted at her father's funeral. The man who spared her life, who protected her from his own men, who still carried guilt over a woman he'd lost years ago. This was someone she could understand. Someone she could even admire. And that realization was perhaps the most dangerous development of all. As the safe house came into view, nestled among the trees, Valentina reminded herself of their purpose. Temporary allies. A common enemy. Justice for her father. Everything else, these uncomfortable new feelings, this growing connection, was a complication they couldn't afford. But when Dante met them at the door, his relief at seeing her return safely evident in every line of his body, Valentina knew it was already too late. Something had changed between them irrevocably. The war for their family's futures had become personal in ways none of them could have anticipated. Chapter 8. Absolutely not, Dante said, pacing the length of the cabin's open living room. It's too risky. We find another way. There is no other way, Valentina countered, leaning against the kitchen island. Nadia gave us the lead. Marcus has the proof we need. Tomorrow night is our chance to get it. They'd been arguing in circles since Valentina and Bianca had returned with the flash drive and information about Vincent's accountant. The drive had contained damning evidence. Photos of Vincent meeting with a known hitman, records of suspicious money transfers, even a recorded conversation where Vincent discussed needing to handle the Rossi problem permanently. But it wasn't enough. They needed the financial records only Marcus could provide to definitively link Vincent and Anthony to Antonio Rossi's murder. You can't just walk into the Pearl, Dante insisted. Half the city's criminal elite will be there. Someone will recognize you. Not if I'm properly disguised, Valentina said. And not if I have the right cover. Bianca, who had been quietly observing their debate, finally spoke up. The charity gala. Dante stopped pacing. What? The annual Children's Hospital benefit, Bianca explained. It's tomorrow night at the Grand Imperial Hotel, right across from the Pearl. The entire social elite will be there, including several of our legitimate business partners who wouldn't think twice about seeing a Rossi. And Marcus always takes a break from his poker game around 10 to smoke on the hotel's terrace, Valentina added, seizing on Bianca's insight. Nadia mentioned it specifically. Dante shook his head, but Valentina could see he was wavering. Even if you could get close to him, what then? You think he'll just hand over evidence incriminating himself along with Vincent? No, Valentina admitted. But I can plant this on him. She held up a tiny device Bianca had procured. A sophisticated bug capable of infiltrating any phone or computer it contacted. One brush against his jacket pocket and we'll have remote access to his devices. It's still too dangerous, Dante maintained, though with less conviction. Which is why you'll be there too, Bianca interjected smoothly. Both Dante and Valentina turned to her in surprise. Vincent believes you're dead, Bianca continued. A fact we've carefully maintained. With the right disguise, contacts to change your eye color, perhaps a beard, no one would look twice at Valentina's mysterious new business associate from Europe. You want us to attend the gala together, Valentina said slowly, the implications sinking in. As business partners, Bianca clarified. Nothing that would raise eyebrows among either family's associates. Just enough cover to get you both inside, close to Marcus, with a plausible reason to be seen together. Dante and Valentina exchanged a look, each assessing the other's reaction to this proposal. The plan had merit, dangerous certainly, but with potentially enormous payoff. And if they were being honest, neither had a better alternative. Fine, Dante conceded at last. But we plan every detail, have multiple extraction routes, and at the first sign of trouble we abort. Agreed, Valentina said, relieved that he was on board. He turned to Bianca. But we'll need appropriate attire, invitations, the right documentation. Bianca smiled, a cat-like expression of satisfaction. Leave that to me. 24 hours later, Valentina examined her reflection in the full-length mirror of her bedroom at the safe house. The woman who gazed back was both familiar and strange, herself but transformed. Her normally dark hair was now a rich auburn, styled in elegant waves that fell just past her shoulders. Green contact lenses altered her deep brown eyes, while subtle makeup contouring changed the shape of her face just enough to make her less immediately recognizable. The gown Bianca had procured was a masterpiece of understated luxury, midnight blue silk that shimmered with her every movement, cut to flatter without drawing undue attention. Impressive, Bianca said from the doorway. You look like a completely different person. Valentina turned, taking in Bianca's own transformation. A sleek pantsuit, hair pulled back in a severe style, glasses that changed her face dramatically. "Steve, our driver for the evening." "Among other things," Bianca confirmed. "I'll handle the perimeter security, communications, and extraction if needed." She handed Valentina a small clutch purse. "Phone, the bug for Marcus, and a panic button that will alert me instantly if things go wrong." "Where's your brother?" "Finishing his own transformation. And quite effectively, I might add." As if on cue, Dante appeared in the hallway and Valentina felt her breath catch. His dark hair was now streaked with silver at the temples, styled differently than his usual clean-cut look. Designer stubble darkened his jaw, while blue contacts transformed his intense dark gaze. The bespoke tuxedo he wore fit him perfectly, emphasizing broad shoulders and a lean waist. But it was more than the physical changes. He carried himself differently with the slightly detached air of European old money. Even his typical predatory grace had been modulated into something more refined. "Well?" he asked, spreading his hands. "Will I pass inspection?" "Remarkably convincing," Bianca assured him. No one would connect Alessandro Russo, Italian shipping magnate, with Dante Moretti, presumed dead mob boss. Valentina found her voice. "Very impressive." Something flickered in Dante's altered eyes as he took in her appearance, a heat that had nothing to do with their mission. "As are you, Ms. Reynolds," he said, using her cover identity. "Shall we?" Bianca said, gesturing toward the door. "The car is ready." The drive into the city was tense, filled with last-minute review of their cover stories, contingency plans, and the layout of both venues. By the time they pulled up to the Grand Imperial Hotel's entrance, Valentina had slipped fully into her role as Catherine Reynolds, Boston-based investment banker considering a partnership with Alessandro Russo's shipping company. "Remember," Bianca said from the driver's seat as a valet opened the car door, 10 to midnight. "Any longer increases the risk of detection. I'll be monitoring from the service entrance, channel 3 on your earpieces." Dante nodded almost imperceptibly, then stepped out, offering his hand to help Valentina from the car. His touch was warm through the thin fabric of her evening gloves, a steadying presence as they ascended the grand staircase to the hotel's entrance. "Nervous?" he murmured, his voice carrying the faint Italian accent he'd adopted for his character. "Cautiously optimistic," she replied, matching his quiet tone. "You?" "The same." His hand moved to the small of her back as they approached the check-in table, the light pressure both proprietary and oddly comforting. "Ready to play our parts?" The question felt weighted with meaning beyond their immediate mission. Valentina met his gaze, finding in those artificially blue eyes the same intensity that had always characterized Dante Moretti, disguise notwithstanding. "I believe I am," she said softly. Their credentials passed inspection without issue, Bianca's work proving flawless. The ballroom was already crowded with the city's elite, politicians, business leaders, celebrities, and more than a few members of both the Rossi and Moretti extended networks. "Thompson at your 2 o'clock, Dante noted quietly, nodding toward a gray-haired man in deep conversation with the mayor. "Handles money laundering for Vincent through his investment firm." "And Maria Delgado by the champagne fountain," Valentina countered. "Cousin to Marcus, our target. She does PR for several Rossi businesses." They circulated carefully, maintaining their covers while cataloging familiar faces. It was a surreal experience, standing in plain sight among people who would kill them if they knew their true identities, exchanging pleasantries with associates of the very men who had betrayed them. "Dance with me," Dante said suddenly as the orchestra began a waltz. "Is that part of the plan?" Valentina asked, though she was already allowing him to guide her toward the dance floor. "It keeps us moving, gives us a better view of the room, and explains why we're speaking so closely," he reasoned, his hands settling at her waist as they began to move with the music. His logic was sound, but Valentina suspected there was more to it, just as there was more to the shiver that ran through her at his touch. Dancing with Dante Moretti, enemy turned ally, in the midst of a room full of people who would tear them apart if they knew the truth. It was madness. Exhilarating, dangerous madness. "You dance well," she observed as he guided her through a turn. "My mother insisted," he replied, a genuine smile briefly replacing his carefully cultivated European reserve. "Said no son of hers would disgrace the family by stumbling around a ballroom." "Mine too," Valentina admitted. Though she added that a woman who can dance can extract secrets men didn't even know they were keeping. Dante's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. Is that what you're doing with me, Ms. Reynolds? Extracting secrets. The teasing note in his voice sent warmth spreading through her chest. Perhaps. Is it working? More effectively than you know, he murmured, pulling her a fraction closer as they moved around another couple. The waltz ended too soon, forcing them to separate and continue their careful circuit of the ballroom. As they accepted champagne from a passing waiter, Bianca's voice came through their earpieces. Marcus just arrived at the Pearl. You have approximately 90 minutes before his usual smoking break. They acknowledged with subtle nods, continuing their charade. Valentina played her part with practiced ease, laughing at the right moments, making innocuous small talk with other guests, all while keeping track of time and potential threats. At one point they found themselves conversing with a city councilman who served on the zoning board, the very board that had mysteriously reversed its position on the waterfront development. Such a fascinating project, Dante commented in his lightly accented English. I understand it faced regulatory challenges initially? The councilman shifted uncomfortably. Merely procedural matters. The current administration recognizes the economic benefits the development will bring to the area. I heard the Rossi family objected strongly, Valentina added, watching the man's reaction closely. Something about existing claims to portions of the property? Unfortunate business that, the councilman replied, his discomfort more evident. But with Antonio Rossi's tragic passing and the family in transition, those objections have been reconsidered. How convenient, Dante observed mildly. The councilman didn't seem to catch the edge in his tone. Indeed. The new leadership seems more pragmatic about business opportunities. New leadership? Valentina inquired innocently. I thought his daughter was taking over. Well, yes, officially, but... The councilman glanced around, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. Between us, her cousin Anthony is the one making the real decisions now. Much more reasonable fellow. Understands how the game is played. Dante's hand tightened almost imperceptibly on his champagne flute, the only outward sign of his anger. Valentina felt a similar rage building within her, but kept her expression pleasantly interested. And the Moretti family? She asked. I understand they're the primary developers? Vincent Moretti, the councilman confirmed. Brilliant businessman. Tragic about his nephew, of course, but Vincent has stepped in seamlessly. The project breaks ground next month, assuming the final approvals come through as expected. How fortunate that everything has aligned so neatly, Dante remarked, his tone perfectly balanced between admiration and mild curiosity. They excused themselves shortly after, moving toward the terrace doors. Once relatively alone, Valentina whispered, they're moving faster than we thought. Next month. Vincent never wastes time, Dante replied grimly. And now we know Anthony has been actively working with the zoning board, presenting himself as the real power in the Rossi family. We need that evidence from Marcus more than ever, Valentina said. As if on cue, Bianca's voice came through their earpieces again. Marcus is heading for his smoke break. Now's your chance. They made their way casually to the terrace, where several guests had gathered to enjoy the mild evening air and spectacular view of the city skyline. The Pearl's exclusive rooftop smoking area was visible just across the narrow street, and there, leaning against the railing with a cigar, was their target. I'll create a distraction, Dante murmured. That should give you clear access to the service stairs connecting the two buildings. Before Valentina could respond, he pressed a soft kiss to her cheek, a casual gesture between supposed business associates saying goodnight, but one that left her momentarily startled. For luck, he said with a wink, then moved toward a group of hotel staff, subtly removing a small device from his pocket. Moments later, the fire alarm blared to life. As guests and staff reacted with confusion, Dante smoothly guided the evacuation process, his authoritative manner ensuring all eyes were on him rather than on Valentina, who slipped quietly toward the service entrance. The connecting walkway between the hotel and the Pearl was deserted, security focused on the alarm at the hotel. Valentina moved swiftly, emerging onto the Pearl's rooftop just as Marcus was crushing out his cigar, preparing to return to his game. She adopted a slightly intoxicated demeanor, stumbling as she emerged onto the terrace. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she laughed, deliberately colliding with Marcus. "I was trying to escape that dreadful alarm, and I think I've gotten completely turned around." "This area is private," Marcus said, steadying her with a hand on her arm. "Hotel guests should use the main stairwell." "How embarrassing," Valentina gushed, using the moment of physical contact to slip the bug into his jacket pocket. "Could you point me in the right direction? I'd be ever so grateful." Marcus, clearly in a hurry to return to his game but unwilling to be rude to an attractive woman in an expensive gown, gave her cursory directions before excusing himself. Valentina watched him go, confirming the bug was securely placed before making her way back to the hotel. By the time she returned, the alarm had been silenced, explained away as a minor kitchen incident. She found Dante near the ballroom entrance, his posture relaxed but his eyes alert. "Success?" he asked quietly as she joined him. "Package delivered," she confirmed. "Bianca should have access to his devices within minutes. Time to make our exit then. Before our luck runs out." They made their way toward the grand staircase, their mission accomplished more smoothly than either had dared hope. As they descended, Dante placed his hand lightly on her lower back again, a gesture that was becoming increasingly familiar, and increasingly affecting. "Ms. Reynolds. Is that you?" The voice from behind them sent ice through Valentina's veins. She turned slowly, schooling her features into a mask of polite inquiry, and found herself face to face with Carlo Bianchi, her father's former captain, now Anthony's right hand. "I'm sorry," she responded, her accent carefully modulated to match her Boston cover identity. Carlo frowned, studying her face. "Forgive me, you reminded me of someone I know. Valentina Rossi? Perhaps you've met during your business dealings in the city." "I'm afraid not," Valentina replied smoothly. "I've only just arrived from Boston 3 days ago." Dante stepped slightly forward, his posture subtly protective. "Is there a problem, signore?" Carlo's gaze shifted to Dante, eyes narrowing slightly. No problem. You just seem familiar somehow." "We have that kind of face, I suppose," Dante replied with a casual shrug. "Common features. Now if you'll excuse us, we have another engagement." They continued down the stairs, maintaining their unhurried pace despite the alarm bells ringing in Valentina's mind. Carlo was watching them, she could feel his suspicious gaze boring into her back. "He's not convinced," she murmured as they reached the hotel entrance. "No, he's not," Dante agreed. "Bianca," he spoke quietly into his concealed mic. "Potential situation. Carlo Bianchi may have made us. Proceed to extraction point Alpha." "Acknowledged," came Bianca's terse reply. "Car will be at the east entrance in 2 minutes." They moved through the lobby with deliberate casualness, but as they approached the east doors, Valentina spotted 2 of Anthony's men entering from the main entrance. "We've got company," she warned. Dante assessed the situation in an instant. "Change of plans," he said, guiding her toward a service corridor. "We'll use the kitchen exit." They increased their pace, no longer concerned with maintaining their cover. As they pushed through the swinging doors into the hotel's massive kitchen, shouts erupted behind them. "There they are. Move," Dante urged, pulling Valentina through the startled kitchen staff, dodging around prep tables and equipment. They burst through the rear delivery entrance into an alley just as gunfire erupted behind them. Dante shoved Valentina behind a dumpster, drawing his own weapon from beneath his tuxedo jacket. "Bianca," he barked into his calm, "we're compromised. East Alley, heavy pursuit." "On my way," his sister responded, the sound of screeching tires audible in the background. Dante fired 2 precise shots toward their pursuers, buying them precious seconds. "When I say run, head for the street. Don't stop, don't look back." Valentina nodded, adrenaline flooding her system. She slipped off her heels for better mobility, the cold pavement sharp against her stockinged feet. "Now!" Dante shouted, firing several more shots as they sprinted toward the alley's end. Bianca's sleek black car skidded to a halt at the curb just as they emerged. They dove into the back seat, bullets pinging off the reinforced frame as Bianca accelerated away from the chaos. "Are you hit?" Dante demanded, checking Valentina over with frantic hands. "I'm fine," she assured him, breathing hard. "You?" "Clean," he confirmed, turning to his sister. "Carlo recognized us." Or at least suspected enough to alert Anthony's men. Your disguises were good, Bianca said grimly, executing a sharp turn to shake any potential pursuit. But Carlo knew both of you too well. The mission? Valentina asked, remembering their purpose through the adrenaline haze. Bianca's tension eased slightly. Success. The bug is active and I'm already receiving data from Marcus's devices. Preliminary information confirms everything we suspected. Vincent and Anthony have been planning this for months. Relief washed over Valentina, temporarily overwhelming the fear and tension of their narrow escape. She sagged against the seat, suddenly aware of Dante's arms still around her shoulders, his body warm against hers. Worth it then, she said softly. Dante's arm tightened slightly, drawing her closer. Worth it, he agreed, his voice equally quiet. But our timetable just accelerated significantly. Carlo will tell Anthony, who will tell Vincent. They'll know we're working together and they'll move against us sooner rather than later. Then we move first, Valentina stated, determination hardening within her. We have what we need now. It's time to take back what's ours. As they sped away from the city toward the safety of the mountain cabin, Valentina's mind raced with plans and possibilities. The dangerous game they'd been playing had just become deadly serious. But with Dante beside her, his steady presence a counterpoint to the chaos they'd unleashed, she felt strangely, impossibly confident. The battle for their family's futures was about to begin in earnest. And this time they would be fighting it together. Chapter 9. Dawn was breaking over the mountains as Bianca's car pulled up to the safe house. Their escape from the city had been tense, taking circuitous routes to ensure they weren't followed. Now, bone-tired but running on adrenaline, they gathered in the security room to examine what the bug had captured from Marcus's devices. It's all here, Bianca said, eyes gleaming as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Bank transfers, meeting schedules, communications between Vincent and Anthony going back months. Dante leaned over her shoulder, still in his rumpled tuxedo though he'd removed the bow tie and contact lenses. Can you trace the money? Already working on it. Bianca pulled up a complex web of transactions. 500,000 to a Cayman account 3 days before Antonio's murder. The account belongs to this shell company. She typed rapidly, following the digital breadcrumbs. Which is owned by this holding company, which made a payment to this known associate of Kieran Walsh. Dante finished grimly. Vincent's go-to hitman for high-profile jobs. Valentina, who had changed from her evening gown into borrowed sweats, felt a cold certainty settle over her. That's who killed my father. On Vincent's orders, Dante confirmed. And with Anthony's blessing according to these messages. Bianca pulled up an encrypted chat log. The conversation was coded but clear enough. *V. The old man won't budge. Time to implement our alternative strategy. Expensive but worth it if it gets us the waterfront. *V. My contact is ready. Once it's done you handle your side, I'll handle mine. *A. Agreed. No hesitation. The timestamp was 2 days before Antonio Rossi's murder. We have them, Valentina whispered, a complex mix of emotions washing over her. Vindication, grief, rage. This is enough to convince both organizations. It's enough to start, Dante agreed. But we need a plan. Vincent and Anthony control considerable resources and manpower. And after tonight they know we're working together. They'll accelerate their timeline, Bianca added. The groundbreaking ceremony for the waterfront development is scheduled for next week. They'll want to solidify control of both families before then. Valentina paced the small room, mind racing. We need to separate them. Together they're too powerful. But if we can isolate Anthony from Vincent. My thoughts exactly, Dante said. Bianca, how soon can you get this information to Sofia? I can establish secure contact within hours, she replied. But transmitting all this data safely will take time. Select the most damning evidence first, Valentina directed. The money transfers to Walsh, the messages between Vincent and Anthony, anything directly linking them to my father's murder. Bianca nodded, already sorting through the files. I'll need a few hours. You two should rest. It's been a long night. But neither Valentina nor Dante moved toward the door. The weight of what they'd discovered, what lay ahead, kept them rooted in place. I'll make coffee, Dante finally said. We need to plan our next moves carefully. In the kitchen, as dawn light streamed through the windows, Valentina watched Dante prepare coffee with the same focused precision he applied to everything. The events of the past few days seemed surreal. Enemies becoming allies, family becoming foes, the axis of her world tilting beyond recognition. Your father would be proud, Dante said suddenly, breaking the silence as he handed her a steaming mug. Valentina looked up, surprised. Of what? Your strength. Your determination to find the truth, even when it led places you didn't expect. He leaned against the counter, his dark eyes intent on her face. Not everyone could have done what you've done these past days. I could say the same about you, she replied. Walking away from your family's legacy, risking everything to make things right. Not walking away, Dante corrected. Trying to save what matters about it. My father built something that meant something. Protection for our people, opportunity, community. Vincent would destroy all that for profit. Like Anthony would destroy everything my father valued, Valentina agreed. Money over family. Power over principle. They fell silent, both contemplating the parallel paths that had brought them to this moment. Outside, birds began their morning songs, oblivious to the human dramas unfolding beneath them. We should discuss strategy, Valentina said after a moment, setting down her mug. Once Sophia has the evidence, we need to coordinate. We need to discuss us first, Dante interrupted, his voice low but firm. Valentina stilled. Us. Don't pretend you don't feel it too. He moved closer, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Whatever this is between us. It's been there from the beginning. Hatred, she suggested, but the word lacked conviction. At first maybe, he acknowledged. But now. Valentina turned away, unable to hold his penetrating gaze. Now is complicated. We're in the middle of a war. Which is exactly why we need to be clear about where we stand. Dante's hand came to rest gently on her arm, turning her back to face him. If we're going into battle together, I need to know. What? Valentina challenged, suddenly angry at the emotions he was forcing her to confront. That I don't hate you anymore? That I might actually respect you? That when you look at me like that, I can barely remember why we're supposed to be enemies. His eyes darkened. That's a start. It's a complication we can't afford, she insisted, though she made no move to step away from him. Your family. My family. Generations of blood and hatred between us. All orchestrated by people like Vincent and Anthony, Dante pointed out. People who profit from keeping us divided. And what happens when this is over? Valentina demanded. We go back to our separate corners? Pretend none of this happened? Or do we just continue a Romeo and Juliet fantasy until it inevitably self-destructs? Frustration flashed across Dante's features. Is that what you think this is? A fantasy? I don't know what this is. The words burst from her with unexpected force. I came to your club to kill you a week ago. Now I'm standing in your kitchen discussing. What exactly are we discussing, Dante? The fact that I can't stop thinking about you, he said bluntly. That somewhere between you trying to put a bullet in my head and us running for our lives together, something changed. And I know you feel it too. So what? We're in an impossible situation. That's where you're wrong, Dante countered, stepping closer. For the first time we have a chance at something possible. Something real. A future without the lies that have kept our families at war. You make it sound so simple, Valentina said, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not simple. But it is clear. His hand came up to cup her cheek, and despite herself she leaned into his touch. I know where I stand, Valentina. I just need to know where you stand. The tension between them had built to an unbearable pitch. All the fear, anger, respect, and grudging attraction of the past days converged in this single moment of truth. I stand with you, she finally admitted, the words both a surrender and a declaration of war against everything that had kept them apart. God help me, but I do. Something fierce and triumphant flashed in Dante's eyes before he closed the remaining distance between them. Their lips met in a kiss that was anything but gentle. It was a claiming, a confession, an exorcism of the ghosts that had haunted them both. Valentina's hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer even as some rational part of her mind screamed that this was madness. His arms encircled her waist, lifting her slightly as the kiss deepened, became something hungry and desperate and inevitable. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Dante rested his forehead against hers. "Tell me that's a complication we can't afford," he challenged softly. "It is," she replied, her voice unsteady. "But it's one I'm no longer willing to live without." The sound of a throat clearing from the doorway shattered the moment. They turned to find Bianca watching them, one eyebrow raised in a mixture of amusement and concern. "Sorry to interrupt whatever this is," she said, "but we have a problem." Sophia just made contact. Anthony's moved up his timeline. He's called a meeting of all the Rossi captains for tonight. He's going to make his move to officially take control. Reality crashed back with brutal force. Valentina straightened, stepping out of Dante's embrace though his hand remained at the small of her back. "Then we move now," she said, decision crystallizing. "It's time I returned from the dead." The war for their families had just entered its most dangerous phase. But for the first time Valentina didn't feel alone in the fight. Chapter 10. The plan came together with military precision. Sophia would ensure Valentina's safe return to Rossi territory, armed with enough evidence to cast doubt on Anthony without revealing their full hand. Meanwhile, Dante and Bianca would continue gathering intelligence on Vincent's operations from the shadows. "It's too risky," Dante argued as Valentina prepared to leave. "If Anthony suspects anything—" "He won't," she insisted, checking the small pistol Sophia had arranged to have waiting for her. "As far as he knows, I've escaped Moretti captivity and am returning to reclaim my rightful place. It's exactly what he'll expect. And when he realizes you're not going to play into his hands?" Valentina's expression hardened. "By then it will be too late. The captains will have seen the evidence. The seed of doubt will be planted." They stood in the safe house's garage, where a nondescript sedan was waiting. Bianca had gone ahead to secure the route, leaving them a moment of privacy. "I don't like us separating," Dante admitted. "Not when we're so close." "It's the only way," Valentina reminded him. "You're still presumed dead, your greatest advantage. And I need to be seen publicly returning to assert my authority." He knew she was right, but the thought of her walking into the Viper's nest alone set his teeth on edge. Especially after what had happened between them that morning. Their kiss had changed everything and nothing, acknowledging the connection between them while making their current separation all the more difficult. "At least take this," Dante said, pressing a small device into her palm. "Emergency beacon. If anything goes wrong, anything at all, activate it. Bianca and I will come for you, consequences be damned." Valentina's fingers closed around the device. "I won't need it. But, thank you." They held each other's gaze for a long moment, both aware they were crossing a threshold from which there would be no return. "Be careful," he said softly. "You too." She hesitated, then rose on her toes to brush her lips against his, a brief, fierce promise. "This isn't over." "Not by a long shot," he agreed. With that she was gone, sliding into the driver's seat and pulling away down the gravel drive, leaving Dante alone with a gnawing sense of foreboding. Sophia was waiting exactly where she'd promised. A deserted service station on the outskirts of the city, her sleek black car the only vehicle in sight. The women embraced briefly but fiercely when Valentina approached. "Thank God," Sophia breathed. "When you disappeared from Inferno that night, I feared the worst." "It nearly was," Valentina confirmed, following Sophia to her car. "But it wasn't what we thought." None of it was. During the drive to Rossi territory, Valentina provided a carefully edited version of events. Her captivity by Dante, true. His death during an internal Moretti power struggle, false. Her subsequent escape, partially true. And her discovery of evidence implicating Anthony in her father's murder, absolutely true. "I knew that Snake was involved," Sophia hissed, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "The way he swooped in after Antonio's death, pushing for control." "We need to be careful," Valentina cautioned. "He's gathered significant support. Tonight's meeting is his attempt to cement his position officially." "The captains are divided," Sophia admitted. "Some remain loyal to your father's wishes. Others—" She shrugged expressively. "Money speaks loudly. And family loyalty is increasingly rare," Sophia finished grimly. "But your return will shift the balance. Antonio's daughter, risen from the grave, It carries weight. They arrived at the Rossi compound as afternoon shadows stretched across the manicured grounds. The guards at the gate stared in open shock as Valentina emerged from the car, one actually crossing himself as if seeing a ghost. "Alert the house," Sophia instructed them. "Ms. Rossi has returned." Word spread like wildfire. By the time Valentina reached the main house, staff and soldiers were gathering, whispers rippling through the crowd. She walked with deliberate confidence, channeling her father's commanding presence. In the foyer she came face to face with her cousin Anthony. "Valentina," he said, his surprise quickly masked by a practiced smile. "This is unexpected. We thought you were dead." "Clearly," she replied coolly. "Yet here I stand." Anthony embraced her, the gesture as false as his welcome. "Thank God. We've been searching for you since the incident at Inferno." "Have you?" Valentina stepped back, studying his face. Handsome in a conventional way, with their grandmother's blue eyes and their shared family's olive complexion. Eyes that had always been skilled at deception. "How convenient that tonight you plan to announce yourself as the new head of the family." A flash of anger crossed his features before he smoothed it away. "A temporary measure only. In your absence, someone needed to lead." "Well, I'm no longer absent," she stated, her voice carrying to the gathered onlookers. "And I've learned a great deal during my captivity." Wariness replaced the false welcome in Anthony's eyes. "You must be exhausted. We can discuss everything after you've rested." "I've rested enough," Valentina countered. "In fact, I'm looking forward to tonight's meeting. I have much to share with the captains." Anthony's smile tightened. "Of course. Though perhaps a private conversation first would be prudent." "The time for private conversations is past, cousin." She moved toward the grand staircase, effectively dismissing him. "I'll see you at 8. In her father's study, her study now, Sophia provided updates on the family's operations while Valentina prepared for the evening's confrontation. The evidence against Anthony was damning but not yet complete. She needed to plant doubt without showing her full hand prematurely. "The most loyal captains?" she asked, reviewing the roster of attendees. "Marco, of course. Gabrielle. Luca, though he's cautious. Paolo is firmly in Anthony's camp now, along with Carlo." Sophia's mouth twisted with disgust. "The others are waiting to see which way the wind blows." "And my father's personal guard?" "Divided. Half remain loyal to his memory and you. The others follow whoever pays best." Valentina nodded, unsurprised. "Have Marco position the loyal guard strategically around the meeting room. Not obviously, but enough to provide coverage if needed." As evening approached, she changed into a black suit, armor for the battle ahead. The Rossi family crest gleamed on her lapel pin, a visual reminder of her birthright. When she descended to the meeting room, conversations hushed as all eyes turned to her. Anthony had claimed her father's seat at the head of the table. She approached without hesitation, her gaze cool and expectant until he reluctantly stood, yielding the position. Small victory but significant, establishing the power dynamic before any words were spoken. "Gentlemen," she greeted the assembled captains once seated. "It seems much has changed in my absence." For the next hour she listened more than spoke, allowing Anthony to present his vision for the family's future. The waterfront development featured prominently, a historic opportunity to expand their legitimate business empire while strengthening ties with the Moretti organization under Vincent's leadership. "And what of Dante Moretti's death?" she asked when Anthony paused. "Convenient timing for such a partnership." Anthony's expression darkened momentarily. "A tragedy certainly. But business continues regardless of personal losses." "Indeed," Valentina agreed. "As my own father's murder demonstrates." A tense silence fell over the room. "A murder," she continued, "that remains unsolved. Though perhaps not for much longer." She withdrew a folder containing select documents from Marcus's files, just enough to raise questions without revealing their source. Bank statements showing massive transfers to offshore accounts. Meeting schedules placing Anthony with Vincent Moretti on multiple occasions before Antonio's death. A photograph of Anthony with a man identified in the margin as Kieran Walsh. "What is this?" Anthony demanded as the documents circulated among the captains. "Questions that need answering," Valentina replied evenly. such as why my cousin was meeting with a known contract killer 3 days before my father's murder. Or why $500,000 moved through accounts under his control immediately afterward. Murmurs spread around the table. Anthony's face flushed with anger. Fabrications, he snarled. A desperate attempt to undermine me after you abandoned your responsibilities. I was taken captive, Valentina corrected. By the Morettis. Though interestingly not on Dante's orders. The captains exchanged glances, confusion evident. This contradicted the narrative Anthony had been pushing, that Dante had ordered Antonio's death and Valentina's abduction. And how would you know this? Carlo challenged, coming to Anthony's defense. Unless you've been collaborating with our enemies? It was the accusation she'd been anticipating, yet it still stung. I know because I escaped during an internal power struggle that left Dante Moretti dead. Vincent's men were explicit about who gave the orders and why. Another lie, but a necessary one. For now, Dante's presumed death was their greatest advantage. Convenient story, Anthony scoffed. No way to verify it, of course. Unlike these financial records, Marco interjected, holding up one of the documents. Which raised troubling questions. The meeting devolved into heated debate, exactly as Valentina had intended. She'd planted the seed of doubt without fully exposing their evidence or strategy. By the time she called for adjournment, the captains were divided, some openly questioning Anthony, others increasingly defensive. This isn't over, Anthony hissed as they exited the room. You have no idea what you're dealing with. On the contrary, Valentina replied softly. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. The question is, do you? She retreated to her rooms where Sophia was waiting with an encrypted phone, their secure line to Dante and Bianca. Phase 1 complete, Valentina reported. Anthony's rattled, the captains are questioning. What's your status? Vincent's accelerated his plans. Dante's voice came through, the connection slightly distorted. He's called a family meeting tomorrow to formalize his position. Bianca's working on getting me inside. Be careful, Valentina cautioned. If he's even suspected you survived. I know. His tone softened slightly. How are you holding up? Managing, she replied, aware of Sophia's curious gaze. I should go. Regular check-in at midnight. I'll be waiting. After the call ended, Sophia regarded her thoughtfully. You and the Moretti heir, she said, not a question but an observation. I wondered if something had happened during your captivity. It's complicated, Valentina admitted. It always is with matters of the heart, Sophia replied, surprising her. Your father would understand better than you might think. Before Valentina could question this cryptic statement, a soft knock came at the door. A maid entered with a sealed envelope. From Mr. Conti, ma'am, she explained. He said it was urgent. Valentina opened it once they were alone. Inside was a single note in Gabrielle's precise handwriting. Anthony meeting Vincent tonight. Marina Warehouse, midnight. Come alone or not at all. A trap. Sophia suggested, reading over her shoulder. Possibly, Valentina acknowledged. Or the final piece of evidence we need. You can't go alone. I won't, Valentina decided, reaching for the secure phone again. I'll have the best backup possible. But before she could make the call, the bedroom door burst open. Carlo stood there, flanked by armed guards, Anthony's men, not her father's. Valentina Rossi, he announced with grim satisfaction, you're under house arrest for conspiring with the enemy. Sophia Ricci, you're detained as her accomplice. The guards moved in swiftly, confiscating the phone and the note. Valentina locked eyes with Sophia, a silent message passing between them. Don't resist. Not yet. On whose authority? Valentina demanded, though she already knew the answer. Carlo's smile was cold. Your devoted friend reached out to Anthony earlier today, he revealed, nodding toward Sophia. Concerned about your mental state after your ordeal. Your apparent collaboration with Dante Moretti. Valentina turned to Sophia, disbelief warring with dawning horror. Sophia. The older woman wouldn't meet her eyes. I'm sorry, Valentine, she whispered, using Antonio's pet name for his daughter. But family comes first. Always. The betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound. Sophia, her father's consigliere, her mentor, her most trusted ally, had been Anthony's creature all along. Take them to the guest house, Carlo ordered. Keep them separated and under guard until Anthony returns. As the guards led them away, Valentina's hand moved instinctively to where Dante's emergency beacon should have been, only to find her pocket empty. Sophia had taken that too. Chapter 11. The guest house, once a charming retreat on the Rossi estate, had been transformed into an elegant prison. Valentina paced its confines, mind racing as she catalogued her limited options. No phone. No weapons. 2 guards outside the door, likely more patrolling the grounds. And no emergency beacon to alert Dante. Sophia's betrayal had blindsided her completely. The woman who had guided her through childhood, who had stood beside her father for decades, who had shed genuine tears at his funeral, or so Valentina had believed. Had it all been an act? How long had Sophia been working against them? As darkness fell, Valentina moved methodically through the guest house, searching for anything that might serve as a weapon or communication device. The guards had been thorough, removing even the most innocuous items that might aid an escape. A soft knock at the door interrupted her search. One of the younger guards entered, carrying a tray of food. "Mr. Biensi thought you might be hungry," he explained, setting it down on the coffee table. Valentina recognized him, Marco's nephew, newly inducted into the family business. His presence was either an oversight or an opportunity. "Thank you, Enzo," she said, using his name deliberately. "How is your mother? She was ill last month, wasn't she?" Surprise flickered across his features. "She's better. Thank you for asking. My father always spoke highly of your family's loyalty," Valentina continued, watching him carefully. "He valued those he could trust implicitly." Enzo shifted uncomfortably. "I should go, Ms. Rossi." "Of course." She moved toward the tray, then paused. "May I ask you one thing, though? Does Anthony truly believe I conspired with Dante Moretti? Or is that just the story he's telling the captains?" The young man hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. "There's a photograph," he finally admitted, "of you and Moretti. At some fancy hotel. Carlo showed it to everyone after you were detained. The charity gala. Someone had managed to photograph them despite their disguises." "I see," Valentina said quietly. "And what does Anthony plan to do with me?" "I don't know." Enzo glanced toward the door nervously. "But he's meeting Vincent Moretti tonight. About the waterfront deal. And other matters. Including her fate, no doubt. Thank you for your honesty, Enzo." After he left, Valentina examined the food tray more carefully. Beneath the cloth napkin, partially hidden by the plate, lay a small switchblade and a folded note. She opened it quickly, recognizing Uncle Marco's handwriting. "Midnight. Be ready." A spark of hope flared in her chest. Not everyone had abandoned her. 3 hours later, as the compound settled into late-night quiet, Valentina heard the distinctive sound of suppressed gunfire, distant but unmistakable. Then footsteps approaching the guest house, hushed voices, the guards outside her door being subdued. Uncle Marco burst in, face grim, a pistol in his gloved hand. "We don't have much time," he said without preamble. "Anthony left for the marina meeting, but he'll have called in reinforcements once he realized what's happening." "Sophia?" Valentina asked, following him out. "Secured," Marco replied, his tone hardening. "Though she deserves far worse for her betrayal." Outside, men from Marco's crew had neutralized the perimeter guards. The night was clear and cold, the compound eerily silent except for distant shouts from the main house. "We can't go to any of the usual safe houses," Marco warned as they reached a waiting SUV. "Anthony will have them watched." "I know somewhere," Valentina said, thinking of Dante's cabin. "But first I need to get to the marina warehouse. Anthony's meeting Vincent there." Marco stared at her. "That's suicide." "It's our best chance to catch them both together with proof of their conspiracy," she insisted. "But I need to alert my ally first." Reluctantly, Marco handed her a phone. She dialed from memory, praying Dante would answer an unknown number. He picked up on the second ring, his voice cautious. "Who is this?" "It's me," Valentina said, relief washing over her at the sound of his voice. "Sophia betrayed us. Anthony knows everything. Are you safe?" The urgency in his tone was palpable. "For now. Uncle Marco got me out. She glanced at her godfather, aware of his scrutiny. Anthony's meeting Vincent at the Marina warehouse tonight. It's our chance to catch them both. It's a trap, Dante said immediately. They're expecting you to follow. Probably, she agreed. But it's also our best opportunity. If we coordinate. I'm already near the marina, he cut in. Bianca intercepted communications about the meeting. We were trying to find a way to warn you. Hope surged through her. How soon can you get eyes inside? Already working on it. But Valentina, listen to me, don't come here. Not yet. Vincent's brought significant firepower, and if Anthony's forces join them, we'll be outgunned, she acknowledged. But we can't let this opportunity slip away. What if we... A sudden explosion rocked the night, so powerful that Valentina could hear it both through the phone and in the distance toward the city. Dante. She called urgently when the line filled with static. Dante. Ambush. His voice came through, broken and distant. They knew. The call cut off abruptly. We need to go, Valentina told Marco, fear clutching at her throat. Now. Marco didn't argue, instructing his driver to head toward the marina at top speed. As they raced through the night, Valentina tried repeatedly to re-establish contact with Dante, each failed attempt increasing her dread. This ally of yours, Marco said carefully as they approached the waterfront. It's Dante Moretti, isn't it? The man everyone believes is dead. Valentina met her godfather's gaze steadily. Yes. Your father would be surprised. My father would want justice, she countered. Even if it came from unexpected quarters. Marco considered this, then nodded slowly. Antonio always did believe in following truth wherever it led. They arrived at the marina to find chaos. One of the warehouses was engulfed in flames, emergency vehicles converging on the scene, curious onlookers gathering despite the late hour. Valentina's heart sank as she recognized the building, the same one mentioned in Gabrielle's note. Drive around the back, she instructed. Away from the police. They circled the marina complex, eventually stopping behind an abandoned fishing supply store several hundred yards from the burning warehouse. In the darkness, Valentina could make out a familiar figure approaching their vehicle. Bianca Moretti, face smudged with soot, a bloody gash on her forehead. Where's Dante? Valentina demanded as the woman reached them. Inside, Bianca replied grimly. Vincent's men were waiting. It was a setup from the beginning. They separated us during the initial explosion, then pinned him down near the offices. Anthony arrived just before everything went to hell. He's in there too. Marco's men fanned out, establishing a perimeter while Valentina assessed their options. The warehouse was a death trap, partially collapsed, actively burning, surrounded by Vincent's soldiers on one side and emergency responders on the other. How many men does Vincent have? She asked. At least 15, Bianca reported. Positioned at all exits. They're not trying to escape, they're making sure no one gets out. Or in, Marco added grimly. We have 7. Not enough for a frontal assault. Valentina studied the burning building, desperation sharpening her focus. We don't need to assault, she decided. We need to distract. She turned to one of Marco's men. Your phone, does it have the police scanner app? Within minutes, they had intercepted emergency communications. The fire department was preparing to enter the east side of the warehouse, where the flames were less intense. Vincent's men would be forced to either retreat or engage with official responders. Neither option tenable for criminals trying to maintain a low profile. We go in through the loading bay on the west side, Valentina decided. Under cover of the confusion. Marco, your men create a diversion to draw Vincent's perimeter guards away from that entrance. Bianca and I will find Dante. And Anthony? Marco asked. If possible, we take him alive, Valentina stated. We need his testimony against Vincent to cement our case with both families. They moved swiftly, utilizing the chaos of the fire response to approach the warehouse undetected. As planned, Marco's men created a distraction. A series of small explosions near the emergency vehicles, drawing attention and personnel away from the western side of the complex. Bianca led Valentina through a partially collapsed loading door, into the smoke-filled interior of the warehouse. The heat was intense, visibility poor, But Bianca navigated with confidence, having already been inside. "The office complex is this way," she whispered, staying low to avoid the worst of the smoke. "Dante was pinned down in the manager's suite when I lost contact." They moved cautiously, aware that Vincent's men could be anywhere in the burning building. The fire had spread rapidly through the southern section, creating an apocalyptic landscape of fallen beams and smoldering debris. A burst of gunfire echoed from somewhere ahead, followed by shouting. Valentina recognized Anthony's voice, high and panicked. "You said this was about the deal. You never mentioned killing her." "Plans change," came Vincent's calm reply. "Your cousin's proven more troublesome than anticipated. As has my nephew apparently." Bianca signaled for Valentina to hold position as they approached a partially open door. Through the gap Valentina could see into what had once been an office suite. Vincent Moretti stood with his back to them, surrounded by 4 armed men. Anthony was visible to his right, face contorted with a mixture of fear and anger. And slumped against the far wall, blood staining his shirt, was Dante. Valentina's heart stuttered at the sight. She couldn't tell if he was breathing, if the wound was fatal. All she knew was that the man she'd come to care for, against all logic, against generations of hatred, was hurt because of her. Because she'd been careless enough to trust Sophia, to walk into an obvious trap. "Our arrangement was clear," Anthony was saying, his voice edged with desperation. "The waterfront development, positions of power in both organizations. Not this." Vincent laughed coldly. "You're a child playing at business, Anthony. Did you really think I'd share power once your cousin was eliminated? Once my inconvenient nephew was out of the picture? You've served your purpose." Fear flashed across Anthony's face as he realized his own betrayal had come full circle. "You won't get away with this," he stammered. "The families won't accept." "The families will accept whatever narrative I provide," Vincent cut him off. "A tragic fire during peace negotiations. The last of the Rossi line and my poor presumed dead nephew, both lost in a terrible accident." He gestured to one of his men. "Finish them both. Then burn the rest of this place to the ground." Valentina acted on instinct, diving through the doorway as the gunman raised his weapon toward Dante. Her first shot caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around. Her second took down the man beside him. Bianca burst in behind her, her own gun finding targets with deadly accuracy. Vincent whirled, genuine shock registering on his face as he recognized his assailants. "You," he snarled, drawing his own weapon. "This is impossible." Before he could fire, another shot rang out from behind him. Vincent staggered, confusion replacing rage as he looked down at the spreading red stain on his chest. Behind him, Anthony stood trembling, the gun in his hand still smoking. "You underestimated all of us," Anthony said, his voice breaking. Vincent collapsed to his knees, then toppled forward. The remaining guards, seeing their boss fall, immediately surrendered. Valentina rushed to Dante's side, heart in her throat as she assessed his injuries. A bullet had grazed his temple, another had lodged in his shoulder, but his eyes were open, alert. "Took you long enough," he managed, his voice weak but unmistakably alive. "Traffic was terrible," she replied, tears threatening despite her attempt at lightness. "Can you move?" "With the right motivation." He gripped her hand, his gaze intense despite his injuries. "You came for me." "Of course I did," Valentina said simply. "We're in this together, remember?" As Bianca secured the guards and Marco's men arrived to help extract them, Valentina turned to Anthony, who stood frozen, the gun now hanging limply at his side. "Why?" she asked. "Why save us after everything you've done?" Anthony's laugh was hollow, edged with hysteria. "Self-preservation. Vincent was going to kill me too once I'd served my purpose." He met her gaze, something like regret in his eyes. "And maybe there's still a shred of family loyalty left after all. Not enough to spare you the consequences," Valentina said coldly, "but enough that I'll ensure you receive a fair trial within the family." As sirens wailed closer and the fire continued to consume the warehouse, they made their escape through a rear service corridor, supporting Dante between them. Outside, Marco's men had secured transportation, ready to whisk them away before official responders could complicate matters further. "The evidence?" Valentina asked Dante as they reached the vehicles. "Safe," he assured her, grimacing in pain as they helped him into the SUV. Bianca uploaded everything from Marcus's devices to secure servers before we came here. It's over, Valentina. We've won. But as they sped away from the burning marina, Valentina knew it wasn't quite that simple. Vincent was dead, Anthony captured, but the power vacuum in both families would create new dangers. The waterfront development that had motivated so much bloodshed remained a prize others would covet. And their own unprecedented alliance, Rossi and Moretti working together, perhaps something more, would face opposition from traditionalists on both sides. The war wasn't over. It had simply entered a new phase. But with Dante beside her, his hands still gripping hers despite his injuries, Valentina felt ready to face whatever came next. Together. Chapter 12. The small coastal cottage seemed worlds away from the burning warehouse, the family compounds, the city with its tangled web of allegiances and betrayals. Perched on a rocky bluff overlooking the Atlantic, it offered something both Valentina and Dante desperately needed: anonymity. Time to heal. Time to think. This place belonged to my mother's family, Marco had explained when he'd delivered them 3 days ago, after a doctor loyal to the Rossis had tended to Dante's wounds. No connections to either organization. No one will think to look for you here. Now, as dawn painted the horizon in delicate pinks and golds, Valentina stood on the weathered deck, a mug of coffee warming her hands against the early morning chill. Behind her, the cottage was quiet. Dante still sleeping, his body working to recover from injuries that had come frighteningly close to fatal. The past few days had taken on a surreal quality. By day they received encrypted updates from Bianca and Marco, who were managing the chaos in their respective organizations. By night they tended to each other's wounds, Dante's physical, Valentina's emotional. The betrayal of Sophia, the near loss of Dante, the revelation of how deep Anthony's conspiracy had run. Each had left its mark. The sound of uneven footsteps on the wooden deck broke her reverie. "You should be resting," she said without turning, recognizing Dante's tread despite its current hesitancy. "I've rested enough," he replied, coming to stand beside her at the railing. And the view was worth the effort. He was looking at her, not the ocean, when he said it. Valentina felt warmth rise to her cheeks despite herself. "How's the shoulder?" she asked, deflecting. "Better." Dante rotated it carefully, wincing slightly. "Another week and I'll be throwing knives again." "Is that a standard part of Moretti recovery therapy?" A smile tugged at his lips. "Family tradition. My father insisted it improved focus during convalescence." "My father preferred chess," Valentina recalled. "Said it taught patience during times of enforced stillness." They fell silent, watching seabirds wheel against the brightening sky. So much had happened so quickly that they'd barely had time to acknowledge the sea change in their relationship. From mortal enemies to reluctant allies to whatever they were becoming now. "Any word from Bianca?" Valentina asked eventually. Dante nodded. "Brief message this morning. The Moretti captains have accepted the evidence against Vincent. Most are rallying behind her as interim leader until I'm officially resurrected. And Anthony? Cooperating apparently. His testimony on Vincent's role in your father's murder has convinced even the most skeptical in both organizations." Dante's expression darkened. "Though some are still questioning our alliance." Valentina sighed. Generations of hostility couldn't be erased overnight, no matter how compelling the evidence of mutual betrayal. "Marco says similar rumblings are happening on our side," she admitted. "The old guard especially. They've known nothing but hatred for the Morettis their whole lives." "Can you blame them?" Dante asked quietly. "Until 2 weeks ago, I'd have put a bullet in any Rossi who crossed my path without a second thought." "Would you?" Valentina turned to face him fully. "Or was that just what was expected of you?" Dante considered this, his dark eyes thoughtful. "Both maybe. I believed the narrative I was given. The Rossis were our enemies, had always been our enemies. Until suddenly, they weren't." His gaze met hers. "Until you weren't." The simple statement hung between them, weighted with implication. Valentina recalled their kiss in the safe house kitchen, the desperate way they'd clung to each other after the warehouse fire, the unspoken understanding that had developed during their shared captivity. "What happens when we go back?" she asked, voicing the question that had haunted her these past days. "When we return to our separate worlds, our separate responsibilities?" Dante took her hand, his touch gentle despite the calluses from years of violence. Who says they have to remain separate? Generations of history. The expectations of our people. The practical reality of two rival organizations. Organizations that nearly destroyed themselves through internal betrayal, Dante pointed out. Maybe it's time for a new approach. A merger. Valentina raised an eyebrow, partially in jest, partially intrigued by the audacity of the idea. An alliance, he corrected. More formal than a truce, more permanent than cooperation against a common enemy. A restructuring of both families with shared territories, joint ventures. It was radical, unprecedented, and strangely compelling. The kind of vision her father might have entertained in his more progressive moments. The old guard would resist, she said, though her tone suggested she was considering the possibility. Let them, Dante replied with a shrug that made him wince again. They'll adapt or retire. The younger generation is tired of blood feuds that benefit no one except those who profit from chaos. Valentina found herself drawn to his optimism despite her ingrained caution. My practical, ruthless Dante Moretti, revealing himself as an idealist after all. Only with you, he said softly. Only now after everything. The tenderness in his voice undid her careful composure. Valentina stepped closer, her free hand rising to touch the bandage at his temple where the bullet had grazed him. I almost lost you, she whispered, the fear of that moment in the warehouse returning with visceral force. When I saw you there bleeding. But you didn't, Dante assured her, catching her hand and pressing a kiss to her palm. You saved me instead. Quite the role reversal from our first meeting. When I tried to kill you, you mean? A small, rueful smile touched her lips. Not my finest moment. I don't know, he teased gently. Your determination was impressive, even if your timing could have been better. She laughed despite herself and some of the tension between them eased. This was new territory for both of them. Vulnerability, tenderness, the freedom to be something other than the hardened leaders their families expected. Come, Valentina said, tugging him toward the cottage door. You shouldn't be standing so long. And you need to change that bandage. Inside, the cottage was modestly furnished but comfortable. A large open living area with a stone fireplace, a small but well-equipped kitchen, 2 bedrooms though they'd been using only one. Valentina guided Dante to the sofa, retrieving the medical supplies the doctor had left. You've gotten good at this, Dante observed as she carefully removed the old bandage from his shoulder, cleaned the healing wound and applied a fresh dressing. Necessity, she replied. Though I'll admit nursing wasn't part of my formal education. No? What was? Besides the obvious family business training. The question was casual, but Valentina recognized it for what it was. An attempt to know her beyond their shared trauma, beyond their family legacies. Art history, she admitted, securing the bandage. I studied at the Sorbonne for 3 years. Specialized in Renaissance masters. Dante looked genuinely surprised. I wouldn't have guessed. Most wouldn't. My father encouraged it, said understanding beauty was as important as understanding power. She smiled at the memory. He used to take me to museums when I was little, whenever we traveled for business. It became our private ritual. He sounds like a remarkable man, Dante said softly. Despite our family's differences. He was. Valentina's throat tightened. And now I understand why Vincent targeted him first. He was too principled to be bought, too intelligent to be manipulated. Like his daughter. The simple compliment touched her deeply. What about you? She asked, changing the subject before emotion overwhelmed her. Any secret passions the fearsome Dante Moretti hides from the world? A hint of self-consciousness crossed his features. I sail, he said after a moment. Whenever I can get away. There's a freedom on the water that I've never found anywhere else. Is that why you chose this place to recover? She gestured toward the ocean view visible through the windows. To be near the water? Partly, Dante admitted. Though the company was the more compelling draw. Valentina felt that warmth in her cheeks again. 2 weeks ago she would have scoffed at the idea of blushing at anything Dante Moretti might say. Now it seemed the most natural response in the world. When did it change for you? She asked suddenly. When did I stop being the enemy and start being whatever I am now? Dante considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. There wasn't one moment, he finally said. It was 100 small things. The way you faced me down in my penthouse, refusing to show fear even as my prisoner. How you saved me from that sniper when you could have let me die. Your determination to find the truth about your father, even when it led to painful places. His expression softened. But if I had to choose one moment, it was when I saw you with Nadia. The compassion you showed her, despite knowing what she had been to me. Valentina hadn't expected that answer. I never told you what she said. About you, I mean. Do I want to know? She said to tell you she was sorry. For everything. Valentina hesitated. She loved you, I think. Still. Pain flickered across Dante's features. Old wounds that had never properly healed. Vincent took many things from me over the years. Nadia was just the most personal. And now he's gone, Dante said simply. But what was taken can't always be restored. The conversation had shifted into darker waters, memories of loss and betrayal that both had suffered. Valentina moved from her position beside him to sit directly at his side, letting her presence offer comfort words couldn't convey. Your turn, Dante said after a while, his arm coming around her shoulders. When did it change for you? Valentina leaned into him, careful of his injuries. When you had me at your mercy in the penthouse, completely in your power, and chose decency instead of vengeance. It confused everything I thought I knew about you, about our family's history. I surprised myself that night, he admitted. My father would have called it weakness. Was he right? I used to think so. Dante's fingers traced idle patterns on her arm. Now I'm not so sure. The old ways, violence begetting violence, vendetta without end, what has it actually gained either of our families? Besides pain and isolation. They sat in comfortable silence, the gentle rhythm of the waves outside providing a soothing backdrop to their conversation. Eventually, Valentina rose to prepare breakfast, insisting that proper nutrition was essential for healing. As they ate on the small deck, watching the ocean sparkle under the morning sun, Dante's phone buzzed with an encrypted message from Bianca. Progress, he reported after reading it. The Council of Captains has formally acknowledged Vincent's crimes and accepted the evidence of his conspiracy with Anthony. They've scheduled a full family assembly for next week to determine succession. Will you be ready to return by then? Valentina asked, studying his still pale complexion, the careful way he held himself to minimize pain. I'll have to be, he replied. And you? Marco says your captains are equally eager for your return. The Rossi organization needs stability, she acknowledged. Especially with Anthony's betrayal leaving such a vacuum in our leadership structure. The practical reality of their separate responsibilities loomed larger now, threatening the fragile peace they'd found in this coastal refuge. Soon they would return to the city, to families waiting for guidance, to organizations that had been at war for generations. We could stay, Dante suggested suddenly, surprising them both. Walk away from all of it. Start something new, somewhere far from Vincent's schemes and family obligations. The fantasy was tempting, seductively so. Just the two of them, unburdened by history and expectation. But Valentina knew it was impossible, as did Dante despite his momentary indulgence. We'd never forgive ourselves, she said gently. Running away isn't in either of our natures. And both our families deserve better after what they've endured. Dante sighed, acknowledging the truth of her words. So we return. We lead. But we do it our way, not bound by old hatreds. Together. The question contained multitudes. Was she asking about their organizations or something more personal? Together, Dante confirmed, taking her hand across the small table. In every way that matters. The days that followed took on a rhythm. Mornings spent on the deck or walking the rocky beach as Dante's strength gradually returned. Afternoons dedicated to planning their return and the restructuring of both organizations. Evenings spent learning each other beyond the roles they'd been born to play. Dante told her about his childhood as the heir apparent, the weight of expectation that had sometimes felt crushing. How his mother had been his sanctuary until her death from cancer when he was 16, after which his father had doubled down on molding him into the perfect successor. Valentina shared stories of her own upbringing, more privileged in some ways, her father having shielded her from the business's darker aspects for as long as possible. How she'd initially rejected her inheritance, wanting a normal life, until violence had made that choice impossible. Do you regret it? Dante asked one evening as they sat before the fireplace, the coastal winds having turned cool as night fell. The path not taken? Sometimes, she admitted, her head resting against his good shoulder. But regret is a luxury we can't afford, isn't it? We play the hand we're dealt. Or change the game entirely, he suggested, pressing a kiss to her hair. They spoke of the future, of how the Rossi and Moretti organizations might evolve under joint leadership, territories shared rather than contested, resources pooled instead of wasted on petty rivalries. Of legitimate business ventures that could gradually reduce their dependence on more unsavory operations. Of a legacy different from the one they'd inherited. It was ambitious, perhaps naive, but the shared vision gave purpose to their inevitable return. And in the quiet moments between planning sessions, as physical healing progressed to something more intimate between them, Valentina found herself believing that transformation was possible. For their families, for themselves. On their final night at the cottage, a storm raged outside, waves crashing against the cliffs below. They lay tangled together in the darkness. Dante's wounds now healed enough that passion was no longer constrained by physical limitation. "Are you afraid?" he asked in the aftermath, his voice barely audible above the tempest beyond their sanctuary. Valentina considered the question, her fingers tracing the scar forming along his shoulder where the bullet had struck. "Not of what others might do," she replied honestly, "but of failing those who trust us. Of not being equal to the task we've set ourselves." "That's how I know we'll succeed," Dante said, drawing her closer. "The truly dangerous leaders never question their own certainty." Like Vincent, he agreed. "And my father in his later years. Even yours perhaps, though in a more benevolent way." Valentina thought of Antonio Rossi. His strength, his principles, but also his unshakable conviction that his way was the right way. Had that certainty blinded him to threats like Anthony? Had it limited his vision of what the family could become? "We'll do better," she murmured as much to herself as to Dante. "We have to." "We will," he promised. "Together." As the storm gradually subsided and dawn approached, bringing with it their last day of sanctuary, Valentina held that promise close. Whatever challenges awaited them in the city, whatever resistance they faced from those wedded to the old ways, they would face it as one. The wounds of the past, both physical and emotional, would never fully disappear. But they could heal enough to allow something new to grow in their place. Something neither of them could have imagined when they'd first locked eyes across her father's grave, hatred and suspicion their only common ground. Something like hope. Chapter 13. The city skyline materialized through the morning fog as Marco's car crossed the bridge toward downtown. After weeks away, it felt both familiar and strange to Valentina, like returning to a place she'd only visited in dreams. "The Rossi captains are gathering at noon," Marco informed her from the driver's seat. "They're expecting a full briefing on Anthony's betrayal and your plans for the organization going forward." Valentina nodded, her gaze still fixed on the approaching cityscape. Beside her, Dante sat in tense silence, his own homecoming complicated by the fact that most of the world still believed him dead. "And the Moretti situation?" she asked. "Bianca has maintained control admirably in your absence," Marco replied, addressing Dante. "But there are factions forming. Some loyal to Vincent's memory despite the evidence against him, others pushing for a complete overhaul of leadership structures. All waiting to see if rumors of your survival are true." Dante's jaw tightened. "Vincent's loyalists? Carlo Bianchi has been making overtures to them," Marco admitted, positioning himself as the connection between both organizations in the wake of the warehouse incident. "Carlo," Valentina repeated with disgust. "Always playing all sides." "He's dangerous," Dante agreed. "More so now that he's desperate. We'll need to address him immediately." They fell silent as the car entered the heart of the city, each lost in their own thoughts about the challenges ahead. The 2 weeks at the coastal cottage had been a sanctuary, a place to heal, to plan, to discover each other beyond the constraints of family obligations. Now reality loomed large, threatening to pull them in separate directions despite their promises to remain united. The car turned down a discreet side street, entering the underground garage of a luxury apartment building that was neither Rossi nor Moretti territory, neutral ground, carefully selected for this pivotal day. "Bianca is waiting upstairs," Marco said as he parked. "Along with the evidence dossiers you requested and secure communications equipment. The penthouse has been swept for surveillance. You'll have complete privacy for your final preparations." "Thank you, Uncle," Valentina said, squeezing his hand. "For everything." Marco's weathered features softened momentarily. "Your father would be proud of what you're attempting," he told her. He always believed there could be a better way, even if tradition constrained his vision. The penthouse occupied the building's top 2 floors, offering panoramic views of the city and, more importantly, multiple secure exits if things went wrong. Bianca greeted them at the private elevator, embracing her brother with uncharacteristic emotion before turning to Valentina with a respectful nod that had warmed considerably since their first meeting. "Welcome back, both of you," she said, leading them into a spacious living area that had been transformed into a command center. "Though I admit I'm not sure which of you has the more daunting task today." "That would be me," came a familiar voice from the adjoining room. Gabriele Conti, the Rossi organization's longtime accountant, stepped into view. His presence was unexpected but welcome. He had been one of Valentina's father's most trusted advisors, and his financial expertise would be invaluable for what they had planned. "Gabriele," Valentina greeted him warmly. "I wasn't sure where you stood after everything that happened." "With the Rossi family," he replied simply. "The real Rossi family, not Anthony's corrupted version of it." He nodded to Dante with cautious respect. "Mr. Moretti, your resurrection will certainly complicate many people's plans." "That's the intention," Dante said with a slight smile. They gathered around a large table covered with documents, digital tablets and city maps. For the next hour, they refined the strategy they'd developed at the cottage, incorporating the latest intelligence from Marco and Bianca about the current state of both organizations. The plan was audacious, perhaps foolhardy, but it represented their best chance at reshaping the future of both families without triggering an all-out war. Success would require perfect timing, irrefutable evidence, and no small amount of personal courage from both Dante and Valentina. "The Rossi captains first," Valentina decided, examining the timeline they'd constructed. "I need to secure their support before we reveal that Dante is alive. Otherwise, the shock might push some of them toward Carlo's faction." "Agreed," Dante said. "And I'll address the Moretti leadership immediately after, once news of your presentation has reached them. The simultaneous revelation of Vincent's crimes and my survival should create enough confusion to prevent organized resistance." "And the waterfront development?" Gabrielle asked, gesturing to the property maps spread before them. "That's where we demonstrate our new approach," Valentina explained. "Instead of fighting over territory, we propose a joint venture. Rossi and Moretti resources combined to develop the area for mutual benefit. With complete transparency," Dante added. "No hidden agendas, no secret deals like Vincent was orchestrating." Gabrielle looked skeptical. "A noble vision, but centuries of animosity don't disappear overnight." "They do when the alternative is mutual destruction," Bianca pointed out. "Both organizations are wounded after Vincent and Anthony's machinations. Neither can afford another internal conflict." As they continued refining details, Valentina felt the weight of the day ahead settling over her. Beyond the logistics, beyond the evidence and arguments they'd present, loomed the most personal question of all. How would she and Dante navigate their relationship once they resumed their public roles? They'd spoken of alliance, of cooperation between their families, but they hadn't explicitly discussed what would become of the deeper connection that had formed between them. Would it survive the pressures of leadership, the expectations of their people, the inevitable compromises that came with power? As if sensing her thoughts, Dante caught her eye across the table, offering a small, private smile that steadied her resolve. Whatever came next, they would face it together. That much at least was certain. By mid-morning, Valentina was dressed for battle in an elegant black suit, her father's Rossi crest pin affixed to her lapel. The captains would be gathering soon at the family's main estate, expecting explanations and leadership after weeks of chaos. "Ready?" Dante asked, finding her alone on the penthouse balcony where she'd gone to gather her thoughts. "As I'll ever be," she replied, turning to face him. In his own impeccable suit, the last traces of his injuries now barely visible, he looked every inch the formidable leader the Moretti organization believed they had lost. "And you?" prepared to return from the dead. I've had practice, he reminded her with a wry smile, referring to their earlier deception. His expression grew serious as he took her hands in his. Before you go, there's something we need to address. Valentina's heart quickened. Which is, Dante said simply. What happens with us once we step back into our separate worlds? The question that had been hovering between them since they'd decided to return. We've discussed the alliance between our families, she began carefully. I'm not talking about our families, he interrupted gently. I'm talking about you and me. What we've become to each other. The directness was pure Dante. No games, no evasions, just the straightforward honesty she'd come to rely on. What have we become? She asked, needing to hear him articulate it first. His dark eyes held hers unwavering. Everything, he said quietly. At least to me. The simple declaration stole her breath. Dante. Let me finish, he insisted. I know what we're about to do is unprecedented, dangerous. I know we're asking our people to overcome generations of hatred and suspicion. But none of that matters if we're not honest about what's driving this alliance. And what is that? Love, he said, the word falling between them like a stone into still water. At least on my part. I love you, Valentina Rossi. Against all logic, against everything I was raised to believe, I love you. And I won't hide it behind talk of strategic alliances or mutual benefit. Valentina stared at him, momentarily speechless. They'd shared intimacy, trust, even spoken of a future together, but neither had dared use that particular word. Too fraught, too absolute for the uncertain path they walked. If we're going to ask our families to change, Dante continued into her silence, we need to be willing to stand before them as we truly are. Not just allies, not just partners in a business arrangement, but a man and woman who choose each other despite everything that should keep us apart. Valentina finally found her voice. And if they reject that choice? If they see it as betrayal rather than evolution? Then we'll have our answer about whether our organizations are capable of change, he replied. And we'll make our decisions accordingly. You mean we'd walk away? The mere suggestion seemed impossible. The Rossi legacy was her birthright, her responsibility, a part of her very identity. I mean, we'd have a choice to make, Dante clarified. Between the past we inherited and the future we want to build. Together or separately. It was both a declaration and a question, a promise and a challenge. In that moment, standing on the precipice of everything they'd planned, Valentina recognized the fundamental truth they'd been circling. Their private connection and their public alliance were inseparable. One could not succeed without the other's honesty. I love you too, she said finally, the words emerging with surprising ease once she allowed herself to speak them. And you're right. We can't ask for transparency from others while hiding what matters most. Relief and joy transformed Dante's features, making him look younger, unburdened in a way she'd rarely seen. He drew her into his arms, his kiss conveying everything words couldn't capture. Passion, certainty, a promise that transcended family loyalties and blood feuds. When they separated, Valentina felt a clarity she hadn't expected. The day ahead remained daunting, the challenges enormous. But the foundation of their effort had solidified. This wasn't just about healing the wounds between their families or creating a more profitable business model. It was about choosing a different path entirely. One guided by love rather than hatred, cooperation rather than competition. So we tell them, she confirmed. Everything. Everything, Dante agreed. Including this. He reached into his pocket, withdrawing a small velvet box that made Valentina's breath catch. Dante, she whispered as he opened it to reveal a striking emerald ring set in platinum, beautiful but understated, nothing like the gaudy displays of wealth common in their world. I'm not proposing, he clarified quickly. Not yet. That would be too much, too soon for what we're trying to accomplish today. Then what? She couldn't tear her eyes from the ring, its deep green catching the morning light. A promise, Dante explained. My mother's ring. The one possession of hers my father couldn't bring himself to lock away after her death. She told me once to give it only to a woman who made me brave enough to choose my own path. His smile was tender, vulnerable. That's you, Valentina. Whether you wear it today or a year from now or never, I wanted you to know that. Overwhelmed, Valentina covered his hand with hers, closing the box gently. Ask me again when this day is over, she said softly. When we know if our vision has any chance of becoming reality. Dante nodded, understanding her caution. Tonight then, he agreed, returning the box to his pocket. After we've faced our families with the truth. A discreet knock at the balcony door interrupted the moment. Marco stood there, keys in hand, expression grave. It's time, he said simply. Reality reasserted itself with jarring force. In less than an hour, Valentina would stand before the assembled Rossi captains, presenting evidence of Anthony's betrayal while proposing a revolutionary restructuring of their operations. Shortly after, Dante would make his dramatic return to the Moretti organization, challenging Vincent's loyalists with irrefutable proof of his crimes. By day's end, they would either have taken the first steps toward transforming both families, or they would have lost everything: power, position, possibly even their lives if the opposition proved violent. Remember, Dante said as they prepared to separate, no matter what happens in these meetings, we reconvene here afterward. Together. Together, Valentina echoed, the word a talisman against the uncertainty ahead. As she followed Marco to the elevator, Valentina felt the weight of generations of Rossi history pressing upon her. The expectations, the traditions, the blood debts that had defined her family for decades. But alongside that weight was something new, the lightness of possibility, of choice. For the first time in her life, Valentina wasn't simply fulfilling the role she'd been born to play. She was choosing a path of her own making with a partner of her own choosing. Whatever came next, victory or defeat, acceptance or rejection, would be the result of that choice. And despite everything at stake, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Chapter 14. The Rossi estate had never felt more foreign to Valentina than it did now, as Marco's car passed through the wrought iron gates. Once her childhood home, then her inheritance, it had transformed during her absence into contested ground, a symbol of everything at stake in the coming hours. Guards lined the driveway, their expressions carefully neutral as they recognized her in the passenger seat. News of her return had spread quickly, but loyalty remained an open question in the wake of Anthony's betrayal and Sophia's deception. Most of the security detail has been replaced, Marco informed her quietly. Men loyal to me thoroughly vetted. But caution is still advised. Valentina nodded, mentally rehearsing the presentation she would make to the captains. She had considered dozens of approaches during the days at the cottage. From righteous anger to cool detachment, from appeals to tradition to radical calls for change. In the end, she'd settled on simple truth, presented with the unwavering authority her father had always embodied. The great house rose before them, its limestone facade gleaming in the midday sun. As Marco parked near the main entrance, Valentina caught sight of a familiar figure waiting at the top of the steps. Luca Esposito, the scholarly captain who had always advocated for caution in family matters. Valentina, he greeted her with evident relief as she ascended the stairs. Your return brings hope to a fractured house. How bad is it? She asked without preamble. Divided, Luca admitted, falling into step beside her as they entered the marble foyer. Anthony's faction has been weakened by his arrest, but Carlo continues to agitate in his absence. He claims you've been compromised by your captivity among the Morettis. A truth wrapped in lies, Carlo's specialty. And the others? Waiting to hear your account before choosing sides, Luca replied. Though Marco's evidence against Anthony has swayed many already. They moved through the house toward her father's study, where she would prepare for the noon gathering in the formal conference room. Familiar corridors now seemed laden with potential threats, every shadow harboring possible betrayal after what she'd experienced. Sophia? She asked, the name still bitter on her tongue. Under house arrest at her villa, Marco supplied from behind them. Awaiting your judgment, though few expect mercy given the extent of her betrayal. Valentina made no comment. Sophia's duplicity, helping Anthony while pretending loyalty to Antonio's memory, had been the deepest personal wound in this entire ordeal. That pain remained too raw to address with the clear head leadership required. In her father's study, a room she'd reclaimed as her own during her brief return before the warehouse incident, Valentina found little changed. The same leather-bound books lining mahogany shelves, the same antique desk where Antonio had conducted family business for decades, the same subtle scent of his preferred cigar lingering despite the weeks since his death. I'll need a few moments, she told Marco and Luca. The captains are gathering in the conference room? Yes, Luca confirmed. All 16 have confirmed attendance. A full assembly which hasn't happened since my father's funeral, Valentina finished. The significance won't be lost on them. When they left, she moved to the window overlooking the estate's gardens, seeking calm before the approaching storm. In her pocket, her phone vibrated with a message from Dante. In position. Ready when you are. Whatever happens, remember why we're doing this. The simple text steadied her. Whatever divisions existed within the Rossi organization, whatever resistance she might face in the coming hours, she was no longer fighting this battle alone. With renewed resolve, Valentina gathered the evidence dossiers they'd prepared and made her way to the conference room. As she approached, the murmur of male voices grew louder, discussions silencing abruptly when she entered the room. 16 men rose from their seats around the massive oak table, some out of genuine respect, others from mere formality. Valentina recognized the factions immediately. Marco's loyalists on the left, Carlo's supporters clustered near the far end, the uncertain middle watching her with cautious assessment. Gentlemen, she greeted them, taking her place at the head of the table. Thank you for answering my call on such short notice. We've been waiting weeks for answers, Carlo replied, not bothering to hide his hostility. While you were indisposed. Several captains shifted uncomfortably at his tone, but Valentina merely smiled, a cool, controlled expression that gave nothing away. Indeed, she acknowledged. My unexpected absence created a vacuum that some were quick to fill. Including my cousin Anthony, who now sits in custody for conspiracy to murder my father and betray this family to Vincent Moretti. She opened the main dossier, distributing key documents around the table. Financial records, surveillance photographs, transcripts of Anthony's confession. The full evidence of his betrayal, she explained as the men examined the materials with growing disbelief. Verified by multiple sources and corroborated by Anthony himself in exchange for consideration in his sentencing. This is. One of the neutral captains began, visibly shaken by what he was reading. Treason, Marco supplied grimly. Against the Rossi family and everything Antonio built. And what of your own activities during your absence? Carlo challenged, though his confidence had dimmed slightly as the evidence circulated. Rumors suggest you were in Moretti custody, yet returned unharmed. Quite the coincidence. Valentina had anticipated this line of attack. No coincidence, she stated firmly. After Dante Moretti's capture, I discovered evidence that Vincent Moretti had orchestrated my father's murder in partnership with Anthony. I escaped during the power struggle that followed Dante's death. The carefully constructed half-truth hung in the air. No outright lie, but a strategic omission of Dante's survival and their subsequent alliance. And you expect us to believe you gathered this evidence while escaping from captivity? Carlo pressed, clearly unconvinced. I gathered it before, during, and after, Valentina replied evenly. With help from those loyal to my father's memory, both within our organization and beyond. For the next hour, she methodically presented the case against Anthony and Vincent, detailing the waterfront conspiracy that had motivated her father's assassination and the subsequent attempts to seize control of both families. The evidence was irrefutable, the narrative compelling, and gradually she saw the tide turning in the room, doubt transforming into anger, suspicion into resolve. Vincent Moretti is dead, she concluded. Anthony Rossi awaits our justice. But the threat to our family hasn't ended with them. We face a critical decision about our path forward. Here came the pivot, the transition from exposing past betrayal to proposing future transformation. Valentina paused, acutely aware that her next words would determine whether her larger vision had any chance of success. For generations, the conflict between Rossi and Moretti has consumed our resources, limited our growth, and ultimately made us vulnerable to manipulation by those who profit from chaos. She moved to a map of the city displayed on the wall screen, territories marked in distinct colors. This division has become so fundamental to our identity that few have questioned whether it still serves our interests. Murmurs rippled through the room, confusion, skepticism, curiosity. What are you suggesting? Luca asked, brow furrowed. A truce with what remains of the Moretti organization? More than a truce, Valentina answered, activating the presentation she and Dante had prepared. A strategic realignment. Cooperation rather than competition in key territories, beginning with the waterfront development that Vincent and Anthony coveted enough to kill for. The captains stared at the projected models showing integrated operations, shared profits, coordinated security. A vision of symbiosis rather than perpetual conflict. Impossible, one of Carlo's allies scoffed. The Morettis would never agree to this. Actually, Valentina countered, we have reason to believe the new Moretti leadership will be amenable to precisely this arrangement. What new leadership? Carlo demanded. Vincent is dead, Dante is dead. Only Bianca Moretti remains, and she lacks the authority to implement such changes. The moment had arrived. The critical juncture where truth would either destroy everything or create unprecedented opportunity. Dante Moretti is alive, Valentina stated, her voice cutting through the sudden silence like a blade. The reports of his death were deliberately fabricated as part of Vincent's power grab. Shock rippled through the room. Marco and Gabrielle, who had been prepared for this revelation, maintained neutral expressions, but the others displayed varying degrees of disbelief and alarm. How do you know this? Carlo demanded, visibly shaken. Because I've been working with him, Valentina replied, the admission finally spoken aloud. Since discovering Vincent and Anthony's conspiracy, Dante and I have collaborated to expose the truth and develop an alternative to the endless cycle of vengeance that nearly destroyed both our families. The uproar was immediate. Accusations of betrayal mingling with stunned questions and demands for explanation. Valentina let the chaos wash over her for a measured moment before raising her hand for silence with the quiet authority that had always been her father's most effective tool. Before you judge, she said once the room quieted, consider what you've just learned about Anthony and Vincent. They manipulated our organizations, exploited our hatred of each other, all to advance personal ambitions that would have destroyed everything our fathers built. She moved around the table, making eye contact with each captain in turn. I am not asking you to forget history or abandon caution. I am asking you to recognize that our greatest threat came not from our traditional enemies, but from within, from those who saw our rigid adherence to old grievances as a weakness to exploit. And what of Antonio? One of the older captains asked, his voice heavy with emotion. Your father's murder goes unanswered while you propose alliance with the Moretti heir? My father's murder has been answered, Valentina corrected firmly. Vincent Moretti is dead by Anthony's hand, a fitting irony as their alliance collapsed. And Dante had no involvement in the conspiracy, he was as much a target as my father as I was. She could see the calculations happening behind their eyes, decades of ingrained hatred wrestling with the pragmatic assessment of their current position. The Rossi organization, weakened by Anthony's betrayal and the loss of several loyal captains, faced uncertain prospects in a city where stability had always been their greatest selling point. This proposed alliance, Marco prompted, giving her an opening to continue. It would begin with the waterfront development? Valentina nodded, returning to the presentation. A joint venture with transparent profit sharing based on investment and territory contribution. Both families would maintain their core operations independently while cooperating in specified zones. And enforcement? Another captain inquired. When disputes inevitably arise? A council with equal representation from both organizations, Valentina explained. With binding arbitration protocols for unresolved conflicts. The discussion that followed was vigorous, probing, at times contentious. Exactly as she'd expected. These men hadn't risen to leadership by embracing change blindly. But neither had they survived in their positions without recognizing opportunity when it presented itself. Gradually, the conversation shifted from outright rejection to cautious consideration, from reflexive opposition to strategic analysis. When Carlo attempted to reassert the traditional party line about Moretti treachery, fewer voices joined his chorus. When Luca suggested the economic advantages could be substantial if the arrangement could be trusted, more heads nodded in tentative agreement. By the time Valentina called for a formal vote on the proposed alliance, she had secured the support of 11 captains, not unanimous, but a decisive majority that even Carlo couldn't openly challenge. This is a preliminary approval only, she clarified as the meeting concluded. Contingent on verification of Dante Moretti's intentions and the establishment of detailed operational protocols. We proceed carefully with appropriate safeguards. The captains dispersed, some continuing heated discussions in small groups, others departing to share the unprecedented developments with their lieutenants. Carlo lingered, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. Antonio would be ashamed, he hissed as he passed Valentina. His daughter in bed with the enemy, figuratively and perhaps literally? She met his gaze without flinching. My father would recognize adaptation when necessary for survival, she replied coolly. As for my personal relationships, they remain precisely that, personal. But I suggest you choose your next words carefully, Carlo. Your connection to Vincent's conspiracy remains under investigation. The implied threat had its intended effect. Carlo retreated, though the hatred in his eyes promised this confrontation was merely postponed, not concluded. When only Marco and Gabrielle remained, Valentina finally allowed herself to exhale the tension she'd been containing throughout the meeting. 11 votes, Marco observed. More than I anticipated. Self-interest is a powerful motivator, Gabrielle noted. The financial projections for the waterfront development alone were enough to sway several of the fence-sitters. Valentina nodded, gathering her materials. And Dante? Any word? Marco checked his phone. Bianca confirms he's addressing the Moretti captains now. Initial reports suggest similar resistance but growing support as the evidence against Vincent is presented. Then we proceed to phase 2, Valentina decided. Joint announcement at the waterfront site tomorrow, assuming Dante secures the necessary backing from his organization. As they prepared to leave, Valentina paused to survey the conference room, the space where Rossi family decisions had been made for generations, where her father had once commanded unquestioning loyalty, where she had just fundamentally altered the course of their collective future. Your father would be proud, Marco said quietly, reading her thoughts. He always believed you would find your own way to lead. Even if that way involves a Moretti? Valentina asked with a small smile. Even then, her godfather replied. Antonio understood that nothing remains unchanged forever. The truly great leaders recognize when evolution becomes necessary for survival. They departed through the estate's private exit, avoiding the curiosity of staff and soldiers alike. As Marco's car pulled away down the long drive, Valentina received another message from Dante. 12 votes in favor. Movement approved. Meet at the penthouse as planned. Relief and exhilaration flooded through her. They had done it. Against overwhelming odds, against centuries of enmity, they had taken the first crucial steps toward transforming both their organizations. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges, the alliance fragile and untested, but they had secured the opportunity to try. And with that opportunity came another, more personal one. The chance to build a future together without concealment or contradiction. As the Rossi estate receded in the distance, Valentina found herself thinking not of power or politics or family legacy, but of a small velvet box and the promise it contained. By sundown, both she and Dante would have reclaimed their rightful positions within their respective organizations. The question that remained was what they would choose to build together now that they had returned to power. A choice that, for the first time in either of their lives, was truly theirs to make. Chapter 15. The Grand Imperial Hotel had witnessed countless historic moments in its century-long existence. Peace treaties signed in its stately ballrooms, political alliances forged in its private dining rooms, business empires transferred through handshakes across its polished mahogany tables. Tonight, it would host perhaps its most unexpected gathering yet. The first official summit between the Rossi and Moretti organizations in over 50 years. Valentina arrived early, personally overseeing security arrangements with a team composed equally of Rossi and Moretti personnel. A visible demonstration of the new cooperation they were establishing. The Wellington Room had been selected for its privacy and neutral elegance, with a single oval table replacing the traditional rectangular arrangement that would have emphasized division. The symbolism won't be lost on anyone, Dante observed as he joined her, looking sharp in a tailored charcoal suit that complemented her burgundy dress. Equal seats at a round table rather than opposing sides of a battlefield. Some will call it naive, Valentina replied, adjusting the placement of the presentation materials they'd prepared. Others, sacrilege. And you? Dante asked, catching her hand as she moved past him. What do you call it? She smiled, the private warmth in her expression contrasting with the professional demeanor she'd maintained since arriving. Necessary. Overdue. Perhaps even inevitable. 3 days had passed since their respective organizations had approved the preliminary alliance. Days filled with intensive planning, careful negotiations, and strategic communications to stakeholders throughout the city. The waterfront development proposal had evolved from concept to concrete plan, providing tangible focus for their unprecedented collaboration. But this evening represented the true test, bringing the leadership of both families together in the same room, asking lifelong enemies to set aside generations of hatred and embrace a shared vision of the future. "They're starting to arrive," Bianca announced, entering from the antechamber where security was conducting final checks on each attendee. "Carlo's making noise about the search protocols." "Let him," Dante said dismissively. "The same standards apply to everyone. Equal treatment is the foundation of everything we're building." As if summoned by his name, Carlo Bianchi appeared in the doorway, flanked by 2 other Rossi captains. His expression soured further upon seeing Dante and Valentina standing together, her hand still in his. "How touching," he remarked with barely disguised contempt. "The star-crossed lovers, rewriting history with their forbidden romance." "Good evening, Carlo," Valentina replied coolly, deliberately maintaining her contact with Dante. "I'm pleased you decided to attend despite your reservations." "I represent Rossi interests," Carlo stated, emphasizing the family name. "Someone needs to ensure they're not being compromised by personal entanglements." Dante's posture shifted subtly, a predator sensing threat, but his voice remained measured. "The only compromise to family interests came from Vincent and Anthony's conspiracy. A conspiracy you were notably silent about, Carlo." The implied accusation hung in the air. While they hadn't yet found definitive evidence linking Carlo to the plot against Antonio, his close relationship with Anthony remained suspicious. Before Carlo could respond, more attendees arrived, Moretti captains and lieutenants, followed by the remaining Rossi leadership. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the 2 groups instinctively separated, decades of conditioned hostility overriding the tentative peace agreement. "This is going to be a long night," Bianca murmured as she joined Valentina and Dante at the head of the room. "Then let's not waste time," Valentina decided, signaling for the doors to be closed now that all expected participants had arrived. 24 people seated themselves around the oval table, 12 from each organization, symbolizing the equal partnership they were proposing. Valentina and Dante took positions at opposite points of the oval, a deliberate choice to emphasize that they represented their respective families first, their personal relationship second. "Welcome," Valentina began once silence fell. "I appreciate everyone's willingness to participate in this historic discussion. The fact that we gather here today, Rossi and Moretti in the same room without violence, speaks to the extraordinary circumstances that have brought us together. And to the extraordinary claims being made about those circumstances," interjected one of Vincent's former lieutenants, a hard-faced man named Salvatore. "Many of us remain skeptical about the elaborate conspiracy theory being used to justify this unnatural alliance." Dante addressed his family member directly. "Skepticism is understandable, Salvatore. Which is why tonight isn't about speeches or persuasion. It's about evidence. Irrefutable evidence of Vincent and Anthony's betrayal of everything our families stand for." At his signal, Bianca distributed comprehensive dossiers to each attendee, far more detailed than what had been shown in the separate family meetings. For the next hour, Valentina and Dante methodically walked the group through the conspiracy's evolution. Vincent's obsession with the waterfront development, his recruitment of Anthony through promises of power and profit, their plot to eliminate both Antonio and Dante, the calculated efforts to trigger war between the families as cover for their true ambitions. The evidence was overwhelming. Financial records, intercepted communications, sworn testimonies from associates, Anthony's own confession. Even Carlo fell silent as the extent of the betrayal became clear, his expression shifting from skepticism to grim acknowledgement. "Vincent betrayed us all," Dante concluded. "Not for family honor or organizational benefit, but for personal gain. Anthony did the same. They exploited our hatred for each other, knowing we would blame the opposing family without question because that's what we've always done. Which brings us to our proposal," Valentina continued, activating the presentation screen. Not merely a truce or temporary cooperation, but a fundamental restructuring of how our organizations interact. The plan they outlined was comprehensive yet pragmatic, beginning with the joint waterfront development but extending to coordinated territory management, shared enforcement protocols for border areas, even collaborative approaches to dealing with external threats like law enforcement and rival organizations. Each family maintains its core operations and autonomy, Dante emphasized, addressing the most common concern raised in both preliminary meetings. This isn't a merger or takeover. It's a strategic alliance that benefits both sides while reducing the waste and vulnerability created by constant conflict. Questions came rapid-fire from both sides of the table, pointed, skeptical, occasionally hostile. Valentina and Dante fielded them together, their complementary styles creating a compelling dynamic. Where he was direct and forceful, she was measured and precise. When emotional appeals were needed, she provided them. When hard numbers were required, he delivered. "And what happens when the inevitable disagreements arise?" asked Luca, voicing what many were thinking. "When territory is disputed or protocol violated?" "A joint council," Valentina explained, displaying the proposed structure. "Equal representation, transparent procedures, binding arbitration for unresolved disputes." "Pretty words," Carlo commented, breaking his extended silence. "But the real question everyone is dancing around is more fundamental. How can we trust each other after generations of bloodshed?" A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, the first consensus between Rossi and Moretti attendees all evening. "We can't," Dante said bluntly, surprising everyone. "Not immediately. Not completely. Trust will be earned through actions, not declarations. Which is why we're proposing a phased implementation, beginning with the waterfront project as a proof of concept." "We're not asking anyone to forget history," Valentina added. "We're asking you to write a new chapter of it, one that serves our collective interests rather than undermining them." As discussion continued, shifting gradually from outright opposition to cautious consideration, Valentina caught Dante's eye across the table. A silent communication passed between them, recognition that the tide was turning, slowly but perceptibly, toward acceptance of their vision. By midnight, most of the substantive issues had been addressed, and a tentative framework for moving forward had emerged. The joint waterfront development would proceed immediately, with construction beginning within 30 days. Coordinated security operations would be implemented in border territories, with clear protocols for handling incursions or disputes. A provisional council would be formed to oversee these initial steps, with equal representation from both families. "This will require a public demonstration of our new relationship," Gabrielle pointed out as they reviewed the implementation timeline. "Something visible and significant enough to signal to everyone in the city that the landscape has changed." All eyes turned to Valentina and Dante, the unspoken question hanging in the air. How far were they willing to go to cement this alliance? Dante straightened, his gaze steady as it moved around the table before settling on Valentina. "Which brings us to the final matter we need to address tonight," he said, his voice carrying an unmistakable personal note for the first time in the proceedings. Valentina felt her heart rate accelerate, uncertain what he intended but trusting him completely despite the public setting. "The alliance we're proposing isn't merely strategic," Dante continued. "It's also personal. Valentina and I have developed a relationship that goes beyond professional cooperation." A ripple of reaction moved through the room, expressions ranging from shock to knowing smirks to outright disapproval. "We recognize the symbolic power of this connection," Dante stated directly. "And we're prepared to make it official, if that strengthens the alliance between our families." "Are you proposing an arranged marriage?" Salvatore asked incredulously. "Like medieval royalty securing a peace treaty?" "No," Valentina interjected firmly, finding her voice. "We're acknowledging a relationship that developed naturally, against all odds and contrary to everything we were raised to believe." She held Dante's gaze across the table, speaking now to him rather than the assembly. "A relationship based on respect, trust, and genuine feeling, not political expediency. Though the political benefits are undeniable," Bianca added pragmatically. "A union between Rossi and Moretti leadership would send an unmistakable message to everyone in this city about our new alliance." For a moment, the room was silent as the full implications registered. Then voices erupted from all sides. Objections, questions, strategic considerations, all overlapping in a cacophony of reaction. Enough! Marco's authoritative voice cut through the chaos. The elder statesman rose from his seat, commanding attention through sheer presence. I've served the Rossi family for over 40 years. I knew Antonio better than anyone in this room, including his daughter. He turned to Valentina with unexpected gentleness. And I can tell you with certainty that your father wanted something different for you, something better than the cycle of violence and retribution that defined his own life. He addressed the full assembly once more. Antonio Rossi was a traditional man, but not a foolish one. He understood that survival sometimes requires adaptation. If he were here tonight, having seen the evidence of betrayal from within our own ranks, I believe he would recognize the wisdom in this new approach. The endorsement from Antonio's most trusted advisor carried immense weight, especially with the Rossi contingent. Several captains who had remained skeptical throughout the evening now nodded in reluctant agreement. Vincent would roll in his grave, Salvatore muttered, though with less conviction than before. Vincent nearly destroyed both our families for his own gain, Dante reminded him sharply. Perhaps that's precisely why this alliance is necessary, to ensure no one can ever manipulate us against each other again. As the meeting adjourned near 1 a.m, a tentative consensus had emerged. The alliance would proceed with the waterfront development as its centerpiece. The personal relationship between Dante and Valentina, while still unsettling to traditionalists in both families, was acknowledged as both genuine and symbolically powerful. A public announcement at the groundbreaking ceremony next week. Bianca confirmed as the last attendees departed, leaving only the core leadership group. That gives us time to prepare security and messaging. And to address any lingering resistance, Marco added, his expression troubled as he recalled Carlo's barely contained hostility throughout the evening. Valentina nodded, exhaustion finally catching up with her now that the summit had concluded. The night had been a qualified success, not total victory but substantial progress toward their vision. You did well, Dante said quietly as they gathered their materials. They respected you. Even the Moretti captains who came in determined to oppose everything you represented. Us, she corrected, finally allowing herself to stand close to him now that they were relatively alone. They respected us together. The dynamic we created. He smiled, the private expression she'd come to treasure. Together, he agreed. A powerful concept, it seems. Bianca approached with uncharacteristic hesitancy. There's something you should know, she said, glancing around to ensure they wouldn't be overheard. Something I discovered while reviewing Vincent's private files. What is it? Dante asked, instantly alert to his sister's serious tone. It's about Sophia, Bianca replied, looking directly at Valentina. She wasn't just Anthony's creature as we assumed. Her betrayal goes back much further. Valentina stilled. What do you mean? Bianca withdrew a flash drive from her jacket pocket. Financial records dating back 20 years. Sophia has been on Vincent's payroll since before your father became head of the family. The revelation hit Valentina like a physical blow. Sophia, her father's closest advisor, her own mentor, had been a Moretti informant for decades? Had potentially shaped Antonio's decisions, influenced family strategy, all while reporting to their greatest enemy? That's impossible, she said reflexively. My father trusted her completely. Which made her the perfect asset, Dante observed grimly, reviewing the documents Bianca had handed him. These payments are consistent, substantial. And they coincide with several major Rossi operations that were compromised over the years. Valentina's mind raced, reassessing 2 decades of family history through this new, disturbing lens. How many Rossi setbacks had been engineered through Sophia's subtle manipulations? How many of her father's decisions had been influenced by the counsel of someone secretly loyal to Vincent Moretti? Does this change our approach? Bianca asked practically. The alliance is proceeding, but this information could affect how the Rossi organization views the arrangement. Dante looked to Valentina, recognizing this was her decision to make. The revelation certainly complicated their narrative about Vincent and Anthony's recent conspiracy, extending the betrayal much further back and implicating someone who had been central to Rossi operations for decades. We proceed as planned, Valentina decided after careful consideration. Sophia's long-term betrayal actually strengthens our argument about the damage caused by our family's division. Vincent was able to place a spy at the highest level of our organization precisely because we never imagined cooperation was possible. And Sophia herself? Marco inquired, having joined them in time to hear the revelation. Valentina's expression hardened. She'll face family justice for her crimes. All of them. As they parted ways, Marco escorting Valentina to the Rossi compound, Bianca accompanying Dante to Moretti territory, the weight of the evening's accomplishments mingled with the sting of this final betrayal. The summit had been successful beyond reasonable expectation, the alliance moving from concept to implementation. But Sophia's decades-long deception was a stark reminder of how deeply the poison of their family's conflict had penetrated. Tomorrow, Dante said quietly as they separated in the hotel's private garage. The waterfront site noon. We'll review the final plans for the groundbreaking. Valentina nodded, understanding the subtext. Their public roles required continued separation for now, but tomorrow they would find a moment together, away from the scrutiny of both organizations. As her car pulled away, Valentina found herself thinking not of betrayal or alliance or family politics, but of Marco's words about her father. Had Antonio truly wanted something different for her? Something beyond the violent legacy he'd inherited and eventually died for? He would never know for certain. But in building something new with Dante, personally and professionally, perhaps she was fulfilling her father's deepest unspoken wish after all. That his daughter might find a path beyond the blood feud that had defined the Rossi name for generations. Tomorrow they would take another step along that path, turning enemies into allies, hatred into cooperation, and perhaps, eventually, their private love into a public bond that could heal wounds generations in the making. Chapter 16. The waterfront gleamed with possibility under the midday sun. Acres of undeveloped property that had sparked so much bloodshed now transformed into a symbol of unprecedented cooperation. Construction equipment stood ready for the groundbreaking ceremony scheduled for the following day. Temporary structures erected to host city officials and business partners who would witness the historic announcement. Valentina walked the perimeter with Dante, both surrounded by a mixed security detail that still eyed each other warily despite official orders to cooperate. The architectural models they reviewed showcased an ambitious vision. Luxury condominiums alongside affordable housing, high-end retail spaces balanced with community services, carefully preserved green areas enhancing the development's aesthetic appeal. Vincent wasn't wrong about the potential, Dante observed as they studied the marina designs. Just about the methods. And the distribution of benefits, Valentina added. Our version serves both families and the community. His would have consolidated wealth and power solely in his hands. Their professional discussion maintained appropriate distance in front of their respective security teams, but their eyes communicated deeper connection when no one was watching. The summit the previous night had been exhausting but productive, laying groundwork for their unprecedented alliance despite lingering resistance from traditionalists on both sides. Carlo's absence concerns me, Valentina said quietly as they moved toward the temporary office structure. He left immediately after the summit without speaking to anyone. Bianca's monitoring his movements, Dante assured her. So far he's just making calls, presumably trying to rally opposition to our arrangement. Inside the prefabricated office, away from prying eyes, their professional facade softened. Dante closed the distance between them, resting his hands lightly on her waist. You look tired, he said, studying her face with characteristic intensity. Diplomatic of you, Valentina replied with a small smile. I haven't slept. Sophia's betrayal. She shook her head, still processing the revelation about her father's trusted advisor. 20 years as Vincent's informant. All those family operations that went wrong, decisions my father made based on her counsel. How much damage did she do? We may never know the full extent, Dante acknowledged. Have you confronted her? Not yet. She remains under house arrest until I determine her punishment. Valentina's expression hardened. Though there's only one appropriate sentence for betrayal of this magnitude. Dante nodded, understanding the unspoken implication. In their world, certain crimes could only be answered one way. Will you do it yourself? Yes, she said simply. I owe my father that much at least. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, a tender gesture at odds with the subject of their conversation. The groundbreaking ceremony is confirmed for tomorrow at 10. All major city officials attending, press coverage arranged. Our public debut as allies rather than enemies. And the other announcement? Valentina asked, meeting his gaze directly. About us. During the summit, they discussed using their personal relationship to reinforce the alliance between families. A symbolic union to strengthen the practical cooperation they were establishing. Only if you're certain, Dante replied. Our alliance has practical value regardless of personal connections. I won't have you feeling obligated to publicize something so private just for political advantage. Valentina appreciated his consideration, yet recognized the strategic value of their relationship becoming public. Rumors were already circulating after the summit. Controlling the narrative would serve both their interests. I am certain, she assured him. About the announcement and about us. Speaking of which. She reached into her jacket pocket, withdrawing the small velvet box he'd given her before the separate family meetings. You asked me to give you my answer after we knew if our vision had any chance of becoming reality. Dante's expression shifted to one of vulnerable hope, a look few besides Valentina had ever witnessed from the formidable Moretti heir. And now that we know? Now that we know, she echoed, opening the box to reveal the emerald ring. My answer is yes. Not for politics or alliance or family advantage. For us. The kiss that followed held none of the hesitation or restraint that had characterized their earlier encounters. This was certainty, commitment, a promise sealed without words as Dante slipped his mother's ring onto Valentina's finger. It suits you, he observed, genuine pleasure warming his typically guarded features. It feels right, she agreed, admiring how the deep green stone caught the light. Though I suspect certain family members on both sides will have strong opinions about this development. Let them, Dante said with uncharacteristic disregard for politics. We've earned the right to choose our own path. Their moment of private celebration was interrupted by an urgent knock. Bianca entered without waiting for response, her expression grim. We have a situation, she announced. Nadia's missing. Her apartment shows signs of struggle and this was left behind. She handed Dante a plain envelope, his name scrawled across the front in familiar handwriting. Carlo, Valentina realized immediately, recognizing the distinctive script from years of family documents. Dante opened the envelope with controlled movements that belied the fury in his eyes. A single photograph slipped out, Nadia bound to a chair, a copy of that morning's newspaper visible to prove the image was current. A note accompanied the picture, its message brief but unambiguous. Asterisk, the alliance dies tonight or she does. Come alone to the old Rossi warehouse at midnight. One Moretti life for many, your choice, brother. Sis. He signed Vincent's name, Dante observed, his voice dangerously calm. A final insult, using my uncle's identity to issue demands. He knows about your history with Nadia, Valentina said, the implications becoming clear. He's using her specifically because of what she once meant to you. Leverage, Bianca agreed grimly. And a message. That he knows your vulnerabilities and isn't afraid to exploit them. Dante's expression hardened to granite. Assemble our best tactical team. Full equipment, silent approach. We move at 11. No, Valentina countered immediately. That's exactly what he expects. The warehouse is Rossi territory, he'll have prepared for a Moretti assault. I'm not leaving Nadia to die, Dante stated flatly. Not again. Not when I failed to protect her from Vincent. The raw emotion in his voice struck Valentina deeply. Despite everything they'd shared, despite the ring now adorning her finger, Nadia represented a chapter of Dante's life that contained both profound love and devastating failure. His need to save her transcended any lingering romantic attachment. It was about redemption, about not repeating past mistakes. There's another way, Valentina said after a moment's consideration. A better way. What are you suggesting? Bianca asked, eyeing her warily. Carlo wants to destroy our alliance. He's gambling that Dante's attachment to Nadia will drive him to act rashly, triggering renewed conflict between our families. Valentina's mind raced through potential scenarios. But what if we offer him something of even greater value? Dante's eyes narrowed as understanding dawned. No. Absolutely not. It makes perfect sense, Valentina insisted. Carlo has always coveted leadership of the Rossi organization. With me voluntarily surrendering to him in exchange for Nadia's release, he achieves his primary objective without bloodshed. You can't seriously be suggesting offering yourself as a hostage. Dante's voice rose with uncharacteristic emotion. This is exactly the kind of sacrifice we've been fighting to make unnecessary. It's not a sacrifice, it's strategy, Valentina countered. I know Carlo. I know how he thinks, his security protocols, the layout of every Rossi property including that warehouse. You don't. This gives us the advantage. Us? Bianca questioned sharply. You're proposing going in alone. Initially yes. But with proper preparation and coordination. Valentina held Dante's gaze, willing him to understand. Trust me. Please. The conflict played across his features, tactical assessment warring with emotional protection. Finally he nodded once, reluctantly. What's your plan? For the next hour they developed a careful strategy. Valentina would approach Carlo alone, offering herself in exchange for Nadia. Dante's forces would maintain distance but establish surveillance. Marco would position loyal Rossi soldiers strategically, ready to move on Valentina's signal. The priority would be extracting both women safely before neutralizing Carlo and his conspirators. He'll be suspicious, Bianca warned as they finalized details. Coming from you, the offer seems too convenient. Which is why it won't come from me, Valentina replied. It will come from Marco, presenting it as his initiative to prevent all-out war between our families. As evening approached, they separated to make necessary preparations. Dante coordinating with his tactical team, Bianca establishing surveillance around the warehouse, Valentina briefing Marco on his critical role in the deception. They reconvened briefly at sunset in the privacy of Dante's secure apartment. The weight of the coming confrontation hung between them, unspoken but palpable. I still don't like this, Dante said as they reviewed the final protocol. Too many variables, too many opportunities for Carlo to recognize the trap. It's not ideal, Valentina acknowledged. But it's our best option for saving Nadia while neutralizing Carlo's threat to our alliance. Dante took her hands, his expression grave. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. Promise me you'll abort if anything feels wrong. I promise to do whatever necessary to protect what we're building, she replied carefully. Both our alliance and our future together. He recognized the deliberate ambiguity in her answer but didn't press further. Instead he drew her close, kissing her with an intensity that communicated everything words couldn't: fear, determination, and above all, a love neither had imagined possible weeks ago. I'll see you after, Valentina said as they parted, touching the emerald ring that now symbolized their commitment. But as she left to meet Marco, her resolve had already solidified around the decision she'd made privately, a decision she hadn't shared with Dante or Bianca. Carlo would never release both hostages. His hatred ran too deep, his need for vengeance too consuming. Someone would have to stay behind to ensure Nadia's freedom. And Valentina had decided that someone would be her. Not as a sacrifice but as a strategic gambit. She knew the Rossi organization in ways Dante couldn't. She understood Carlo's psychology, his weaknesses. From inside his operation she could gather intelligence while Marco and Dante assembled the forces needed for a decisive strike against the remaining opposition to their alliance. It was a dangerous game but one she believed necessary to secure their future. Carlo represented the old guard, the entrenched hatred that had nearly destroyed both families. Removing him permanently was essential for their vision to succeed. As midnight approached and Marco delivered the message offering Valentina in exchange for Nadia, she prepared herself for what would come. The ultimatum Carlo had issued would be answered, not with surrender or capitulation, but with a countermove he wouldn't anticipate. The board was set, the pieces in motion. By dawn, their alliance would either be secured or shattered beyond repair. And Valentina was gambling everything, including her own freedom, on her ability to outmaneuver a man who had built his reputation on ruthless cunning. Chapter 17. The abandoned Rossi warehouse loomed against the night sky, its weathered silhouette a dark monument to bygone days when the family's shipping operations had dominated the harbor. Now it served a more sinister purpose. The backdrop for Carlo's desperate gambit to destroy the alliance that threatened everything he believed in. Valentina approached alone as agreed. No visible weapons, no wire, nothing that might trigger Carlo's paranoia. Only the emerald ring remained on her finger, a private talisman she had refused to remove despite Marco's concerns that it might provoke Carlo's rage. 2 armed guards emerged from the shadows as she reached the loading bay entrance. They searched her roughly, professionally, then escorted her inside without a word. The warehouse interior was cavernous, mostly empty except for scattered crates and obsolete equipment. Light came from portable construction lamps positioned to create harsh shadows and blind spots, tactical positioning that revealed Carlo's military background. And there he was at the center of this carefully constructed stage. Carlo Bienzi, her father's former captain, now architect of what he surely saw as the Rossi family's salvation from Moretti corruption. Beside him, bound to a chair but apparently unharmed, sat Nadia. 3 more guards stood at strategic points around the perimeter. Valentina, Carlo greeted her, false warmth coating contempt. How noble of you to accept my invitation. Where's Marco? She asked, ignoring the bait. They had agreed her godfather would act as intermediary, presenting her surrender as his initiative to prevent war. Delayed unfortunately, Carlo replied with a thin smile. Vehicle trouble. But he assured me you were coming voluntarily, so I saw no reason to wait. Alarm prickled along Valentina's spine. Something was wrong. Marco would never have failed to accompany her unless. Don't worry about your godfather, Carlo continued, reading her expression. He's merely indisposed. Unlike your Moretti pet, I don't solve every problem with murder. Relief mingled with renewed caution. Marco alive meant their contingency plans remained viable, but his absence complicated the immediate exchange. I'm here as agreed, Valentina stated firmly. Release Nadia. Carlo made a show of considering the request. I've been reflecting on our family history. The real history, not the revisionist version you've been promoting. Do you know when the Rossi decline truly began? Valentina remained silent, recognizing the rhetorical nature of his question. When we started showing weakness, Carlo continued, circling Nadia's chair like a predator. When Antonio began entertaining notions of modernization and legitimate enterprise. When he raised his daughter to value art and culture over family tradition. His gaze hardened. When that daughter forgot her heritage enough to spread her legs for a Moretti. The crude provocation was designed to make her react emotionally, to abandon strategy for rage. Valentina gave him nothing, her expression impassive despite the fury his words ignited. Are we negotiating or reminiscing, Carlo? She asked coolly. Because only one of those activities results in Nadia leaving this warehouse alive. For a moment, genuine hatred flashed across his features, the mask of reason resistance slipping to reveal fanatical obsession beneath. Then his professional facade returned. Of course. Business first, philosophy later. He gestured to one of his men who moved to untie Nadia's bonds. As agreed. The Moretti whore in exchange for the Rossi trader. Nadia stood shakily, her elegant features bruised but her dignity intact. As she was guided toward Valentina, their eyes met in a moment of silent communication, woman to woman beyond family allegiances. Thank you, Nadia whispered as they passed each other at the center of the room. Tell him I'm sorry, Valentina replied softly. And tell him not to come for me. But even as the words left her lips, she knew Dante would never accept her sacrifice. Knew that by now, having discovered Marco's fate, he would be mobilizing every resource to extract both women. Her only hope was to buy time, to gather intelligence from inside Carlo's operation that might prevent further bloodshed. A touching exchange, Carlo observed as his men secured Valentina with the same restraints that had held Nadia. Though ultimately futile. Your Moretti lover won't see either of you again. Cold realization washed over Valentina. The exchange was a lie. Not entirely, Carlo replied with false reasonableness. Nadia will be released, at a separate location at a designated time if certain conditions are met. Primarily that Dante Moretti come alone to retrieve her. His smile turned predatory. An invitation I'm certain he'll accept, given his history with the lady in question. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. Use Nadia to lure Valentina, then use both women to draw Dante into an ambush. With the leaders of both families eliminated, the alliance would collapse and traditional hatred would resurface stronger than ever. You'll fail, Valentina stated with quiet certainty. Even if you kill us all, the alliance won't die. Too many on both sides recognize its value now. Perhaps, Carlo acknowledged. But symbols matter in our world. The romantic tragedy of the star-crossed heirs, murdered for daring to bridge the divide. It sends a powerful message about the consequences of betraying tradition. He was already crafting the narrative, Valentina realized. Not just planning their deaths but the story that would follow. A cautionary tale to reinforce the very divisions they'd worked to overcome. My father would be disgusted by what you've become, she said, genuine pity coloring her contempt. He valued loyalty but never at the expense of progress. Never at the cost of our family's future. Your father lost his way, Carlo snapped, the composed facade cracking again. But I remained true to the real Rossi legacy, strength through separation, power through purity. Vincent understood this too before his ambition clouded his judgment. Vincent betrayed everyone who trusted him, Valentina countered. Just as you're betraying my father's memory by using his name to justify your own hunger for power. The verbal sparring continued as Carlo's men transported Nadia to a secondary location, leaving Valentina alone with her captor and 2 guards. She noted everything with methodical precision. The number of men, 7 total, their weapons, military grade, not standard family issue, the communication system they used, encrypted radios with earpieces. All valuable intelligence, assuming she survived to relay it. Hours passed. Carlo received periodic updates via radio, his expression growing increasingly tense as midnight gave way to early morning. Valentina recognized the signs. Something wasn't proceeding according to his plan. Trouble? She inquired innocently. Your men seem concerned. Carlo silenced her with a sharp gesture, listening intently to his earpiece. Sweep the entire perimeter again, he ordered. If Moretti's men are out there, I want to know their positions. So Dante had maintained discipline, resisting the urge to storm the warehouse immediately. Good. It meant their contingency planning hadn't been entirely compromised despite Marco being indisposed. He's smarter than you give him credit for, Valentina observed. Dante won't walk blindly into your trap. Everyone has weaknesses, Carlo replied with renewed confidence. His happened to be particularly exploitable at the moment. Before she could respond, the warehouse door swung open. 2 guards entered, half dragging a third figure between them. A man with a hood covering his face, hands bound behind his back. With theatrical timing, Carlo approached the captive, removing the hood with a flourish. Dante Moretti's bruised face emerged, his dark eyes immediately finding Valentina's across the room. No, she whispered, genuine horror replacing her calculated composure. This wasn't possible. Dante was too careful, too strategic to be captured so easily. Yes, Carlo countered, satisfaction evident in his voice. Your Romeo couldn't resist the chance to play hero after all. We found him attempting to infiltrate the secondary location where we're holding his former flame. Dante was shoved roughly into a chair opposite Valentina, their positions creating a twisted mirror image of captivity. Blood trickled from a cut above his eye, and he held himself stiffly, suggesting cracked ribs or worse beneath his torn shirt. Are you all right? He asked her, ignoring Carlo completely. I'm fine, she replied, struggling to maintain composure. Nadia. Alive last I saw. His gaze conveyed volumes beyond the simple words. Reassurance, determination, a silent promise that this wasn't over. Carlo observed their exchange with theatrical distaste. How touching. The star-crossed lovers reunited in captivity. He checked his watch with deliberate casualness. Unfortunately, we're on a tight schedule. The dock workers arrive at 6 and I'd prefer to have this mess cleaned up by then. The implication was clear. They had perhaps an hour left to live. Before we conclude our business, Carlo continued, I'm curious about something, Dante. Was she worth it? Worth betraying your family's legacy, worth destroying everything your father built? Dante's laugh was genuine despite their circumstances. My father built a criminal empire through fear and violence. Vincent corrupted it further through lies and manipulation. What Valentina and I are creating is something neither of them could imagine. Something sustainable, something with a future beyond endless bloodshed. Poetic, Carlos sneered. But ultimately naive. Our world doesn't change, it merely shifts power from one strong hand to another. That worldview is why you'll lose, Valentina interjected. You're fighting for a past that's already fading. We're building a future that benefits everyone. Carlos' patience visibly thinned. Enough philosophy. Since you're both so committed to this star-crossed narrative, I'll grant you a few moments of privacy to say your goodbyes. A small courtesy before the final act. He gestured to his men. Watch them but give them space to be sentimental. It makes for a better story afterward. The guards retreated to the perimeter, maintaining clear sightlines but allowing the illusion of privacy. Carlo himself moved toward the office area, presumably to make final arrangements for their execution and disposal. This isn't how I planned our evening, Dante said once they were relatively alone, his voice low but carrying easily to Valentina. Nor I, she admitted. Though I suspected Carlo wouldn't honor the exchange agreement. Which is why you shouldn't have come alone, he replied, frustration evident despite his attempt at control. Marco realized the trap too late. They drugged him after he delivered your message. Is he alive? Bianca found him and got him medical attention. Dante shifted slightly, wincing at what was clearly significant pain. The plan was for me to create a diversion at the secondary location while our combined forces moved on this warehouse. Unfortunately, their security was better than our intelligence suggested. Valentina studied him, suspicion forming. You let yourself be captured, she realized suddenly. Deliberately. The ghost of a smile touched his bloodied lips. Let's call it a calculated risk. Nadia is safely away, that part worked as intended. And now I'm where I need to be. Bound to a chair awaiting execution? She asked incredulously. With you, he corrected simply. Wherever that is. The raw honesty in his voice stripped away her remaining composure. Dante. Listen to me, he interrupted urgently, lowering his voice further. Whatever happens next, I need you to know something. Something I should have said clearly before all this began. Valentina's heart contracted painfully as she recognized the tone. A man saying what needed to be said while there was still time. I love you, Dante continued, his dark eyes holding hers with unwavering intensity. Not for political advantage or strategic alliance or any reason except the simple truth that you've become essential to me. If we die here, I need you to know that loving you is worth everything. Every risk, every break with tradition, every difficult choice. Tears blurred Valentina's vision, emotion overwhelming tactical considerations. I love you too, she whispered fiercely. From enemies to allies to this, whatever this impossible thing between us has become. I wouldn't trade it, not even to avoid this moment. The confession hung between them, absolute truth spoken in the shadow of death. For people raised in worlds built on power and deception, such transparency was its own kind of freedom. If we had more time. Dante began. We will, Valentina interrupted with sudden, irrational certainty. This isn't over. Not while we still have allies out there. Not while we still have each other. As if summoned by her declaration, the warehouse lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the space into complete darkness. In the same instant, the distinctive pop of silenced weapons echoed from the perimeter, followed by the dull thud of bodies hitting concrete. Right on schedule, Dante murmured, and Valentina could hear the smile in his voice despite the darkness. The rescue had begun. Their confession of love wouldn't be their last exchange after all, but rather the foundation for whatever came next. Whether victory or continued struggle, survival or sacrifice. In that moment of darkness before the battle, Valentina felt a clarity that transcended fear. Whatever happened next, they had already won something precious. The courage to choose love over hatred, future over past, life over the living death of perpetual vengeance. And that, perhaps, was the greatest rebellion of all against the world that had shaped them. Chapter 18. Darkness became Valentina and Dante's ally as chaos erupted throughout the warehouse. Emergency lights flickered weakly, casting ghostly blue illumination that transformed the space into a surreal battleground of shifting shadows and muzzle flashes. Don't move, a voice whispered near Valentina's ear. She recognized Bianca's distinctive cadence as skilled hands made quick work of her restraints. We have about 90 seconds before their backup generators kick in. Across the room she could just make out Dante being freed by one of his security team. Despite his injuries he moved with fluid purpose once released, immediately retrieving a weapon from his rescuer. "Carlo?" Valentina asked urgently as Bianca pressed a pistol into her palm. "Office area. 3 guards with him." Bianca guided her behind a stack of crates as gunfire erupted from multiple directions. "Marco's leading the exterior team, a mix of your loyal soldiers and ours. We have the perimeter secured but limited time before Carlo's reinforcements arrive." The warehouse suddenly blazed with light as the generators engaged. What had been shadowy chaos transformed into stark reality. Bodies of Carlo's perimeter guards lay where they had fallen, while a firefight raged near the office section where Carlo had retreated. Dante appeared at their position, blood still trickling from his temple but his movements decisive despite obvious pain. "Northeast corner is clear," he reported. "Extraction route established." "We need Carlo alive," Valentina insisted. "His testimony about Anthony's conspiracy is essential for convincing the remaining skeptics in both organizations." Dante nodded, tactical assessment overriding any desire for immediate vengeance. "Bianca, coordinate with Marco's team to maintain the perimeter. Valentina and I will handle Carlo." 2 against 3 with unknown additional forces in the office, Bianca calculated aloud. "Not ideal odds." "When have we ever had ideal odds?" Dante replied with grim humor. He turned to Valentina, his expression shifting to deadly seriousness. "Stay behind me, move only when I signal, and if anything happens—" "Nothing will happen," she interrupted firmly. "We finish this together." No further words were needed. They moved in perfect synchronization, using the warehouse architecture for cover as they advanced toward the office section. Years of separate training, weeks of growing understanding, and the desperate clarity of their recent confession had forged them into a single tactical unit, communicating through glances and subtle gestures more effectively than many longtime partners. As they reached the final approach to the office area, a burst of gunfire forced them into cover behind a concrete pillar. One of Carlo's men had spotted their advance and was laying down suppressive fire while the others presumably prepared a more fortified position. "We need a distraction," Dante assessed, checking his ammunition. "Already arranged," Valentina replied with unexpected confidence. At her words, a series of small explosions rocked the far side of the warehouse. Flashbangs deployed by Marco's exterior team, precisely timed to draw attention away from their position. In the momentary confusion they burst from cover, Dante taking the lead with Valentina providing covering fire. 2 of Carlo's guards fell before they could properly react, but the third managed to retreat into the office itself, slamming the metal door behind him. "Reinforced steel," Dante observed, examining the barrier. "We could breach it but not quietly or quickly." "We don't need to," Valentina countered, gesturing toward an adjacent maintenance corridor. "Manager's office has a secondary entrance, fire safety protocol from when this was an active shipping center." Dante raised an eyebrow, impressed by her detailed knowledge of the facility. They navigated the narrow corridor silently, emerging into a small anteroom connected to the main office by a partially concealed door. Through it, they could hear Carlo's frantic communications, ordering reinforcements, demanding situation reports, growing increasingly desperate as his carefully orchestrated trap collapsed around him. "We take him alive," Valentina reiterated in a whisper. "For both our families to move forward, this needs to end with justice, not just more bloodshed." Dante nodded, positioning himself for the breach. With a silent count of 3 they burst through the door, Dante high, Valentina low, covering different sections of the room with practiced efficiency. Carlo and his remaining guards spun toward the unexpected intrusion, weapons raised. Time seemed to compress into a series of frozen tableaus. The guard firing first, his shot going wide as Dante's bullet found his shoulder. Carlo recognizing his imminent defeat, something dangerous and desperate igniting in his eyes. Valentina advancing, weapon trained on her father's former captain, offering one chance at surrender. "It's over, Carlo. Drop the gun." And then, the moment that would replay in her nightmares for months to come, Carlo shifting his aim from Dante to her, his expression transforming to one of fanatical resolve. "If I can't save the family from you, he snarled. I can at least avenge it. His finger tightened on the trigger. Dante moved without hesitation, lunging forward to place himself between Carlo's weapon and Valentina. The gunshot echoed deafeningly in the confined space. Dante staggered, crimson blooming across his shirt, but still managed to tackle Carlo to the ground. Valentina's own shot followed a split second later, precise and controlled despite the horror unfolding before her. Carlo's gun clattered to the floor as her bullet shattered his wrist. Dante, she cried, rushing to where both men had fallen. Dante had somehow maintained dominance despite his wound, pinning Carlo with his remaining strength while blood soaked through his shirt at an alarming rate. I'm fine, he growled unconvincingly. Secure him. Valentina efficiently restrained Carlo, who had gone into shock from the combination of his injury and the stunning reversal of his plans. Only then did she turn her full attention to Dante, easing him off their captive and assessing the gunshot wound with growing alarm. Upper chest, right side, she reported clinically, though her hands trembled as she applied pressure to the wound. Possible lung involvement. We need medical attention immediately. As if in response, Bianca burst into the office, weapon raised until she processed the scene before her. Marco's team has secured the perimeter, she reported, holstering her gun and kneeling beside her brother. Medics 2 minutes out. Carlo? Dante asked through gritted teeth, his complexion alarmingly pale. Alive and secured, Valentina confirmed, maintaining pressure on his wound while Bianca retrieved a first aid kit from the office wall. Good, he managed, his eyes finding Valentina's with painful intensity. Worth it. Don't, she commanded fiercely. Don't you dare make this a noble sacrifice. You're going to live, Dante Moretti. That's an order. A ghost of a smile touched his bloodless lips. Since when do I take orders from a Rossi? Since you fell in love with one, she replied, tears finally breaking through her composed facade. Since you put a ring on my finger. Since you promised me a future beyond all this. Around them, the warehouse had fallen silent as Marco's combined force of Rossi and Moretti soldiers secured the facility. The enemy's turned allies moved with newfound coordination, clearing rooms, establishing a defensive perimeter, preparing for the medical evacuation of their leaders. When the medics arrived, they worked efficiently to stabilize Dante for transport. Valentina refused to leave his side, maintaining physical contact even as they loaded him into the waiting ambulance. Carlo? Dante asked again as they prepared to depart. Under guard, Bianca assured him from the ambulance doorway. Marco's handling his transport personally. He'll be held securely until both families determine his punishment. The alliance? His voice weakened as pain medication began to take effect. Stronger than ever, Valentina told him, squeezing his hand. Carlo's men are surrendering or fleeing. Those who witnessed what happened here tonight, you taking a bullet meant for me, are already spreading the word. The symbolism isn't lost on anyone. Dante's eyes began to close, medication finally overwhelming his iron will. See you on the other side, he murmured. Count on it, Valentina replied, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead as the ambulance doors closed. The next 12 hours passed in a blur of hospital corridors, surgery updates and careful security arrangements. The combined might of Rossi and Moretti protection details transformed the private medical facility into a fortress, while captains from both organizations arrived to receive updates and pledge continued support. Marco managed the Rossi contingent with diplomatic skill, while Bianca coordinated the Moretti forces, their seamless cooperation the living embodiment of the alliance Dante and Valentina had envisioned. When the surgeon finally emerged from the operating room, Valentina forced herself to read his expression before he spoke a word. The subtle release of tension in his shoulders, the absence of the grave demeanor that accompanied bad news. He's stable, the doctor confirmed. The bullet missed his lung by centimeters, though it did significant damage to surrounding tissue. With proper rest and rehabilitation he should make a full recovery. The collective exhale from the assembled lieutenants and captains was audible. Genuine relief that transcended traditional family boundaries. When can I see him? Valentina asked, maintaining composure despite the emotional tidal wave threatening to overwhelm her. He's in recovery now. Family only for the next few hours. Before Valentina could protest that technically she wasn't family, Bianca stepped forward. She is family, she stated with such absolute authority that no one, not even the experienced trauma surgeon, dared contradict her. In the recovery room, Dante lay unnaturally still, pallid against white sheets, monitors tracking his vital signs with reassuring steadiness. Valentina approached quietly, taking his hand between hers, mindful of the 4 lines and monitoring equipment. "You kept your promise," she whispered. "You stayed alive." Though unconscious, his fingers twitched slightly within her grasp, a reflexive response that she chose to interpret as acknowledgement. As dawn broke over the city, news of the warehouse confrontation spread through both organizations like wildfire. The narrative that emerged was powerful in its simplicity. Dante Moretti had taken a bullet meant for Valentina Rossi. The Moretti heir had nearly sacrificed his life to save the Rossi daughter. Centuries of hatred couldn't withstand such a potent symbol. Even the most traditional captains found themselves reconsidering their opposition to the alliance in light of Dante's actions. The tide of opinion, already shifting after the summit, now moved decisively toward acceptance of the new order being established. Carlo, secured in a private medical facility under heavy guard, found his support evaporating as details of his plot became known. His planned execution of both family heirs, his willingness to sacrifice Nadia as bait, his fanatical adherence to outdated vendettas, all painted him as a dangerous relic rather than a principled traditionalist. By midday, as Dante began regaining consciousness in fragments, Valentina received word that the remaining opposition within both organizations had largely dissolved. The groundbreaking ceremony for the waterfront development would be delayed due to the night's events, but the project itself had gained near-universal support among the family captains. "Did we win?" Dante asked hoarsely when he finally managed to stay awake for more than a few minutes. Valentina, who had refused to leave his bedside despite multiple suggestions that she rest, smiled with genuine joy for the first time since his shooting. "We did," she confirmed. "On all fronts. Carlo, alive, under guard and increasingly cooperative as he realizes his position. Marco thinks he'll provide full testimony against the remaining conspirators in exchange for consideration in his sentencing." Dante absorbed this with a slight nod, grimacing at the movement. "And us?" The simple question contained multitudes. What had changed, what remained, what came next for them personally amid the organizational transformations they'd initiated. Valentina raised their joined hands, her emerald ring catching the afternoon light. "Us is non-negotiable," she said firmly. "The one constant in everything that's happened." His smile, though weakened by pain and medication, held all the warmth and certainty she needed. "Good," he managed. "Because taking a bullet for you is a one-time offer. Next time you get to be the hero." Valentina laughed despite herself, the sound bright with relief and love and the sudden wonderful certainty that there would indeed be a next time, and a time after that and after that. A future stretching before them, hard-won through blood and courage and the remarkable choice to love across a divide that had seemed unbreachable mere weeks ago. The final battle had been fought and won. What remained now was the equally challenging but infinitely more rewarding task of building something new from the ashes of the old order, together. Chapter 19. 3 weeks after the warehouse confrontation, a different sort of gathering took place at the waterfront development site. No gunfire or explosions this time, only the controlled demolition of abandoned storage facilities to make way for new construction. Camera flashes replaced muzzle flashes as press photographers documented what the business section would later call the most ambitious urban renewal project in the city's history. On a temporary stage overlooking the harbor, Valentina stood beside Dante, who had insisted on attending despite his doctor's objections. He leaned almost imperceptibly on a cane, his customary physical prowess not yet fully restored, but his presence radiated the same commanding authority as always. "You should be resting," she murmured as they waited for the mayor to conclude his predictably self-congratulatory speech. "And miss our moment of triumph?" Dante replied, his voice low enough for only her to hear. "Not a chance. Triumph it certainly was." Before them stretched not just acres of prime real estate awaiting transformation, but living proof of their revolutionary alliance. Rossi and Moretti personnel mingled easily at the event, their interactions professional if not yet entirely comfortable. City officials, business partners, and community representatives had all turned out to witness the historic collaboration between families that had warred for generations. "And now," the mayor announced, gesturing grandly toward them, "I'm honored to introduce the visionaries behind this unprecedented partnership, Valentina Rossi and Dante Moretti." Applause greeted them as they approached the podium together. Camera shutters clicked frantically, capturing what would become the defining image of the new era. The heirs of rival organizations, united not just by business interests but by the unmistakable connection evident in their every interaction. Valentina spoke first, her clear voice carrying easily across the assembled crowd. "This project represents more than economic development," she began. "It symbolizes a fundamental shift in how we approach the future of our community, through cooperation rather than competition, shared prosperity rather than isolated gain." Dante continued seamlessly when she finished, their prepared remarks flowing like a conversation rather than separate speeches. The substance was carefully calibrated. Enough emphasis on community benefits to satisfy public officials, sufficient focus on profitable opportunities to reassure family captains, all wrapped in language of partnership and progress that reinforced their central vision. What went unspoken but was clearly visible to anyone watching closely was the personal dimension of their alliance. Valentina's hand occasionally brushing Dante's arm in subtle support when pain flickered across his features. His protective positioning, angled slightly to keep her partially shielded despite his injury. The emerald ring catching sunlight as she gestured during her remarks, a private commitment made increasingly public. When the ceremonial groundbreaking concluded, they moved through the reception with practiced grace, addressing concerns from family members, answering press inquiries, reassuring business partners. The performance was flawless, two natural leaders functioning as a seamless unit, their complementary strengths creating something more effective than either could achieve alone. "Carlo has agreed to the terms," Marco informed them during a momentary break between conversations. "Full testimony against remaining conspirators in both organizations, verification of Sophia's long-term betrayal, confirmation of Vincent and Anthony's roles in your father's murder." "In exchange?" Dante asked, though they had already discussed the likely arrangement. "Exile rather than execution," Marco confirmed. "Stripped of all assets, banned from family territories permanently, but allowed to live, provided he never attempts contact or return." Valentina nodded, satisfaction rather than vengeance her primary emotion. Carlo's testimony would cement the legitimacy of their alliance, closing the chapter on Vincent and Anthony's conspiracy more definitively than execution ever could. "And Sophia?" she asked, the name still difficult to speak without emotion. Marco's expression hardened. "She maintains her innocence regarding Antonio's murder, claims she was merely gathering intelligence for Vincent, not actively participating in assassination plots." "Convenient distinction," Dante observed dryly. "Indeed," Marco agreed. "However, given her age and her legitimate contributions to the family over the years, the captains are divided on appropriate punishment." Valentina had anticipated this. Sophia's betrayal was deeply personal to her but more complex from an organizational perspective. The woman had served the Rossi family for decades, her intelligence work for Vincent notwithstanding. House arrest, she decided after a moment's consideration. Permanent, closely monitored with no access to family information or operations. Let her live with the consequences of her choices while providing us valuable intelligence about Vincent's long-term operations. Marco nodded approval. Mercy tempered with pragmatism. "Your father would approve." As the event concluded and security prepared for their departure, Bianca approached with uncharacteristic hesitation. "There's been a development with Nadia," she said quietly. "She's requesting permission to leave the city permanently. Says there are too many painful memories here." Dante absorbed this with careful neutrality, but Valentina caught the momentary tension in his stance. Despite everything that had changed between them, Nadia represented an unhealed wound from his past, a failure to protect someone he had once loved. "Of course," he said after a brief pause. "Arrange whatever she needs. Security, finances, new identity if she wants it." "She also asked to see you both before she goes," Bianca added with slight reluctance. "To thank you personally for her rescue." Valentina exchanged a glance with Dante, reading his unspoken question. We'll see her tomorrow, she decided for both of them. At the neutral property downtown, not family territory. Later that evening, at Dante's penthouse where Valentina had essentially taken up residence during his recovery, they reviewed the day's events from the privacy of the terrace. The alliance is secure, Dante observed, easing himself carefully onto a lounge chair, his healing wound still tender despite significant progress. Even the most traditional captains are coming around, especially after Carlo's confession. The economic incentives help, Valentina noted practically. The waterfront development will generate more profit for both families than our separate operations ever could. Always the pragmatist, he teased gently. One of us has to be, she countered with a smile, settling beside him. Especially when the other insists on attending public events against medical advice. Worth it, Dante maintained. The families needed to see us together, presenting a united front. Particularly while I'm still recovering, weakness can't be left for others to interpret. He wasn't wrong. In their world, perception remained nearly as important as reality. Their public appearance together, his injury visible but his strength undiminished, her support evident but not dominating, all sent carefully calculated messages to both organizations about the nature of their partnership. Dante considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. I've made peace with that chapter of my life, he finally said. Vincent took her from me, used her against me, but in doing so set us both on paths that eventually led elsewhere. His hand found Valentina's, fingers intertwining naturally. Better paths, ultimately. The simple sincerity of his statement warmed her more deeply than any passionate declaration could have. This was the private Dante few ever witnessed. Reflective, emotionally honest, capable of growth beyond the rigid identity his family had crafted for him. What happens next? She asked, gazing out at the city spread below them. Territories once divided now increasingly integrated under their joint leadership. After the waterfront project launches, after Carlo's testimony concludes, after the immediate threats are neutralized? Whatever we decide, Dante replied. That's the point of everything we've fought for. The freedom to choose our own direction rather than being constrained by outdated vendettas and rigid traditions. And if our choices continue taking us toward legitimate enterprise? Away from the activities that built both our families' power. It was a question they'd discussed theoretically but never with such immediate relevance. The waterfront development represented a significant investment in legitimate business, one that could potentially become a model for transforming other aspects of their operations. Then we lead that transition, Dante said simply. Carefully, strategically, respecting the history that brought us here while creating something more sustainable for those who follow us. Those who follow us. The phrase lingered between them, pregnant with possibility. Neither had explicitly discussed children, family, legacy in the personal sense rather than organizational. Yet the emerald ring Valentina wore and the plans they were making inherently looked toward a shared future that might include such considerations. One step at a time, she said, answering both the spoken and unspoken aspects of their exchange. Starting with your complete recovery, the waterfront groundbreaking, and consolidating the alliance. Always the strategic thinker, Dante observed with appreciation. It's one of the many reasons I love you. The declaration, now spoken easily between them since their warehouse confrontation, still sent a pleasant warmth through Valentina. From enemies to reluctant allies to partners in every sense. Their journey had unfolded with unprecedented speed yet felt inevitable in retrospect. The following day brought the meeting with Nadia at the neutral downtown property, a luxury apartment maintained for business meetings rather than family operations. She arrived precisely on time, elegant as always despite recent trauma, her composed exterior revealing little of her internal state. Thank you for seeing me, she began once pleasantries had been exchanged. I wanted to express my gratitude personally before leaving. You both risked everything to save me despite having every reason not to. You were an innocent caught in Carlo's vendetta, Valentina replied. That made the choice simple. Nadia's gaze shifted between them, assessing with intelligent perception. Simple perhaps but not easy. Not with our complicated history. The acknowledgement of the unspoken triangle hung briefly in the air. Nadia's past with Dante, Valentina's present and future with him, the layers of family loyalty and betrayal that had entangled all their lives. Vincent took many things from all of us, Dante said after a moment. Used people as pieces in his power games without concern for the damage he caused. Yes, Nadia agreed softly. Though I bear responsibility for my own choices as well. She turned to Valentina with unexpected directness. I could have refused him, accepted the consequences. Instead, I chose what seemed the safer path, not realizing it would eventually lead here. The honest acknowledgement disarmed Valentina's lingering wariness. We all made choices based on the information we had at the time, she offered. What matters is what we choose now with clearer perspective. Which is why I'm leaving, Nadia explained. Not just the city but this life entirely. Vincent's death and your new alliance create the perfect opportunity for a clean break. A chance to build something separate from family obligations and old loyalties. Where will you go? Dante asked. Better you don't know, Nadia replied with a sad smile. Cleaner that way for everyone. She reached into her handbag, withdrawing a small package wrapped in tissue paper. Before I go, I wanted to return this. She handed it to Dante, who unwrapped it carefully to reveal a vintage pocket watch. Platinum case, intricate engraving, clearly a family heirloom. My father's, he said quietly, recognition and memory washing over his features. I gave it to you when we thought we had a future together, Nadia finished gently. It should stay in your family now, perhaps for the next generation. The gesture was both closure and blessing. Acknowledgement of what had been, acceptance of what now existed in its place. Valentina felt an unexpected surge of compassion for this woman who had lost so much to Vincent's manipulation yet maintained her dignity throughout. Thank you, Dante said simply, the words conveying far more than mere gratitude for the returned heirloom. Their parting was brief but respectful, a chapter closing with unexpected grace. As Nadia left for her new life beyond family territories and obligations, Valentina found herself reflecting on the many forms of courage, not just in dramatic confrontations like the warehouse battle, but in quieter moments of honesty, forgiveness, and choosing to begin again. In the weeks that followed, the new order they had envisioned began taking concrete form. The waterfront development broke ground officially, with construction proceeding on schedule. Joint security protocols were implemented in formerly contested territories, eliminating the wasteful duplication of resources that had characterized their previous opposition. Most significantly, the governing council they had proposed during the summit became operational. Equal representation from both families, transparent decision-making processes, clear mechanisms for resolving disputes without violence. The structure was revolutionary for organizations built on hierarchical authority, yet gained acceptance through its evident effectiveness. We've accomplished more in 2 months than either family achieved in the past 5 years, Marco observed during a council session reviewing their progress. Profits are up, territorial disputes down, law enforcement pressure decreased now that we're not constantly at each other's throats. The transition hasn't been entirely smooth, Bianca noted pragmatically. We still have traditionalists questioning whether this alliance serves their interests, particularly in operations that don't translate easily to legitimate enterprise. Which is why we're approaching this as evolution, not revolution, Valentina responded. Core operations continue as before, with coordination rather than competition. The waterfront project demonstrates the benefits of our approach without forcing immediate change on every aspect of family business. The balanced strategy was proving effective. By maintaining continuity in traditional operations while showcasing the advantages of their new model through the development project, they addressed both progressive and conservative elements within their organizations. As summer faded into early autumn, Dante's recovery progressed to the point where he no longer required the cane that had accompanied him since the shooting. The physical therapy had been grueling, but he had approached it with the same disciplined determination he brought to everything. The doctor has officially declared me fully recovered, he announced one evening as they prepared for a rare night away from family business, a private celebration at the coastal cottage where they had first planned their alliance. Fully recovered, or simply too stubborn to admit ongoing limitations? Valentina teased, knowing how he had pushed himself through pain during rehabilitation. Fully recovered, he insisted, pulling her into an embrace that certainly suggested restored strength. With medical documentation to prove it. Their weekend at the cottage became a sanctuary from the constant demands of leadership. A brief interlude where they could simply be Valentina and Dante rather than the architects of a complex family alliance. They walked the rocky beach, prepared meals together, discussed art and literature and sailing rather than territory and strategy and organizational structure. On their final evening, as sunset painted the ocean in spectacular golds and crimsons, Dante grew uncharacteristically quiet. "Second thoughts about our grand experiment?" Valentina asked, only half-joking as they stood together on the weathered deck. "Not about the alliance," he replied, turning to face her fully. "Never about us." Something in his tone made her pulse quicken. But I've been thinking about what comes next," he continued. "About making certain aspects of our arrangement more official." Valentina raised an eyebrow, though her heart rate accelerated further. "More official than a joint development project? Integrated security operations and shared governance council?" "More official than those, yes," Dante confirmed with a small smile. He reached into his pocket, withdrawing not the velvet box she half expected but a folded document. "I had our lawyers draft this privately. No one else has seen it yet." Curious, Valentina accepted the document, unfolding it to reveal legal language that took a moment to process. When understanding dawned, she looked up at him in genuine surprise. "A marriage contract," she said, the words sounding strange yet right. "With provisions for complete integration of family assets and operations." "A formal merger," Dante acknowledged. "Personal and professional if you're willing." The proposal was breathtaking in its scope. Beyond a traditional marriage, the contract outlined a comprehensive unification of Rossi and Moretti interests. Legal structures, property holdings, legitimate businesses and otherwise, under joint governance. "This would change everything," Valentina said quietly, mind racing through implications. "Not just symbolically but practically. The separation between our families would effectively end." "That's the point," Dante replied. "We've proven the alliance works. This would cement it permanently, create something entirely new from our separate histories." She studied him, this man who had been her sworn enemy mere months ago, now offering the most profound commitment possible. "The families will have strong opinions," she noted, though her tone held consideration rather than rejection. "They always do," he agreed with a slight shrug. "But the results speak for themselves. Increased prosperity, decreased violence, more sustainable operations. We've delivered everything we promised and more." Valentina looked back at the document, its implications simultaneously radical and perfectly logical given their journey. "This isn't quite how I imagined being proposed to," she observed with a small smile. "The legal contract is just the practical element," Dante clarified, taking her hand. "This is the real proposal." He didn't kneel, such theatrical gestures weren't their style, but the quiet intensity of his gaze held more genuine emotion than any staged romantic moment could convey. "Marry me, Valentina," he said simply. "Not just for our families, not just for the alliance, but because I love you and want to build something lasting with you, something neither of us thought possible before we found each other." The directness that had first drawn her to him, even as enemies, now wrapped around her heart with undeniable power. No manipulation, no strategic ambiguity, just honest declaration of what he wanted and why. "Yes," she answered with equal simplicity. "To all of it. The merger, the marriage, the future we're creating together." Their kiss sealed the agreement more effectively than any signature could, the sunset bearing witness to a union that would transform not just their lives but the very structure of power in the city they had inherited and were now reshaping. As darkness fell and stars emerged above the ocean, they sketched plans for implementing their most audacious move yet, the complete integration of organizations that had defined themselves in opposition to each other for generations. A new order indeed, not just in governance or territory or business operations, but in the fundamental understanding of what family could mean in their world. Not separation and rivalry but connection and shared strength. Not the poisonous loyalty that had enabled Vincent and Anthony's betrayals, but a healthier commitment to collective prosperity. "Our parents wouldn't recognize the world we're building," Valentina observed as they finally retired inside. "Perhaps not," Dante agreed. "But I believe they would respect the strength it represents, different from theirs but strength nonetheless. Different but equally valid," A perfect summation of the transformation they had initiated both in their organizations and in themselves. The new order taking shape under their leadership honored the resilience and determination of their inheritance while deliberately rejecting its most destructive elements. And at its heart stood a relationship that defied every expectation, every tradition, every boundary that should have kept them apart. Proof that even the most entrenched hatred could give way to something far more powerful when courage and vision aligned. Chapter 20. 1 year later, the waterfront development rose impressively against the autumn skyline. The first phase nearing completion, already transforming the once neglected harbor area into a vibrant district that fulfilled the vision Valentina and Dante had outlined during those early dangerous days of their alliance. The Renaissance Hotel, centerpiece of the development's luxury segment, had been selected as the venue for what the society pages were calling the wedding of the decade. Not merely the union of two prominent business leaders, but the formal solidification of what had become known throughout the city as the Rossi Moretti Consortium, a revolutionary restructuring of power that had reshaped the landscape of influence across every sector. In the hotel's presidential suite, Valentina stood before a full-length mirror, studying her reflection with a critical eye. The wedding gown was a masterpiece of understated elegance, ivory silk with delicate beading, modern in silhouette yet timeless in execution. Her dark hair was swept into an intricate updo, diamond and emerald pins catching the light with every slight movement. "Your father would be proud," Marco said softly from the doorway, his weathered features softened by genuine emotion. In the absence of Antonio, he would walk Valentina down the aisle, a role both honorary and deeply meaningful given his guidance through the tumultuous transition of the past year. "I hope so," she replied, smoothing an already perfect fold in the gown. "Though I suspect he'd also be somewhat bewildered by the speed of change." Marco chuckled. Antonio was many things, but quick to embrace radical transformation wasn't among them. His expression grew more serious. "Still, he wanted your happiness above all. That much I know with absolute certainty." Happiness. Such a simple word for the complex emotional landscape Valentina now inhabited. The path to this day had been treacherous, marked by betrayal, violence, near-death experiences and profound loss. Yet through that crucible had emerged something she'd never anticipated finding in the life she'd inherited: partnership in the truest sense, love without qualification, and a purpose that transcended mere preservation of family legacy. A discreet knock preceded Bianca's entrance. Dante's sister, resplendent in deep blue as maid of honor, had become an unexpected ally and friend through the integration of their families. "Everything's ready," she reported. "Security protocols in place, guests seated, media contained to the designated areas." Her efficient report gave way to a rare, genuine smile. "And my brother is practically wearing a path in the carpet with his pacing, though he'd never admit to nerves." The image brought a smile to Valentina's lips. The formidable Dante Moretti, who had faced down assassins without flinching, unsettled by wedding anticipation. "Tell him his bride is equally impatient," she replied. "The sooner we get through the ceremony, the sooner we can focus on implementation of Phase 2. Bianca laughed. "Only you two would discuss development strategy on your wedding day." But there was affection rather than criticism in her observation. The seamless blend of personal and professional that characterized Valentina and Dante's relationship had become the foundation of their success. Neither dimension sacrificed for the other, both strengthened by their integration. As final preparations concluded and the ceremony time approached, Valentina took a moment alone to center herself. The journey from that rain-soaked cemetery where she'd first locked eyes with Dante to this moment of formal union seemed simultaneously improbable and inevitable. A path neither could have envisioned, yet both had ultimately chosen with absolute conviction. The wedding itself was a masterclass in symbolic consortium's investment in previously neglected neighborhoods. Dante awaited at the altar, his dark formal attire complemented by subtle elements that honored both family traditions while creating something distinctive. The controlled intensity of his expression as Valentina appeared at the entrance, Marco at her side, communicated everything words would fail to capture: pride, devotion, and a depth of emotion few had ever witnessed from the typically reserved Moretti heir. The ceremony blended traditions from both families while establishing new rituals appropriate to the unprecedented union they represented. Traditional vows were supplemented by promises specific to their unique partnership. "I pledge to stand with you in creation rather than destruction," Dante vowed, his voice carrying clearly to the assembled witnesses. "To build rather than tear down, to unite rather than divide. I pledge to honor our shared legacy while forging a new path," Valentina responded. "To remember where we came from while never being limited by the past." When the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, the applause that erupted transcended polite ceremony. It was affirmation, celebration, acknowledgement of a transformation many had deemed impossible just 1 year earlier. The reception that followed balanced, dignified celebration with strategic reinforcement of the consortium's vision. Dante and Valentina moved through the gathering with practiced grace, their interactions with various constituencies carefully calibrated yet genuinely engaged. "The mayor is particularly pleased with the job creation statistics from Phase 1, Bianca reported during a brief private moment between formal obligations. "His office is already hinting at expedited approvals for the East Side expansion. Political self-interest is remarkably consistent," Dante observed dryly. "Though in this case it aligns with our objectives." Speaking of alignment, Marco interjected, joining their small circle with champagne glasses. The final holdouts among the traditional captains seemed to be coming around. Giovanni actually offered congratulations that appeared somewhat sincere. Valentina smiled. "Economic success is a powerful persuader. The profit-sharing structure we implemented has benefited even the most skeptical traditionalists." This was perhaps their most significant achievement beyond the personal connection they had forged, creating a business model that delivered tangible benefits across all segments of their organizations while gradually shifting operations toward more sustainable, legitimate enterprises. As the celebration continued, Valentina found herself drawn to a quiet moment of reflection near the ballroom's terrace doors. From this vantage point, she could see the harbor and the development rising along its edge, concrete manifestation of the vision that had begun in danger and uncertainty. "Having second thoughts about our grand experiment?" Dante asked softly, appearing beside her with the uncanny attunement they had developed. She turned to him with a smile, taking in his handsome features and the subtle changes the past year had wrought. A slight softening around the eyes, occasional moments of unguarded warmth that would have been unthinkable when they first met. "Not about us," she assured him, echoing words he had spoken during his proposal. "Never about us." His hand found hers, fingers intertwining with practiced ease. "But?" he prompted, reading her pensive mood with characteristic perception. "But I'm thinking about what comes next," she admitted. "We've accomplished so much in a single year. The alliance, the merger, the waterfront development. What do we build now that the foundation is secure?" Dante considered her question with the thoughtfulness she had come to treasure. "Perhaps something more personal than organizational," he suggested carefully. "Something that looks beyond business empires and family legacies." The subtle reference to their most recent private discussions brought warmth to Valentina's cheeks. "Convenient timing," she replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. "Given certain recent developments." His eyes widened slightly. "Are you saying that our family merger includes a more literal interpretation than we initially planned?" Valentina completed his thought. "Yes. Approximately 3 months along, according to the doctor's confirmation yesterday." Joy transformed Dante's typically controlled expression, making him momentarily unrecognizable to anyone who knew only his public persona. "You're certain?" "Entirely," she confirmed, savoring his reaction. "I wanted to be sure before telling you. A wedding gift that couldn't be wrapped." His hand moved instinctively toward her still flat abdomen, hesitating until she nodded permission. The gesture was tentative, reverent. This man who had faced violence unflinchingly now awed by the most fundamental miracle of creation. "A child," he said quietly, the simple words containing multitudes. "Our child. The first of the new generation," Valentina agreed. "Neither purely Rossi nor Moretti, but something entirely new." The implications extended far beyond personal joy. Their child would represent the physical embodiment of the integration they had championed, heir to a unified legacy rather than divided inheritance, symbol of reconciliation rather than perpetuated conflict. "This changes everything," Dante murmured, still processing the revelation. "And nothing," Valentina countered gently. Our path remains the same, building something sustainable, something that serves more than self-interest. The stakes are simply more personal now." He nodded, understanding her meaning perfectly as he so often did. The news didn't alter their vision but rather deepened their commitment to creating an organization. A world, better than the one they had inherited. As they rejoined the celebration, the weight of their secret knowledge added poignancy to the formal traditions they observed. The cake cutting, the first dance, the toasts from family members and business associates, all took on additional significance as private recognition of not just their union but the new life that union had created. Later, during a moment of relative privacy as they prepared to depart for their honeymoon, Dante presented Valentina with a small box, different from the one that had contained her engagement ring. "A wedding tradition, I believe," he said as she opened it to reveal 2 platinum bands, elegant in their simplicity except for an inscription that circled each ring's interior. "Bound by blood," Valentina read aloud, recognizing the phrase that had once signified obligation and violence in their world. Family loyalty that demanded vengeance, heritage that constrained choice. "Reclaimed," Dante explained. "Not as a burden or limitation but as a choice. Our choice." The profound recontextualization brought unexpected tears to her eyes. Blood bonds had dominated both their lives, determining allies and enemies, opportunities and constraints, the very structure of their existence. Now they had transformed that concept, retaining its power while redirecting its meaning toward creation rather than destruction. "Perfect," she whispered as he slipped one band onto her finger beside the emerald engagement ring. She reciprocated with the matching band, sealing their commitment with this final symbolic act. As they departed amid well wishes and strategic congratulations, Valentina caught a glimpse of their reflection in the hotel's grand mirrors. Rossi and Moretti, once sworn enemies, now partners in every sense. The image seemed both surreal and profoundly right, a visual representation of the journey they had undertaken together. Their honeymoon destination, a private island accessible only by boat, provided rare opportunity for complete privacy and reflection. On their first evening, as Mediterranean breezes carried the scent of jasmine through open balcony doors, they found themselves discussing not just personal futures but organizational legacies. "The consortium model has proven more successful than even we anticipated," Dante observed as they reviewed quarterly reports despite nominal vacation status. "Integration across previously segregated territories has increased efficiency by nearly 40%. And reduced violence significantly," Valentina added, the statistical improvement representing actual lives saved, communities stabilized, families preserved. "The investment in legitimate enterprise is also showing stronger returns than projected." The tangible success of their approach had silenced most critics, though pockets of resistance remained among those most committed to traditional power structures. The wedding had represented more than personal union. It had formalized a new organizational model that was demonstrably superior to the divided fiefdoms that had preceded it. "And now we add another dimension entirely," Dante said, his hand resting gently on her abdomen where their child grew, still too small to show. "A legacy beyond balance sheets and territory maps." Valentina covered his hand with her own, the dual wedding bands catching moonlight. "A future we get to shape differently than our parents shaped ours," she agreed. "More choices, fewer obligations. More creation, less destruction. Though still realistic about the world we inhabit," Dante added pragmatically. "We're transforming our organizations, not abandoning them. Our child will inherit complex responsibilities alongside expanded opportunities." This balance, between idealism and pragmatism, between transformation and continuity, had characterized their approach from the beginning. Not naive revolutionaries seeking to dismantle everything overnight, but strategic reformers building something more sustainable while acknowledging the reality of their starting point. "Do you ever regret the path not taken?" Valentina asked suddenly. "The normal life you might have had if born to a different family, a different legacy?" Dante considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. "I can imagine other lives," he admitted. "But they exist only in theory. This life, complex, challenging, occasionally dangerous, is the one that brought me to you." His expression softened with rare vulnerability. "And that makes it the only one I can embrace without reservation." The simple truth resonated deeply. Their shared history, with all its darkness and complication, had forged the connection neither could have found in easier circumstances. The very obstacles that should have kept them apart had ultimately revealed their deepest compatibility: matched strength, complementary perspectives, shared commitment to something larger than self-interest. As their honeymoon concluded and they returned to the consortium's operations, preparations began in earnest for the next phase of both their personal and professional evolution. The pregnancy remained private knowledge for the first trimester, but planning for the child's arrival influenced decisions about organizational structure, security protocols, and leadership development throughout their integrated operations. 6 months after the wedding, with Valentina's pregnancy now visible and publicly acknowledged, they stood together at the official opening of the waterfront development's first completed section. The ribbon-cutting ceremony attracted substantial media attention, not just for the architectural achievement or economic impact, but for the visible manifestation of the Rossi-Moretti union in both its leaders and the growing evidence of their expanding family. A powerful image, Marco observed as photographers captured the moment. Dante's protective stance beside Valentina, her graceful confidence despite advanced pregnancy, both of them flanked by representatives from all segments of their formerly divided organizations. The future literally taking shape before everyone's eyes. That evening, in the privacy of their home overlooking the city they had reshaped, Valentina and Dante reviewed architectural plans for the nursery being constructed adjacent to their master suite. The space reflected their shared aesthetic: elegant but not ostentatious, secure without being fortress-like, designed for both functionality and beauty. "My father would find all this advanced planning amusing," Valentina noted as they discussed security systems disguised as decorative elements. "He believed children adapted to whatever environment surrounded them, not the other way around." "My father held similar views," Dante agreed with a small smile. "Though for different reasons. He saw children as smaller versions of adults, expected to conform to family requirements from earliest awareness." "And we?" Valentina prompted, curious about his evolving thoughts on parenthood as the reality approached. Dante considered her question with the seriousness it deserved. "We create a secure foundation while allowing room for individual development," he said finally. "Structure without suffocation. Guidance without predetermined outcomes. Balance," Valentina summarized. "As in everything we've built together." As her due date approached, final preparations accelerated on both personal and organizational fronts. Leadership structures were adjusted to accommodate their temporary step back from daily operations, security protocols enhanced around medical facilities, communication systems established to maintain oversight during their planned parental leave. When labor began, 2 weeks earlier than expected but without complications, the systems they had established functioned precisely as designed. Within hours, Valentina gave birth to a healthy daughter, her dark eyes and strong grip suggesting a personality that would honor both family legacies while establishing her own distinct presence. Sofia Francesca Rossi-Moretti, they announced formally to the small circle of family leaders permitted to visit in the secure hospital suite. The first name honored Dante's mother, the middle name Valentina's grandmother. The hyphenated surname represented their shared vision, honoring both traditions while creating something new from their combination. In the quiet moments after visitors departed, Dante sat beside Valentina's bed, their daughter sleeping peacefully in his arms. The sight of this formidable man who had navigated violence and power struggles with unflinching resolve, now completely captivated by 7 pounds of new life, filled Valentina with emotions beyond articulation. "She's perfect," he whispered, awe evident in his voice. "She's the beginning," Valentina corrected gently, "of everything we've been working toward. Not just an heir or successor but a completely new possibility." Dante nodded, understanding her meaning as he so often did. Their daughter represented more than biological continuation. She embodied the transformation they had initiated, the literal manifestation of their belief that sworn enemies could become not just allies but family in the deepest sense. As they prepared to leave the hospital, bringing their daughter home to the world they had reshaped for her arrival, Valentina was struck by how completely her life had changed in less than 2 years. From the rain-soaked fury of her father's funeral to this moment of creation and hope, a journey that had demanded courage, sacrifice, and the willingness to imagine possibilities beyond inherited hatred. "Ready?" Dante asked as he secured their daughter in her carrier, the security detail waiting discreetly to escort them home. Valentina nodded, taking his offered hand. The matching wedding bands caught the light, their inscription, "Bound by Blood," now carrying its fullest meaning. Not the blood of vendettas and family obligation that had initially defined their relationship, but the blood of choice and creation, of commitment freely given and life intentionally shaped. Their daughter yawned, tiny features momentarily animated before settling back into peaceful sleep. In her face, Valentina could see echoes of both families. Rossi determination, Moretti intensity, but combined into something entirely unique and full of possibility. This was their true legacy, not just the consortium that had transformed the city's power structure, not just the development projects reshaping its physical landscape, but this new life representing the most profound integration possible. Neither Rossi nor Moretti alone, but both and more. The foundation of a generation that might finally transcend the limitations and conflicts that had constrained those who came before. As they moved forward together, a family created through choice rather than obligation, bound by love rather than duty, Valentina recognized that their story had never really been about enemies becoming lovers. It had been about human beings choosing a different path than the one predetermined by history and hatred. Choosing creation over destruction, partnership over dominance, future over past. And in that choice lay power beyond anything their separate families had ever wielded. The power to transform not just organizations or territories or business models, but the very nature of what blood bonds could mean in a world too often defined by their destructive potential. A new definition, a new reality, a new beginning. Blood that united rather than divided. Blood that created rather than destroyed. Blood that bound them together by choice, by love, by shared vision of something better than what they had inherited. The